I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time, he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge? At the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间。
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures, like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electro-element to activate it.
What do you mean, electro-element?
Electro-element. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin lỗi, bang có thể chung tôi doang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Có thể...
Xin lỗi, nếu ngàn còn đích chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, hà lòng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with a corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool! How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kavi and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kave didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Elira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Elira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world. Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds Yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
Hi, I'm Alvita from Jamaica. Please like and subscribe. My parents were the most successful members of their family. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a doctor, and they always worked really hard and bought their dream mansion in a posh neighborhood. And then they were blessed with me. Whenever their family and friends met me, they were dazzled by my shiny dark hair and big green eyes. Wow, you guys are so lucky to be blessed with this beauty. Alvita will definitely be a model one day. As I got older, modeling never interested me much, but I did love talking. Whenever my cousin Maya came over to visit, we loved playing newscasters. In today's news, it looks like there's going to be a heavy thunderstorm. Don't forget to take your umbrellas, people. And thank you for watching Maya and Alvita News Time. Maya was the same age as me, and we were pretty close. But in the 4th grade, my parents hired a casting agent for me. And soon, I got a presenter's role for a kids' TV show. Things changed in my life after that, and I didn't have much time for Maya when she came by. You want to go roller skating today? Oh, Maya, I have to go through my script for tomorrow's show, plus homework. I know, you're very busy. Soon after, I became more famous and her family grew richer, which was great. But I couldn't help noticing that people around us started acting so fake. Once in 8th grade, Maya's mom threw her a party, and when I got there, she made a huge fuss over me. Oh, Alvita, darling, thank you for coming. I know how busy you celebrities are. By the way, you looked gorgeous in this week's show. Thank you, Auntie. This is for Maya. Oh, you brought a present. You didn't have to. Your presence is a gift for us. Maya! Alvita got you a present. Come thank her. Oh, Alvita, thank you so much. Whenever Maya hugged me now, I always had this feeling like she was rolling her eyes. Aunt insisted that Maya open my present right away, and they both looked disappointed at the watch inside. It's very nice. Thanks. I don't know why I was expecting a gold bracelet. You know, like the one your mother gave you on your birthday. But the watch is nice too. Could I have the receipt, darling, in case I need to exchange it? Why would you need to do that? Oh, just in case it doesn't fit Maya. We went to the same school and we were in the same class. Once in 9th grade, we had a fun fair in school and we bought raffle tickets. And I won a prize. It was a huge package with really fancy chocolates from Switzerland. How come you're always so lucky, Alvy? I don't know. It just happens. We'll share the chocolate at recess, okay? But at recess, the entire class crowded around me. Apparently, Maya had told everyone that I was sharing the chocolates with the whole class. And now I had no choice. Maya, why did you do that? Oh, come on. It's not like you don't have the money to buy dozens of these packages. Yeah, but this was my prize, and I get to choose who I share it with, no? But Maya tried every way to sponge off of me and make other kids do it too. Sometimes I wished we weren't related so I could just ignore her. I felt more comfortable when I was in the studio with people like me. I loved performing and I loved Chris, my boyfriend. He took care of all the sound and background music for the show. Every day after shooting, we'd hang out together and he always found a way to make my day with some thoughtful gift. He was the sweetest. Then one day in 11th grade, the show decided to add another presenter to join me on the show. It was a guy named Mason, and he was gorgeous. I had to show him how everything worked around here, which was a bit difficult because Chris kept popping up. So normally, when we face the camera, we stand like this. Hey, I brought you some coffee. Oh, I just had some a minute ago. Sorry, babe. It's okay. You know what? I can help you mark the floor so Mason knows where to stand.
It's easier this way.
Chris pushed us apart and started marking the floor with chalk. But Chris, this position will be very difficult for the cameraman. He's too far away from me.
Don't worry about that. They'll manage. I'm Mason. And you are? Oh, I'm Chris. I work here too. I'm Alvida's boyfriend. We love each other a lot.
Chris just turned into an insecure maniac after Mason joined us, even though Mason showed no signs of liking me. But we had to spend a lot of time rehearsing lines together, which seemed to really bother Chris. One time we were about to go on air when suddenly Chris walked onto the set wearing a ridiculous heart costume and playing the violin. He then bent down on one knee and proposed.
Marry me, Alvida.
Chris, I'm still a teenager. You can't be serious.
Yes, I am. You just have to say yes now. We can get married later.
No, can you please stop this? You're really embarrassing me. Chris stormed off and he didn't speak to me for 2 days. But soon after, I decided to talk to him. And when I went to his office, he was trying on a blonde wig. Chris, what are you doing?
Just checking if blonde hair will suit me.
Is it because Mason is blonde?
No, not everything is about him.
Chris, I love you because you're sweet and kind, and I won't stop loving you just because there's a new guy on the block. You have to trust me, okay? After our talk, Chris felt a little better, and he started relaxing. When I got home that day, Maya was there, looking like an ostrich egg about to pop. Oh, Alvida, I've been waiting for you.
Why? Is something wrong?
Yes, I'm in trouble, girl. I watched your show, and I immediately fell in love with your co-host. Please introduce me, please, please, please. I can't do that. It's against studio policy for me to introduce desperate fans to our cast. But I'm your cousin, not some weirdo stalker. Come on, Alvida, please. Can't you do this little thing for me? Alvida wouldn't stop begging, so the next day after school, I took her to the studio. And she was so embarrassing. She was flirting with everyone, even the director. Everyone in school says I'm so beautiful and that I belong in front of a camera. What do you think? Maya, can I speak to you, please? Not now, Alvida. But I grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. Can you please behave? The people here are very busy and you're just making a fool out of yourself. Your director was about to give me a role in the show, but I guess you just want all the fame to yourself. She walked off and sat down on the director's chair, and during the live show, she screamed, "Cut!" Everyone in the room panicked, and bodyguards took Maya out. I managed to improvise so the audience wouldn't notice anything was wrong. After the show, Mason caught up with me.
Your cousin played a real number on us today.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Don't be. You did really well to cover up. You're actually quite good.
As we walked outside together, Maya suddenly came running towards us. Seriously? Your bosses are jerks, Alvida. I've been freezing outside. Hi, Mason. I'm Maya. I'm Alvida's cousin, but everyone says we look like twins. Maya couldn't stop talking, and just then Chris came out.
What are you guys up to?
Oh, Chris, Mason just asked me out on a date.
Wait, I did? Really? That's amazing. Why don't we all get dinner now? We can make it a double date.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why, babe?
Come on, it'll be so much fun. I felt bad for Mason, who was too polite to turn down Maya. We went to a nearby pizza joint I visited all the time, and Maya excused herself for the bathroom. But she came back just in time for our food, and moments after I took my first bite, I started choking.
Alvida, what's wrong?
Something in the pizza. My face was blowing up like a balloon, and Chris quickly called the ambulance. There was red pepper in the pizza, and everyone in that pizza joint knew I was allergic to it. My parents threatened to sue the chefs, but they insisted that they hadn't used any pepper. Meanwhile, the doctor advised me to take 2 weeks off from work while my swelling went down. So Mason took care of the show on his own. I felt really upset, and when Maya came to see me, I lashed out at her. You know what, Maya? Just drop the act already. I'm tired of you pretending to care about me when you actually hate me. What are you talking about? Why did you take so long in the bathroom during dinner? How do I know you didn't leave the table to put pepper on the pizza? You really think I'd do something like that? Yes, you've been jealous of me ever since I got the presenter role. But I would never hurt you. Maya left my room crying, but I was too mad to care. I was convinced she'd tried to harm me. While I was at home recovering, Chris visited me every day. This one time he came with candles and Chinese food and set up the table, and it was so romantic. Aw, Chris, you didn't have to do all this.
You mean the world to me, and I would do anything for you.
He turned on the music, and as we slow danced, Maya came barging in. Elvita, I have to tell you something. I don't want to see you or talk to you ever again, Maya. Please, hear me out.
Hey, we're having a romantic moment here, so please, get out.
But Maya glared at Chris and just switched off the music. Elvita, you have to see this. There aren't any security cameras in the kitchen, but there is one in the restaurant's back alley. I tracked this video down from the city police's office. The video on Maya's phone showed a customer entering the kitchen from the back. Chris, why does this person have the same jacket as you?
I don't know. And what are you saying? I was with you the whole time.
Yeah, but I also remember you had a phone call and you went outside. Chris's expression changed, and suddenly he knocked over our table and the candles, and food landed on the floor. A rug caught on fire, and Maya rushed to throw a blanket over it. Chris, it was you! Oh my gosh!
You were getting so close to Mason, so I had to do something. Aren't things so much better between us since you've been away from the show? You just needed to see how much I love you, Elvita.
No! You made me so sick you could have killed me. That's not love.
Well, if I can't have you, then no one can.
But before Chris could do more damage, we heard police sirens. Too late. I already called the police. Chris tried to run out, but the police caught him and he was taken away. Maya, I owe you an apology. Maybe you were right, Elvita. Sometimes I have been jealous of you, but I swear I'd never hurt you. I know, and you have every reason to hate me. I don't hate you, but do you really have something going on with Mason? No, and there never will be. I know you like him. A few days after, I went back to school and my job, but a lot of things had changed in such a short period. Mason was now showing me what to do.
The director really likes all my ideas. We've decided that now you only need to come in to introduce the next program.
But that's just 10 seconds on the screen.
Yeah, but that's what the show wants.
I was so disappointed, but I went with the flow. One day after the show, I was leaving when Mason caught up with me and took my hand. Mason, what are you doing?
I see the way you look at me, and I think I like you too.
What? Are you... Elvita, what are you doing? I turned around to see Maya behind us, and Mason was still holding my hand. Maya, this is not what you think. But Maya ran off angrily, and I stomped hard on Mason's foot and went after her. Maya, there's nothing going on between us. Yeah, right. So you were just holding his hand because it's part of the show? No, he took my hand and just save it, Elvita. She refused to talk to me for days and ignored me in school too. And I just hated being on the show with Mason. So one day at the studio, I made a big live announcement. Hey guys, today is my last day on the show, but you'll definitely see me on screen again. Maybe with my talented cousin Maya, who was my first co-host. See you around, folks. The director was furious with me, but I didn't care. If he wanted Mason to run the show, he was welcome to have him. I was out. Later that evening, Maya came by. Hey, you want to play newscaster? We're too old to play it now, but we'll be doing it for real. Did you really mean that? I just got a call from my producer who wants to help me with my own show. She says my ratings are much higher than Mason's. And yeah, you'll be my partner. It'll be the Maya and Elvita show. Wow, this is a dream come true. Thank you, Elvita. And I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions about you and Mason. It's okay. I forgive you. I did the same thing too once before. And if you really want to see Mason, you can ask him out. Although, I think he's a jerk. I think I trust you on that one. I learned that you must never let jealousy and misunderstandings get in the way of your most important relationships. It's better to get the whole story before jumping to conclusions. People call me the Queen of Entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby. Just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will?
The sound of swords clashing gave me chills. Sparks were flying, literally, and my heart was racing with every swing. The fencers moved like ninjas. Every hit was sharp, and every dodge was smooth. Oh, how I wish I could move like that. Unfortunately, I was built different. I'd been trying to pass the fencing team tryouts for a while now, but my coordination had other plans. I would just trip over air and smack my face with my practice sword. After the match, I suddenly remembered that I dropped my ID earlier near the backlot. Completely distracted, I headed there while replaying every flawless fencing move in my head. Suddenly, I tripped over a loose panel, stumbled forward like an idiot, and fell straight into an open excavation pit. I looked around frantically and checked my pockets for my phone, but I couldn't feel it. No, I must have dropped it earlier. Hello? Somebody, please, help me! I'm stuck here! But there was only silence. Eventually, I gave up and slumped down, feeling totally defeated. I must have cried myself to sleep, because when I opened my eyes again, all I saw was total darkness. I had no idea how long I'd been stuck down here. It was so cold, and I couldn't see a thing. Somebody, please, help. I looked up and noticed the faint blue glow of the moonlight spilling over the edge. It wasn't much, but somehow it felt comforting. Then suddenly, a girl's head slowly peered over the edge. Hey, could you help me out? Please, I've been trapped down here for hours and... I trailed off when I noticed her cold, crimson eyes glowing with an emotionless stare. Hi?
If you made it down, then the path upward exists as well. Whether you find it is up to you.
Right. Super inspiring. But maybe instead of a life lesson, you could toss down a rope, a ladder, a vine, a thread, or a snakeskin? Seriously, I'll climb anything at this point. Hey, wait! Where are you going? I panicked when her head suddenly disappeared. Come back, please! At least toss down my phone. It fell out of my pocket up there, somewhere. But she didn't respond anymore. Unbelievable. Just my luck to meet a weird and mysterious girl in the middle of the night. Suddenly, her head reappeared, and this time, she was casually holding my phone.
Are you referring to this?
Yes, that's mine! Please, if you're not gonna help me, just toss it down at least and—
If you want it, then climb.
Wait, what? I was at least 20 feet down. I can't! It's too high, and I have the strength of a baby!
Strength begins when you choose to reach for what seems unreachable.
Okay, I'll try. At first, I jumped weakly, but I felt so pathetic, so I hyped myself up and pushed harder, clawing my way up the dirt wall as if my life depended on it. Finally, with one last desperate lunge, I jumped higher than I ever thought possible, scaling the wall like Spider freaking man, and pulled myself over the top. Whoa! I did it? Wait, I actually did it! Somehow, this strange girl made me find strength I didn't even know I had. I stood up and finally faced my mysterious savior, her silver white hair standing out in the dim light. That was intense! Thanks for the motivation. What are you doing here at this hour, by the way? And what's your name? Then she turned to me, and my heart nearly stopped. Holy mother of hell! Up close, she didn't look real. She wasn't just beautiful. She was otherworldly.
This is one of the many reasons I never wished to visit here. But oh well, I suppose I had no choice.
What are you talking about? Where are you from? But she just ignored me and drifted off like a beautiful lantern. Hey, wait! Can you at least tell me your name? We turned a corner, and just like that, she was gone. I searched all over the school, but it was like she vanished into thin air. What if she was actually a ghost? The thought alone almost made me pee in my pants. I just kept thinking about her, even in class the next morning, and Belle must have noticed it.
$1 billion for your thoughts?
Huh? Oh, sorry, just spaced out. Belle had been my best friend since we were kids. We were next-door neighbors, survived high school together, and now we were in the same university, taking the same course like it was fate or something.
Come on, buddy, spill it. What's got you daydreaming so hard?
Well, yesterday I went back behind the school to look for my ID, and I met this mysterious girl. I was about to finish my story when the door suddenly burst open, and our professor finally arrived with a girl trailing behind. My jaw then dropped straight to the floor when I saw her familiar face. No freaking way! It was her!
Class, this is Sky, a transfer student. She will be joining us today, so please, make her feel welcome.
As expected, the other boys also lost their minds the second she walked in. They were practically drooling on their desks.
Sky, do you have anything you'd like to say to the class before we start our lecture?
I held my breath as she scanned the room like an emotionless queen.
I have little to say to those I have yet to understand, but I'll observe, and perhaps learn something worth remembering.
We were all dumbfounded by what she said. Believe it or not, but that's the girl I was just telling you about.
I see. She seems interesting.
Well, that was quite a speech, Sky. Thank you. You may take any empty seat you like.
Without a word, she walked straight down the aisle and sat right next to me. Hey, it's me. From last night. You know, the guy in the hole? But she just stared straight ahead, like I didn't even exist. And when the lecture finally started, she was completely locked in, silent, still, eyes focused on the presentation like they were battle strategies or something. Seriously, who is this girl? And where did she even come from? Later that day, I dragged Belle to the announcement board to check out the newest fencing team updates. Just then, a calm, serious voice spoke behind me.
How do I join this battle?
I turned and nearly jumped out of my skin when I realized it was Sky. Man, her ethereal presence gave me goosebumps. Battle? You mean the tryouts?
They're holding practice today, but you'll need to, sign up first, fill out some forms, maybe get a tetanus shot, probably wrestle with a few waivers, and...
Where's the gym?
She cut off Bella with a look that could end conversations in 46 different languages. We then pointed wordlessly down the hall, and she immediately walked away, like a warrior headed for her next conquest.
Wait, girl, you can't just barge in. There's, a system.
We followed her, and by the time we reached the gym, practice had already started. Sky walked in like she belonged there, and one of the senior members stepped forward. Can we help you?
Who leads here?
I guess that'd be me, captain of the team.
She approached the rack and picked up one of the practice foils, turning it slowly in her hand.
These weapons, they lack edge, but the balance is decent enough.
Those are regulation practice foils, kind of the point.
Then it will suffice.
You here to try out, or...?
I simply wish to test the limits of your strongest fighters, if you allow it.
There was a moment of awkward silence before the captain spoke again.
All right, mysterious transfer girl, let's see what you've got. What the?
Sky then turned to the rest of the team like nothing had happened.
Next.
2 more stepped in, then 3, 4, 5, 10. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, the whole gym started to feel colder. She moved like water with a blade, fluid, graceful, but dangerous. She was tripping, dodging, disarming, absolutely destroying everyone in her path. And it was mesmerizing. Every movement purposeful, every dodge calculated. She never raised her voice, never taunted, just moved. Belle and I just stood there, frozen, totally speechless, after beating the final fencer with one clean move.
Well, that was quite insufficient.
And just like that, the entire gym went silent. Since then, some people started getting scared of her, while others just fell harder. Meanwhile, Belle started getting extra suspicious about her.
It's really weird. She just waltzed in and wrecked everyone like she was brushing lint off her shoulder.
I mean, maybe she's just really good?
She is, but there's something off about her vibe. She might be hiding something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Just because she looks like a Barbie doesn't mean she can't be that strong and skillful. She's literally so cool.
You have a crush on her, don't you?
What? No? I mean, she's really, really beautiful and...
Whatever.
It had been a while since she sulked like that, and it was cute.
You better stay away from her from now on, okay? I think she's dangerous.
I just nodded, but deep down, I wasn't scared of Sky at all. I was hooked. After that day, I started noticing her in every club and tournament. Polo, martial arts, taekwondo, even logic and strategy games. Anything competitive, anything that required skill, she joined and won every single time. But she never celebrated, never even smiled. It felt like watching a boss-level character trapped on beginner difficulty. Nothing here seemed to challenge her. One time during a swimming match, she moved through the water like it was part of her. Fluid, swift, unbothered. She was like a mermaid trained by the gods of war. No splash, no struggle, just pure, effortless power. Another time, I saw her watching a freshman student from the martial arts club, a shy girl who always kept to herself and stood in the back. Without a word, Sky walked over, gently adjusted the girl's stance, then stepped back and nodded once. The girl blinked, startled, then smiled like someone had finally seen her. Sky didn't say anything else, She just returned to her corner and resumed her own training. But that one gesture said everything. She wasn't just strong, she inspired strength in others. Who really are you, girl? One day, Belle came up to me and slapped a notebook on the table.
It's time to put on our detective hats. We follow her, subtly.
Define subtly.
These. Midnight Stealth Tint, limited edition. Put them on.
You are not serious.
I've never been more serious in my life, Eli.
And just like that, we became Sky's personal shadows. Day 1, Sky walked into the abandoned art wing and never came out. We waited for 53 minutes and found no exits, just a clay sculpture of what I think was a horse or maybe a giant oven. Day 2, she went to an aquarium and underwater zoo and had a staring contest with the sea creatures for 2 freaking hours as if they were besties or enemies. Day 3, we caught her standing under a flickering hallway light for a full 5 minutes, unmoving. She was just staring into the corner.
She's talking to the shadows.
She's just probably checking that wall paint.
Or maybe she's possessed? Wait, what if she's a spy?
Oh, a vampire. She's totally a vampire.
Eli, this is serious.
Just then, we both screamed when Sky looked directly at us from 50 feet away, even though we were clearly behind a potted fern. One night, after watching a horror movie that Belle swore wasn't scary when it actually was, we stopped by a convenience store to grab some snacks. The store looked quiet, just us and the bored cashier. Just then, 2 sketchy guys in knockoff tracksuits stepped up to the counter and turned to us.
Well, you 4 look loaded. How about a deal?
4? There's only 3 of us here, and we turned and saw someone I didn't expect to be here. Sky. She was silently reading the back of an ice cream tub like it was ancient prophecy.
We'll take $1 billion or someone's getting folded.
Dude, we're literally just college students. Do we look like we own 108 yachts and private islands to you?
Honestly, no. But I don't care. Just hand over everything you've got.
He then shoved me straight into a shelf of ramen, and I almost passed out.
Touch him again, and I swear I'll make you cry like a little boy who dropped his ice cream on a poop.
But the jerk just laughed at Belle and grabbed her arm. Before I could even get up to stop him, the light started flickering, and the air suddenly got colder. Sky suddenly stepped in and grabbed the goon's wrist, twisted it with a crack, and yeeted him into a snack shelf so hard he passed out on impact. She then turned to Belle like nothing had happened.
Are you hurt?
I think I'm in love?
She just nodded once, turned, and started walking out. But just as we thought it was over, the other jerk stumbled outside and somehow got into a freaking bulldozer.
I'm taking down this whole store and taking you broke and useless college kids with it!
Belle and I panicked, but Sky just calmly stepped forward and grabbed the front of the bulldozer like it was a freaking shopping cart. Then, without a word, she lifted it, and yeeted the entire machine into a glowing thing that appeared out of thin air. Gone, just like that. What the? Belle, did you see that? But Belle was already out cold on the floor, straight up passed out from disbelief. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head later that night. Sky was literally out of this world. Like, she lifted a bulldozer. Who does that? But what bothered me more was me. I couldn't even stay on my feet long enough to protect Belle. The next day, I saw this tiny scratch on her forehead, and my stomach flipped. I was such a loser. All I did was stand there and breathe dramatically. It was sunset when I wandered to the back of the school to get some air, and I was surprised to see Sky just standing there, perfectly still, half in shadow like she was about to disappear through the crack in the earth. Hey! You saved us last night! You were like a superhero! Seriously, why are you even that strong? Belle could have seriously gotten hurt, and I couldn't even help her. I panicked, and you showed up like a force of nature, coming like a hurricane. Apparently, she had no plans to speak, so I finally gave up. Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks, and sorry for being totally weak and useless. And that was when she finally looked at me.
You carry too much shame for someone who stood up. That is more than most would do.
But it wasn't enough.
Strength isn't always loud or immediate. Sometimes it begins when you decide to stop running.
I didn't know what to say. Her words just echoed in my head.
If you still wish to change, then follow me.
I just found myself following her like a clueless puppy as she led me behind the trees until we stopped at a tall brick wall. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she summoned this glowing thing again. A strange, shimmering light pulsed in the air like it was alive. I must be dreaming right now. What's happening? What is that? She then stepped through it like it was nothing, and without thinking, I followed. Suddenly, I was standing in a massive, dimly lit space. Blades lined with the walls, swords, spears, weapons I couldn't even name.
Let's begin.
Begin what? Are you going to train me or something? But why?
I was only ever meant to speak with my equals. How I ended up in this situation is beyond me. Perhaps I simply missed the feeling of training a disciple again. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
It was the first time I heard her say more than 2 sentences, and my brain was about to explode with questions. So, about all this and everything you just dropped on me, can you explain? Because none of this looks normal, like, at all.
Let's keep this simple. No questions, just training. If that's acceptable to you, we'll begin.
From that moment on, my life did a total 180. In between and after classes, we kicked things off with the basics. She started teaching me combat skills, how to hold a weapon, how to move, how not to slice my own foot off. And I kept failing all of that. But despite being cold, strict, and silent, my master was patient with me. Soon, we moved on to one-on-one fights. She fought me with one hand and still destroyed me every single time, like she was swatting away a fly. One time, I arrived a little earlier than usual. The portal buzzed softly as I stepped through, but something was different. Sky was already there. She was waiting. She was training alone, focused and unshaken. With a sword in hand, she moved through a relentless series of drills. Strike, spin, parry, recover, over and over. Not a single break.
Only 2,972,000 left.
I froze. She wasn't counting victories. She was counting some kind of punishment. I stood there, hidden in the shadows. And for the first time, I realized she wasn't just strong. She was relentless, and that made her unstoppable. When I tried to ask her about it, all she did was give me a cold stare and continued training me. As the days went by, Belle got more and more suspicious of my frequent disappearances, but I kept throwing out excuses. Until one day, she caught me sneaking back to class looking like a total mess.
Okay. You've been disappearing, coming back looking like you lost a duel with a garbage disposal. Talk.
I was jogging?
Try again.
Belle?
Spill it. I saw you with Sky. You're doing something sus with her, aren't you?
You were following me?
Are you kidding? I've got notes, charts, a full Sky timeline.
Okay, fine. I'm training with her.
Training? For what? Is this like fencing? Demon hunting? A secret society initiation?
To become stronger.
Eli, I know you. You're soft. You're gentle. You cry during dog food commercials.
But I'm tired of being weak, of always being the one who needs saving. I couldn't protect you at the store. I saw that scratch on your forehead and, Belle, I hated it. I hated myself. I'm done feeling like a loser.
Yeah, but she's weird. She's powerful and quiet, and we don't know anything about her. I did a background check. Nothing came up. No school records. No socials. It's like she didn't exist until the day she showed up. What if she's from another world? Or a different dimension? What if she's dangerous?
I didn't even know what to say because I myself was wondering too, because Sky never answered my questions.
I just miss my best friend, you know?
I'm still here, but I need to do this. For you. For me. Belle didn't smile, but she nodded.
Okay, fine. Just don't get possessed or anything.
No promises. A few more days of training passed. Bruises, sore legs, and Sky silently judging my every move. But somehow, I got better. Then came the next fencing tryouts. I stood at the edge of the gym floor, foil in hand, heart pounding. The whistle blew, and I finally moved. No tripping, no freezing, just focus, speed, and everything Sky drilled into me. By the final strike, the scoreboard lit up with my name at the top. I passed. I actually passed this time. Finally! The seniors clapped me on the back. Who trained you, man? A ghost? Maybe a goddess. Still not sure. I left the gym feeling like a superhero with only one thought in mind. I needed to tell Sky about this, so I ran straight to the portal. But when I stepped through, she wasn't there. The room was empty. I looked for her everywhere, but there were no traces of her. She hadn't shown up in days, and it was driving me crazy. Then one night, just as I was about to sleep, I suddenly felt that familiar chill in the air. I found myself walking to my balcony, as if something is calling me. Master, where have you been?
I need to go. There are matters I must attend to.
What kind of matter?
There is no point in explaining which you cannot yet understand.
Okay, fine. But before you go, can you at least tell me something about yourself? Or at least, where are you from?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Huh?
No need to fret. These are just my thoughts. Soon, you'll know and understand everything.
But how?
You'll see.
She raised her hand, summoning another portal. And without a word, she stepped through it. And now, she was gone. I suddenly felt so empty, like something had been pulled out and taken with her. No one knew where she went. Not the school, not the staff, not even Belle and her resources. Until one afternoon, she barged into my room like a hurricane.
Eli, you need to see this, like right now.
What is it?
Genshin Impact's newest playable character.
What about it? I hadn't opened the game in almost a year, so I wasn't updated. She shoved her phone into my hands, and the moment I saw the screen, I swear my soul left my body. White silver hair, crimson eyes, a massive sword on her back. Same cold stare, same grace, same everything. What kind of sorcery is this? And then suddenly, it all made sense. Skirk. So that was your real name, huh? Brace yourself, Skirk, because I'm gonna log back in and unlock every answer you never gave me. The next chapter of Genshin Impact is here, and it's bigger than ever. Step into Teyvat, a world where 7 elemental powers surge in this open-world RPG game, playable on mobile, PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. In version 5.7, Skirk, the formidable cryo sword user who commands the cosmos' darkest energies, finally joins the game. She's Child's former mentor and master of abyssal power. Also featured are Shenhe and Dahlia, a new 4-star Hydro support from Mondstadt, Mavwika, the Pyro Archon, and the mysterious Emily. Version 5.7 update will have exciting new quests and brand new permanent combat mode. The Traveler will continue to explore Natlan alongside Dainsleif, looking for the sibling while the abyssal incursion on Natlan unfolds. There will also be a new character story quest focused on Skirk. The Dust of Enlightenment will allow for the re-rolling of the minor affix enhancements on a level 20 artifact, offering a new layer of customization and optimization for your character builds. Check out Genshin Impact now using the link below, and don't forget to redeem your exclusive gift code.
Hi, I'm Jules from Arizona, and I have the most opposite parents ever. But that's not why I'm telling you this story. If you want to know more, please like and subscribe to MSA. My mom was a lawyer who worked long hours for a multinational company, and Dad was a broke, stay-at-home artist with a wild imagination. He'd spend hours telling me stories about random superheroes, which Mom thought was a waste of time. On my 10th birthday, Dad threw me a huge superhero party, and everyone was asked to dress in costumes. We've got a costume for you, too. Ugh, really? Wonder Woman? The guests are gonna be here soon. I can't wear this junk. But Mom, I stayed up all night to pick that outfit for you. Well then, sweetie, you obviously need to make better choices in life, which you won't if you continue sticking with your dad. What's the matter with you? It's her birthday. Why can't you loosen up a bit? And why can't you be like an adult? Ugh, I'm so tired of this. I need a break. With that, Mom simply tossed the costume aside and left. As time went by, I became more like Dad. I loved art and painting. Life was good, except when I turned 16, Mom asked Dad for a divorce. He tried convincing her otherwise, but she was set. Since Dad was struggling to find a job, Mom won full custody, and I had to move with her to a new city. Mom tried her best, but she had no idea how to take care of me. Eventually, she found a new boyfriend, a bigger house, and a new cook, and that was the end of her efforts. I started school soon, and on my first day, even though the kids were cool, I just wanted to be left alone. So I went to the school garden and had taken out my sketchbook when this girl in a chicken costume flew past me and hid behind a huge tree. And soon after, a group of girls followed. Have you seen a headless chicken running around here somewhere? Chicken? Here? Nah, maybe try the poultry farm? The girls just pouted and walked away, and I went behind the tree to see the girl in the chicken costume crouching. Hey, they're gone. Are you okay? Who are those people? Oh, just some bullies. I'm in the school play. Well, not technically, because I could never act in front of people. But anyway, I was just trying out the costumes and they spotted me, and now they're after me to lay an egg. How can I lay an egg? I'm not a real chicken. I'm Maggie, by the way. Jules, and I think your costume is cool. My dad and I dressed up as superheroes all the time. Maggie and I were quick to become friends. She was a bit introverted and hardly spoke to anyone in school, but when we were alone, Maggie was a totally different person. She would dance, sing, and had some of the best jokes to crack. It was fun to be around her, and with time, Maggie and I got closer. When we turned 17, I started getting a lot of attention from boys, but every time someone asked me out, Maggie would talk me out of it. Heck no, he applies too much gel on his eyebrows. Such a loser. I think his eyebrows are just naturally thick. Nope, he smells like horse poop, but he's so cute. Yeah, so? You deserve better. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maggie was only looking out for me, but then this new guy Charlie joined our school, and boy, was he a stunner. Charlie and I hit it off instantly and bonded over our love for art. We started hanging out, and when he asked me out, it was an easy yes for me. On our first date, Charlie decided to take me to this really fancy place downtown, and I was more than excited. We were having the best time when suddenly Maggie popped up out of nowhere. Oh, hey guys, what a surprise! What are you doing here? I was just here to get their snail croissant. Oh, they're the best in town. Anyway, now that I'm here, maybe I should just join you guys for dinner. That's of course if Charlie doesn't mind. You know, right? Perfect. You know, Charlie, I never thought Jules would find anyone. Not after she found out she farts when she's nervous. I do what? It's okay, babe. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We all have our ups and downs. You have more than what a normal person does. Like the time you pooped your pants because you ate too many burgers before a roller coaster ride. Or like that you shaved your head when it was too hot. And okay, that's enough. She's just kidding. I don't do that. Tell him. Yes, I was just turning around to tell him. Didn't you see me turning around? Yes, tell him now. Like I was literally turning around and about to tell him. Stop telling me to tell him. It sounds like an order and that I have to obey you. Charlie, I was turning around to your side. You saw that, right? Just tell him, Maggie. Now you said my name, so it's officially an order. Fine. Yeah, I was totally kidding. I'm not. Oh, look at the time. My croissants must be ready. Enjoy your date. So nice to meet you. Maggie left soon after, but the damage was done. Charlie looked visibly disgusted, and the next day in school, he told everyone that I was a weirdo with a thing for shaved heads and farts. Everyone looked at me like a crazy person. It was so embarrassing, and I only had one person to blame, Maggie. But where the heck was she anyway? I tried calling her, but she didn't answer, so I searched the school for her and finally found her hiding in one of the bathrooms. What do you think you're doing? Oh, Jules! Hey! I was just cleaning some spider webs. What's up? What's up is that the whole school is laughing at me after what you said on the date. Why would you do that? Charlie is a knucklehead, okay? I said all those things because I wanted to see how he'd react, and look, he acted like a jerk. That's a sign. He doesn't deserve you. Stop it, Maggie. No one is ever good enough for me according to you. I'm so done with this. Just go and tell everyone that you made everything up. Maggie did end up telling Charlie that she lied, but obviously he didn't believe her, and no boy in school ever asked me out again. I was so mad at her. I refused to meet her or even take her calls, even though she kept apologizing. It was frustrating. I had no one to share my feelings with. So I picked up painting again to distract myself and even applied to a few prestigious art colleges. And one evening, I was wrapping up an application form when someone knocked on my door. Maggie, what do you want? I love your stares. They're powerful and impressive and a step above the rest. Are you seriously gonna sulk all your life? I said I'm sorry. No, you didn't. Okay, then I'm saying it now. I'm sorry, Jules. I went a bit overboard, but honestly, I was just looking out for you. Can we start fresh? Pretty please? We're best friends. I'll think about it, but you better behave yourself. I promise. And Maggie stayed true to her word. A week later, I got accepted to one of the best colleges in the city, and Maggie volunteered to help me set up my room. We were almost done when this gorgeous girl walked in. Where do you think you're going? To my room? Wait, are you my new roommate? Nope, that'd be me. Oh, thank God. I thought I'd have to spend the next 2 years with this weirdo. I'm Alice, by the way. Jules. And I'm Maggie. Good to know. Alice was the professor's daughter and was hands down the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Apart from being a great artist, she was also the lead singer in one of the college bands, and one night, she asked me if I wanted to join her at one of her performances. We got to talking, and Alice was really charming, fun, and intelligent. I loved being around Alice, except Maggie kept demanding me to hang out with her. We should catch the new Avengers movie. I kinda saw it last night with Alice. What about an MSA video marathon then? We haven't done one of those in a while. I don't think so. Alice and I have this project to work on, and Alice! I am tired of listening to her name. You just met the girl, and I like her. She's my friend. Sounds like more than friends to me. I didn't know what Maggie meant by that, but a few days later, I was at one of Alice's shows when Maggie walked in. You didn't tell me you were coming. Well, since you won't hang out with me, thought I'd come to you. Why? Are you not happy? Before I could say another word, the performance started, and as always, Alice blew my mind. Watching her on stage was always amazing, but something in my heart jumped when she blew a kiss at me while singing. Ew, that was so cringe. Stop blushing like a moron, Jules. And what's the whole hype about this Alice? She literally sings like a pregnant horse. I could do so much better than that. And with that, Maggie went on stage and pulled the plugs, and the crowd went silent. What do you think you're doing? Saving people from your horrible voice? Give that back. Alice tried to snatch the plug from Maggie's hand, but Maggie pushed her. Then Alice got up and she pulled Maggie's hair, and the two of them got into a huge fight. Before I could butt in, Alice shoved Maggie, and she tripped over something and ended up falling off the stage, unconscious. Alice and I took her to the hospital where the doctors told us she had a broken arm. Maggie got discharged the next day, but the doctors said that she needed to rest. Her parents requested if I could help her with her recovery since she was always happy around me. So I tried to drop in whenever I could, but every time I said I couldn't come over, she'd freak out or have a full-on panic attack, making me feel like I had to drop everything and go see her. Even Alice started noticing how stressed I was. Then one day, she told me about this great art exhibition in town, and I really wanted to see it. I told Maggie that I wasn't well, and surprisingly, she understood. Alice and I were having a great time, and the exhibition was out of this world. I've missed that smile, you know. Me too. Thanks for bringing me here. I don't remember the last time I felt so happy. Stick with me, and you'll always be happy. Alice brushed a strand of hair away from my face, and I felt my insides explode. She came closer, like she was about to kiss me. when suddenly someone screamed my name. I turned around to see Maggie staring at us furiously. So that's why you couldn't come over, huh? Because you wanted some time away from your girlfriend? I thought you were sick, so I brought you chicken soup. But then I saw this dumb art fair invite, and I knew you tricked me. You didn't leave me a choice. I'm sick of babysitting you. I have my own life too, and it doesn't revolve around you. So it revolves around Alice? I've seen how you two look at each other, and it's not just friendship. That's none of your business. Stay out of this, you witch. Enough. You can't talk to Alice like that. So you'll take her side over mine? With that, Maggie started crying like a banshee. She picked up expensive art pieces and started smashing them to the ground, one by one. I tried to stop her, but she ran around like a mad person before security finally caught up to her. The police were called, and Maggie and I were immediately taken in for questioning. Our parents were called, and it was a huge mess. Mom dropped me back off at my college, where Alice was already waiting for me. Are you okay? Look, Jules, you need to cut that girl loose. She's clearly obsessed with you. I don't know what's gotten into her. I mean, she's always been weird, but she's not a bad person. Then why did she spread that rumor about you in school? I had a friend who went to the same school as you and did some digging. They told me how she said something about you farting. Wait a minute. You asked around about me? Why? Because I wanted to know more about this stupid friend of yours. Then you should have asked me. Don't go sneaking around like that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You should know better and stay away from someone so toxic. She's not wrong, Jules. Sometimes it's okay to let go in order to stay happy. As painful as my separation with your dad was, it ended up being a blessing because we're so much happier. Just be selfish for once and choose your own happiness. Oh my God. You all need to stop telling me what to do. I'm not some kid, okay? I can make my own decisions and do my own thing too. With that, I stormed off. I knew what Maggie did wasn't right, but I was so tired with everyone trying to make decisions for me. Maggie got out soon after, and she would send me gifts and bouquets to say how sorry she was, but I was done with her. Alice tried talking to me too, but soon after finals started and I got busy with my studies. I just needed some space from everyone. Then one day, I was buying groceries when I spotted Maggie in the line ahead of mine. She saw me too and immediately walked over. You've been avoiding me, but I don't blame you. I pushed your buttons too hard, and I deserve this. But I miss you, Jules. Maggie, you're a great person, but I think it's better if we don't stay in touch anymore. I'm finally happy in my space, and I want to keep it that way. I get it, but at least can we have coffee? One last time, for the sake of our friendship? I wanted to say no, but looking at Maggie's desperate face, I agreed. She led me to her car and started driving, but I noticed soon that we were not headed in the right direction. I asked her, and she told me that it was this new place a little outside the city. I felt uneasy and asked her to stop the car, but Maggie started speeding up. What the heck are you doing? You'll get us killed. You said you were my bestie forever, and then you dumped me for that stupid Alice. I loved you, Jules, you know that? What? Yes, I loved you, but you told me you were into guys. That's why we couldn't be together. I kept begging Maggie to slow down, but she just wouldn't listen. Panicked, I tried to take the wheel from her hand, but the car slid off the road and hit a tree. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around us and helped me and Maggie out. Thankfully, we weren't injured. Jules, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Get away from me, you freak! Don't you dare touch me! 15 minutes later, both our parents arrived. Maggie's parents apologized and begged me not to press charges, even though I really wanted to. Mom took me home, and this time, I decided to cut Maggie off for good. I got a restraining order from the court, and after that day, I never saw Maggie again. I went to therapy and started feeling a lot better. A few days later, Alice asked me to meet. We sat on the hood of her car watching the sunset. So, I've been thinking about you, and I feel like we have a spark. No, it was just a firefly. Really? Such a pity. Yeah, I know. These sparks are getting out of hands lately. Maybe we can set them on fire? We grinned at each other, knowing exactly what was going to happen next.
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for the small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match, and guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends. Until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol, veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha. She didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lin was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine. We can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to.
It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brother started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face, and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos?
Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not. It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them, especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova,
It's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition is getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands. And that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today? Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs, until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning, I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Hi, I'm Lily from New York. Please like and subscribe. My mom was once one of the biggest pageant queens in America. She was just 24 when she started a makeup company with her best friend, and they met instant success. She had me a few years later, and I grew up with literally everything, except a dad. Mom said once that he left us for some young bimbo, and we never talked about him again. And Mom never smiled when we were alone. Sure, around other people she'd smile and laugh, but not with me.
Look, Mommy, I made you this card.
It's lovely, darling.
Mom, why don't you smile much?
Because smiling leaves lines on the face, see? And we must not get lines so we can keep looking young and pretty. Mom was just as careful about my beauty. She wanted me to be a model too, and I started competing in pageants when I was 6. But as a kid, I had other interests, especially maths. Except Mom always said I wouldn't need it because I was going to be a world-famous model. It seemed like Mom had everything worked out for me, including who I was going to marry. Mom's business partner was our neighbor, and she had a son my age, Alex. It was so annoying when our moms talked about how they hoped we'd get together one day. You'll both run our company together. Our grandchildren will be adorable. Yuck! We hated each other. Alex's purpose in life seemed to be making me miserable. Once in 4th grade, I spotted my favorite doll hanging from a tree, and Alex was shooting rubber pellets at it. Alex, you moron, give that back. That's no way to talk to your future husband. I'd rather chop off my own hair than marry you. You should, 'cause it's really ugly. And then he spat some gum in my hair. I pounced on him and we wrestled until Mom pulled me away. The gum just wouldn't come out, and we had to cut some hair off. I hate Alex. Sweetie, he likes you, and he does those things to get your attention. He does them because he's a jerk. Thankfully, I saw less of him as I began participating in more pageants, and I grew to love the pretty dresses and shiny tiaras. But one day in 6th grade, I saw a new contestant, and I realized she was the shy new girl from my class, Jane. She looked so different without her glasses. When she spotted me, she looked embarrassed. Please, don't tell anyone at school about this. I don't want people thinking I'm some dumb pageant girl. Oh, then why are you even here? My mom's a model, and I'm just doing it to make her happy. I didn't mean to say you're dumb. It's just not something I want. I want to be a scientist. Jane was super smart and interesting. We soon became good friends, and she'd come over often to my place. She even met annoying Alex, but she seemed to find him funny. Mom never seemed too happy when Jane visited, though. You should be friends with pretty, classy girls like yourself. You have nothing in common with this nerd. Mom, that's Jane from the pageants. What? That's her? Why does she look like a homeless person otherwise? I didn't care why. She was my friend, and her looks didn't matter to me. In 7th grade, my mom and Alex's had a big launch party at a hotel for their new makeup range. Everything was going well, till we heard some loud voices outside. A bunch of people were shouting and holding banners, claiming that our company was using toxic chemicals. And among the protesters was Jane. Jane, what are you doing here? Why are you ruining Mom's launch party? Lily? I swear, I had no idea this was your mom's company. I just came with my mom. Just then, the hotel's security guards came and made the crowd leave. But Mom was furious. I saw Jane's mother today. She used to be my biggest pageant rival, and she's hated me. You can't trust her daughter. But Jane and I are friends, and that's not going to change. In 8th grade, Jane and I were participating in the biggest pageant in the country. She seemed uncomfortable in the high heels her mom made her wear. As she practiced walking backstage, she suddenly tripped, and the chocolate drink in her hand landed all over me. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I rushed to find Mom, who luckily brought a backup dress. That girl did it on purpose. No, Mom, she didn't. She's a snake, Lily, just like her mother. You have to take her out of the competition. Go throw this juice on her dress. Are you crazy? I'm not going to do that. But just as we'd all lined up for the stage, I heard a loud scream, and I turned to see Jane, her dress stained with juice. She'd slipped on a puddle outside her dressing room. This had to be Mom. Just then my name was called out, and I had to go on stage, and I won. But afterwards, Jane just looked at me sadly. You spilled the juice, didn't you? I didn't know winning was more important to you than our friendship. I couldn't even bring myself to say that it was Mom who'd done it, and I was never going to talk to Mom again. Jane wouldn't even look at me at school. One evening, I was sitting bummed out in my garden when Alex joined me. Please, don't cry. You look awful. Now, tell me what's wrong. And I ended up telling him everything. Don't let your mom ruin your friendship. Talk to Jane once she's cooled off, and she'll be fine. Maybe you're right. Thanks, Alex. Who knew you could be nice? Don't fall in love with me now. As if. The next day, I took the tiara I'd won and put it in Jane's locker with a note. A crown for a queen. Later at recess, I was having lunch when someone hugged me from behind. You didn't have to. You deserve it, and I'm sorry I hurt you. The good news is, I finally told Mom I'm done with pageants. She was tired of watching me lose anyway, so it's a win-win. Things were good with Jane again, and I even forgave Mom. But soon after, Alex and his mom told us that they were moving to Europe. I should have been dancing for joy, but I actually felt sad as I watched Alex leave. But then, I saw the parting gift he'd left on my bed. Gosh, I was so glad that brat was gone. As I got older, I started professional modeling. Mom never let me go out without makeup. I loved looking beautiful, but I always had to be careful not to ruin my face. Hey, want to go into the pool? I think that cute boy over there likes you. No thanks, I'll pass. Growing up, I realized that Jane and I had almost nothing in common. We even looked so different. I'd grown quite tall, but Jane's height stayed below average. She was one of the smartest girls in school and never cared about her looks, but she was still my BFF. When I turned 16, Mom threw me a big party and invited everyone from my class and my model friends. It was an Oscar-themed party and everyone came in beautiful gowns, except Jane. Couldn't you have dressed up today? Nah, you know it's not my thing. Sometime later, I went inside to check on the food, and I came back to find Jane yelling at my model friends. I know that you were talking about me. Well, guess what? Some of us don't want to look like bimbos. You're the most dull girls I've ever met, and if Lily's friends with you, she must be just as stupid. I felt furious. So this is what you think of me? That I'm stupid? Well, yeah, sometimes. Your entire life revolves around the way you look. Doesn't that sound dumb to you? Sometimes I just feel sorry for you. You have no right to judge my career, and you've just insulted the people I work with. Oh, please. You're making it sound like you work for NASA. Anyone can get dolled up and be a model. I used to be one, remember? Not a very good one. But you still felt threatened enough to sabotage me. Thanks for not letting that go. And thanks for ruining my birthday. I grabbed some cake and I rubbed it in her face. I half expected Jane to attack me, but she just turned and left. And I couldn't really enjoy the party after that. We avoided eye contact in school the next day, but later, Jane caught me alone in the library. Let me speak first. I don't think you're dumb, and I know modeling isn't easy. I just felt judged by your friends, and I overreacted. I'm sorry for ruining your party, and here's your birthday present. Maybe it's lame. I unwrapped it to find a snow globe with me and Jane's figurines inside. It's perfect, and I'm sorry too. After high school, Jane and I went off to different universities. We promised we'd meet all the time, but Mom kept me really busy with modeling campaigns, and weeks went by without seeing Jane. One evening, I texted Jane to meet up for dinner. We were having a good time when suddenly I saw some reporters coming towards our table. I'm so sorry about this. They must be here to talk about my new campaign. But instead, they went straight up to Jane. We want to know everything about your energy project selected for the Global Science Fair. It might be used in poor countries and benefit millions. How does that make you feel? As Jane answered their questions, I sat in shock. What project? When they finally left, I asked her why she hadn't told me. Oh, I was going to tell you today. I didn't earlier because you're always busy, and I thought you wouldn't be interested in that kind of stuff. Because I wouldn't care about anything except makeup and modeling? I didn't say that. And now you know, so maybe you can just be happy for me? Of course I'm happy for you, and I'm sure you'll win. She did win, and it came with a huge cash prize and some fame. She was given a medal by the mayor, and people in town kinda treated her like a celebrity. She was more famous than me now, and sometimes it bothered me. That summer she was in France for an internship, and I met her after 3 months. Her looks and wardrobe had improved a lot. Guess who I met in France this summer? I turned around to see a boy joined our table, and I couldn't believe it. Alex? Gosh, it's been so long. Wow, Lily, you look amazing. He looked pretty good himself. He told me that he and his mom were moving back to town, and I felt thrilled. Moments later, he left the table to attend a phone call, and Jane turned to me. He's really cute, isn't he? We became quite close over the summer, and I think I'm going to ask him out soon. Oh, yeah, you totally should. Over the next few weeks, Alex and Jane kept inviting me to their plans, and I just couldn't help feeling attracted to him. He was smart, funny, sophisticated, and his smile sent my heart fluttering. But I had to keep my feelings in check because Jane liked him. One day, Mom asked me to drop something at Alex's house, and I found him sunbathing by his pool, apparently asleep. Man, his abs looked fine. You done checking me out? What? I was just trying to see if you were asleep or dead. Well, that's disappointing because I was totally checking you out. Are you a model or something? Are you flirting with me, Alex? Yeah. Is there a problem? Just wondering why. You never liked me much when we were kids. But you're so pretty now. Is that all? You only like me because I'm pretty? Yeah. What else is there? I suddenly felt mad and was leaving when he pulled me down next to him. Gosh, it's always been so easy to tease you. For the record, I always liked you. You're smart and interesting, and it doesn't hurt that you're beautiful. Then he leaned in and kissed me, and it felt amazing. Till I remembered Jane. When I got home, I found Jane in the lounge, and she knew. So I dropped by earlier to see Alex and found you making out with him. What a backstabber. Jane, it's not like that. Shut up, Lily. You could have any boy, but you went for him. I think you just can't stand that lately I've been doing better than you. You got jealous, so you decided to hurt me this way. It wouldn't be the first time you played dirty. Oh my God. That freaking pageant. I didn't spill the juice, okay? My mom did. It was awful of her, but seriously, it was like 1,000,000 years ago. Who cares? You're a scientist, just like you always wanted. And yeah, Alex likes me, so deal with it. So I guess Alex just likes a pretty painted face, and everything your bimbo mom taught you finally came to good use. I lost it and attacked her. We screamed and fought till we crashed into a table. We're done. I don't even know why we're friends anymore. Finally, we agree on something. After that, Jane shut me and Alex out completely. I was mad at her for weeks. But then I started to regret the fight, and I missed her. One day, Alex was coming to pick me up, and Mom looked shocked to see me without makeup. Lily, wait. Alex can't see you this way. He already has. He makes me feel comfortable in my own skin. And yeah, I like makeup, but I don't want to hide behind it anymore. Don't you think I'm pretty without it, Mom? You know men, sweetie. Your dad left me for someone younger. Then he was a jerk, Mom. But Alex is not that person. And Jane always told me not to worry so much about the way I look, too. And she was right. A few days later, I was in my room and there was a gentle knock. It was Jane. Your mom forced me to come and said we had to fix things. Listen, I'm really sorry I said those things about her. Also, I know you didn't steal Alex. I don't even think I was mad about him. It's just that, next to you, I could be cooler than Einstein himself, and I wouldn't stand a chance with a boy. It's hard not to envy you. And I can say the same too. I instantly feel dumber around you, and I wonder if other people can tell that too. Look, Jane, I know we're really different, but we've been best friends since the 6th grade, and I can't imagine my life without you now. So, can we just be friends again? Yes, please. When the music kicked off and everyone started dancing, I escaped to the garden for some fresh air. As I sat down by the fountain and sighed, a soft object hit me squarely in the face. Then someone in black jumped down from the tree above me.
Brought your favorite cheeseburger.
Meredith, what are you doing here? And why would you hit me with a burger? Wait, are you dressed up like Catwoman?
Yeah, it's been my look for weeks now. 1, it shows off my fantastic figure, which is a service to humanity. 2, every vigilante hero needs a costume, and I've always found Catwoman classy. 3,
vigilante hero? You basically rob people.
Yeah, like Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
You steal for yourself.
I am the poor. And what's all this you nonsense? Last time I checked, we were a team. But sis, what's taking so long with this mission?
It's not that simple.
It's pretty simple. You make this rich dude fall for you, get access to his vault, steal the painting, and we run off to Bora Bora. Are you having trouble making him fall for you? Maybe he hates your eyebrows. I don't know, but I feel like punching you in the face every time I see your eyebrows, which is basically every time I see your face.
Shut up, Em. Everything's going fine.
Okay, but hurry up. This catsuit is giving me a butt rash, even though I use baby powder under it. I want to put it away soon and retire on a beach in a bikini. Aren't you looking forward to it?
Just take the stupid suit off. You're a con artist, not a cat burglar. And of course I'm looking forward to it. You should go before you blow my cover. And thanks for the burger.
It's not a gift. Duh. You're gonna pay me back. I've noted it in my diary. See ya.
I couldn't help laughing as I saw her clumsily climb the wall, then fall over to the other side. But as I turned away, I felt troubled. The problem wasn't about making this rich guy I had to rob fall for me. He already had. The problem was, I'd fallen for him too. Let's start from the start, okay? Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Connecticut. And yes, you might have heard some fun words being used for me. Deceitful witch, manipulative liar, and con artist might come up, none of which is an exaggeration, but people change, okay? Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. My mother was born into what she always called old money, which basically means her family had been rich for a long time and their wealth was passed down generations. Unfortunately, it skipped our generation. Apparently, my dad was extremely charming and swept Mom off her feet when she was just 20. She married him against her parents' wishes and they cut her off from their wealth. Then, 2 years later, Mom gave birth to twins, Dad met another woman, and he abandoned us. At least he left us the house in a nice neighborhood, but my grandparents refused to help Mom out and said she had to live with her decisions. Mom, how are you feeling now?
Like my organs are shutting down one by one.
So, same as this morning then? Here's some chicken soup.
There's no chicken in it.
Well, you asked for chicken soup when there was no chickens in the fridge, so I guess we all have to use our imaginations, don't we?
Oh, the soup at my parents' house always had chunks of chicken and big fat prawns. What has life come to now? I was raised as a creature of luxury. I'm like that fairy tale princess who couldn't sleep because of a single pea under her mattress.
So you say, but there's a bunch of sharp pebbles under your mattress and you sleep like a log and snore like a bear.
What? How could you put pebbles? I do not snore. Leave me to decompose, please.
Well, you have to return to your waitressing job, so get well soon, Mom.
Shall not.
I loved Mom, but she was basically a spoiled, selfish child who just couldn't adapt to her change in fortunes and start acting like a freaking parent. My sister Meredith and I were twins, but we looked nothing alike. With her soft blonde hair and big baby blues, she looked like the kind of sweet soul who saved kittens from trees, helped old people across the road, and sang to birds. She didn't look like she had an ounce of evil in her, which wasn't true, like at all. But we'll come back to that later. From an early age, it was clear to me and Meredith that we had to be resourceful for money. I started doing odd jobs for our rich neighbors in the 8th grade, like raking their gardens, walking their dogs, and babysitting their kids. But Meredith was always finding more creative ways, like taking stupid boys in her class on paid exclusive tours to an alien site she'd discovered in the nearby forest. I'd seen her digging up the crater where the spaceship had landed, or selling youth water to high school girls, claiming she'd traveled far to the Fountain of Youth over summer break and had a limited supply. They actually thought she was telling the truth because it tasted different. Yeah, that's because she was filling up bottles from the neighbor's gross jacuzzi. People eventually caught on and stopped buying from her, and that's when she started stealing from me. But whenever I'd confront her, she'd throw a tantrum and deny it like I'd accused her of killing someone. So the next time, I hid money in my diary and made my latest entry. Dear Diary, guess what? What? When Mom took Meredith to the hospital for her sore throat the other day, the doctors made a shocking discovery. Meredith has a rare, incurable disease. She only has a few more months with us. We've decided not to tell her so she isn't scared and lives the rest of her short life in peace. Yes, I'm sad, but not that much because my baby sister is going to a better place and's leaving me all her stuff. I knew my trick had worked when Meredith came down one morning with swollen eyes. When Mom asked her what was wrong, she burst into tears about her incurable disease.
Where would you get an idea like that?
Yes, Meredith. Please, tell Mom where you got this idea from.
You wrote it in your... Oh, wait, you chubby witch! You made me believe I was dying!
Meredith lunged at me and we went rolling all over the kitchen floor. But she ended up getting grounded for a month for stealing and invading my privacy. I soon started missing her at dinner time though. So late one night, I snuck into her room with ice cream to find her playing darts with my face as the target. I'm sorry you're stuck here, but you did steal from me. I know we don't have a lot right now, but we'll work hard and make money in the future.
But the future is in the future. What do I do now when I need money for mascara and gummy bears?
Maybe we can think of some business idea.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
She pulled out a box from under her bed full of t-shirts.
So you know my friend George, the next-door gardener's nephew? Apparently he volunteers at a mental institution every weekend. The owners got t-shirts made from all the patients, but they refuse to wear them, blah, blah. So now the mental place has hundreds of these lying in storage. George said he can score them for me, and we could have our own t-shirt range with cute things written on them. Look, here's one I made for myself.
I want to go to Bora Bora, but I'm Bora Bora. Please help me. Funny.
I'm very serious, actually. I'm gonna live in Bora Bora one day. So, are we selling these t-shirts?
I'm in.
I also made one for you. That'll be $10, thanks.
Money can't buy happiness, but poverty can't buy anything. Please help me. You should pay me for wearing this. Meredith didn't have the best reputation in our neighborhood or school to sell things, so we decided to hit the other end of town and set up a t-shirt stall outside a private school. With my salesmanship and Meredith's flirting, we managed to sell quite a few on the first day. We started setting up shop at different locations, and one day as we were heading home, Meredith suddenly said she had to pee really badly. So we walked up to the closest house to ask if they'd let us use the bathroom. We rang the bell, but no one seemed to be home. I was peeking in through the window when suddenly I turned around to see Meredith already crawling halfway through one. Are you crazy? That's breaking and entering!
I'll kick in your face so hard that you'll need plastic surgery, which we don't have money for. If you don't want to be ugly for the rest of your life, let me pee.
I let her go and was standing guard at the door when, to my horror, a car suddenly pulled into the driveway and a snooty woman stepped out.
Hey, you girl. What are you doing lurking around my house? Were you thinking of breaking in?
What? No, of course not. I'm a Girl Scout selling cookies. Yeah, I study in the, Aston Bridge School for Girls.
Oh, I see. It's a lovely school. I know many people whose children go there. Sorry for my mistake. I'll be happy to buy some cookies from you. Put me down for 20 boxes.
Sure. It's, $5 a box, so that'll be $100. I'm putting your name down on my list, and I'll drop them by tomorrow.
That's perfect, sweetie. Here's the money. I'll see you soon.
Just then, I saw Meredith slip out the window, and as soon as the lady went in, we ran like crazy down the block and then collapsed on some grass.
Look, I took some pastries from her kitchen. Perfect for a spontaneous picnic.
That's stealing!
Oh, you're one to talk. I heard the whole cookie conversation from inside. You took that lady's money, and you're never going to give her any cookies.
I was just trying to distract her before she caught your butt. I didn't think she'd be dumb enough to actually give me the money. I can return it.
Look, she didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She's a rich snob who was being really rude till she thought you were someone rich, too. You didn't force her to give you money at gunpoint. Oh, Claire, this has just given me the best idea.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Dumb people deserve to be tricked. And what does $100 mean to someone who has a gold toilet seat?
I knew it was wrong, but it was also so easy. And before I knew it, Meredith and I were wearing private school uniforms and hitting different neighborhoods collecting money for Girl Scout cookies that we had no intention to deliver. We made $2,000 in a month. But one day, when we went up to a rich old lady's house, she invited us in and even offered us cake as we signed her up. How many boxes will that be, ma'am?
Oh, none, thank you. You see, I don't buy imaginary cookies.
What?
I'd heard that there were 2 conning Girl Scouts in town, and I was ready for you. I've called the police, and you 2 will end up in a detention center.
Just then, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. In the confusion, Meredith kicked the old lady and yelled, "Run!" As we were sprinting down the street, I suddenly noticed a nerdy-looking boy my age running beside us too, grinning and waving at us. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm your new neighbor, Freddie. I'm the one who saved you from that old crow.
What? I'm so confused right now.
New neighbor? You moved into the house next to ours? Why are you here?
I was bored and saw you girls leaving your house, so I followed you for fun. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little cookie secret. When I heard that old lady threatening you, I went to the main circuit board and pulled out a wire with my tweezer, which I always keep handy.
You could have been electrocuted. You're either incredibly smart or exceptionally dumb.
My mom says the exact same thing, except for the incredibly smart part.
Listen, you geek, what do you want? If you think you're gonna get a cut of our profits.
No, my parents are well off. They're neurosurgeons. I just want to be friends. I swear, I don't have any siblings and I don't know anyone here.
What if we say no?
I'll keep following you around until you say yes?
Okay, fine. Congratulations. You got yourself 2 friends.
Oh, I'm so happy! Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year!
And from that day on, that goof really did become our best friend, especially mine. He was like the sibling I never had. I mean, the nice sibling who did my nails and watched the channel I wanted to watch on TV without arguing. He was also really generous. I didn't want to take advantage of it, but Meredith and Mom had no problem keeping all the gifts he was always getting us. We decided to lay low with our conning activities in case the old lady had actually told the police about us. But soon after we joined the 11th grade, a new drama unfolded in our lives. A family moved into the huge white house across the street. Apparently, the couple who'd bought the place was loaded, and they had 5 teenage boys.
Finally, some eligible bachelors on our street.
Thanks. My feelings aren't hurt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry I left you out, sweetie. Maybe you'll find someone too. I mean, they have 5 boys. There's a good chance one of them is gay.
What? Why would you think?
Okay, girls, here's a basket of goodies for you to take over as a welcome present. Now go, throw yourselves at those boys.
Meredith and I rolled our eyes, but we decided there wasn't any harm in checking them out, and we were welcomed by the ugliest quadruplets ever. They were really sweet and really excited to see us, but with their orange hair, acne, and buck teeth, they were not a pretty sight.
Man, I feel sorry for those parents. Like, you know, Mom got one average-looking kid, but God made it up by giving her me. But those parents, oof, God decided to use copy-paste on that ugly model. They must have done something terrible to deserve this.
Huh? You are so rude.
Oh, shut up. I know you're thinking the same. I just have the guts to say it out loud.
But then a day later, I'd just woken up when the bell rang, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello. I'm Eric. You got some of your mail? I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are. So unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire! What the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even going to go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude. And she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up.
You shut up.
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first.
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard, and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases, since she met all the criteria. But what's it going to cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not going to get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just gonna sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage. Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies, complete with the hospital seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Oh my God, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
We ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing science experiments on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have a pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And what did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own. And it turns out, there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again. And we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew, and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before. Believe me. Ow!
What my partner means is there's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack.
He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks.
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in frickin' Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls. I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you, as strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and—
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the three of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments. But I do feel a connection to you, as strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and—
Kiss her, now!
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
We will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia?
Why not? She's Russian. Isn't she? Oh, yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone. Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh. Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two?
There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back, or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people.
Arthur was very confused, but they finally got married. Later, as everyone moved towards the dance floor, Freddie asked me to join him.
So, now your mom is well and you have a rich stepfather. What are your plans?
I like traveling around with Meredith. Maybe I'll do that for some time. There isn't any reason to stay here anyway.
Ouch. Why don't you just hit me with an axe?
Of course, there's you. I can always come visit.
That's not good enough, Claire. Look, I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever, and let's not pretend you don't know that. Don't you think you can give us a chance? We're best friends, and I'd do anything for you.
I know, Freddie, but I just can't. I love you, but not like you want me to.
You can try dating me. Maybe you'll feel differently.
I don't think I will.
And I can give you a good life.
You don't need to live like a freaking criminal anymore.
Some people might call me an artist.
Con artist, yeah. Still a criminal.
Maybe I enjoy being one. It's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're going to be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and she'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and you'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern, but word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty, innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me, the glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Soufflé, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kind of stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves. Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Harry, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay, you're out, fatty. Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it. And we heard a loud crack. Oh my God, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it. But what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things. Unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot. And I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. Tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly, and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my God, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. They pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to... whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom, who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my God, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, We took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head, but I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddie doing here?
Hi, guys. I'm Freddie. Old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you'll steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my God, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you gals know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron.
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my God, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stuffed my toe hard. Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge! I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes. And that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now, please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it. You've got to be kidding me! I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger, but soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the Toilet Princess.
Grammar Queen.
Duchess of Poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it, has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
You guys stop. You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called the doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I only have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard, James, talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic. They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not. Shut up.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders' dinner, with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with him, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to every god that no alarms would go off, I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike, you're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude, I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus. All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Soufflé ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me he would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off, and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you, and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen a suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good Lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
Ah, the sleeping beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you were smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu. So long. Farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great. Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Oh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me, too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money.
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur.
What?
More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I lose the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, cause you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology, and our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that and destroyed the technology, and after that I had to go on the run because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant, so I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool.
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. When I finally recovered my memory a week ago, I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long, he thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home.
So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to...
Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family, and then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever.
There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, it's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry.
Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane, and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh, God. I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow! Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, cornered me by my locker.
Hey, Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me. His eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake a feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She flitted the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong?
The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople.
My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately.
Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late.
I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper.
You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna.
I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering
horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
We worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to pack up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives.
My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby.
But Damien, the neighbors... He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you. Damien looked at me with pure hatred. And ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class.
If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures.
Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math?
Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect.
It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her.
You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top!
Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. Hey, Superman, these algebra exercises won't solve themselves.
Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel.
Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast? Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside? What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her.
Her father is actually one of the richest people in town.
Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. Excuse me, Chanel, right?
Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart.
Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal?
What do you mean?
I just like him, and I'm going to ask my daddy to transfer him to my school. I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you. Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition. Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank. But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications.
Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places?
My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous.
The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before.
I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend.
How are you related?
Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend.
Why would you come to her party?
Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together.
What? But she's with my brother.
Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out.
Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now, and they're in love.
That's what you think.
Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back.
You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude.
Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious, and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch.
Sasha, why are you making such a commotion?
Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine.
Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful.
Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems.
Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha.
After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake.
Where's Chanel?
Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first.
Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out.
I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job.
I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which prove that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but right now I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in. What are you doing here? Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry, but you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha. We have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you aren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay. I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population.
vacation. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my my plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my God, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was going to break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me. No, I don't like you. You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back. So annoying. We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he'd told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out. Is Arthur back? No. Then let me sleep and go away. Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena. I'm not going in there. Why? Too chicken to lose? As if you're on. Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers? No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too. Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you. You too? Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure. No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just... Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you. And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad. How is he? He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again. I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened. Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes. Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words, "Teen Thief." Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business. What? Why would they think I took all that money? The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinions stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani.
The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand, but you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god. I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes. They're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not. But that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie? And Kai is free to do whatever he wants. But you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it. And what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
She confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on. Charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh God, stop! Are you gonna kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US.
and now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him. I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back. I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone. I left it at the hotel. Gosh, he was such a handful. Take me with you. What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl. Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she? You want to know her and not me? Fine. She's a family friend, but why? Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me. Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter? I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice. If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love. But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself? I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine. Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the U.S., I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well. Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard. Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl. I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep. You, get away from him. I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend. Then why was she clicking your pictures like that? Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time? Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it. But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time! What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that? It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom
and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart.
But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe.
I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit, too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my God, what's wrong?
I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know?
Okay. And is the girly scream part of the training too?
Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill.
Makes sense. You want to get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town.
Come on, you can't finish a burger?
Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the? Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you. He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known?
Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot?
Why didn't you say something then?
I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar.
Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine.
Huh? What necklace?
I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it.
Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was.
But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then,
Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand. Where did you get this from? It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears. Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive. She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China. Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me. So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom. And this necklace must be a fake. Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her. Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me. I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years. I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh, dear. Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard? Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life. Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out? I'll have to think about it.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out, a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either. And then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police. But even a week later, they had no news of him. him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out. Is Arthur back? No. Then let me sleep and go away. Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena. I'm not going in there. Why? Too chicken to lose? As if you're on. Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers? No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too. Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you. You too? Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure. No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just... Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you. And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad. How is he? He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again. I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
And I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. We got some of your mail. I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are, so unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire! What the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even going to go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude. And she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up.
You shut up.
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first.
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard, and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases since she met all the criteria. But what's it going to cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not going to get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just going to sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter. My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please, like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car.
I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded.
Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay,
Maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom? Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here?
Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
Hi everyone, my name is Hazel and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to two genius parents who were masters of their craft. My mom was a big corporate lawyer and her work mostly kept her away from home. But I didn't miss her at all because I had the best dad in the world to keep me company. He was a genius scientist and I was like a mini version of him. I loved science too and hung around his workspace all the time.
Look, Dad. I found these.
Oh, no, honey. Get away from that. I was really notorious and would cause trouble around the lab all the time. Where did all the lab rats go? Hazel! As a result, Dad and his best friends, Mr. Jones, would shut me out of the lab during all their cool experiments, and I'd just hate it. I was 6 and a science genius in my class. I wasn't going to give up so easily, so I went to the kitchen to eat something and fuel my brain. But there I saw a really chubby kid munching on some donuts Dad had bought for me.
Hey, you thief! How did you get in here?
The kid immediately dropped everything and crawled under the dining table.
Tell me who you are right now, or I'm gonna call the cops.
He came out shivering and told me his name was Andy. And surprisingly, he was Mr. Jones's son. As we began talking, he told me that he mostly stayed at home with his nanny and didn't really have any friends.
And why's that? They all pick on me for looking different, and 'cause I don't have a mom.
Suddenly, his eyes went teary, and it kind of melted my heart.
Don't worry, I'll be your friend, and if anyone tries to bully you, I'll kick their butts.
Before I could finish, he hugged me tight, and in no time, we became the bestest of friends. We even built our own lab and spent all our time playing together. One evening, I was baking a cake to surprise Andy on his 9th birthday when I heard Dad and Mr. Jones arguing. Just then, Mom grabbed Mr. Jones's hand and stormed out of there. What was going on? I went in and Dad burst into tears and hugged me.
What happened, Dad? Are you okay?
Oh, sweetie, I think I'm gonna lose it all. All the hard work I put into this one project of my life. Jones is gonna take it away from me, along with your mom.
What? Mr. Jones was stealing Dad's work? And Mom was siding with him? How could she?
But before I could ask her, Mom declared that night that she was gonna divorce Dad and take me along with her. And I just couldn't keep my cool.
No, Mom, I'm not going anywhere with you. Dad was the one who raised me while you were never here. And now that he needs us, you want to leave? You're awful, and I hate you.
I stormed back to my room while Mom tried to talk to me. I wasn't going to listen to her. A few days later, Mom moved out, and I never got to see her, Mr. Jones, or Andy after that, and it kind of broke my heart. But Dad was more miserable than me. He lost all his money, and we had to move to a much smaller house. After that, Dad spent most of his time in his room, so I tried to come up with ways to cheer him up.
Look, Dad, I made you pancakes. Look, Dad, I invented this super cool machine.
But nothing worked, and Dad's situation got worse day by day. Then a few days later, I saw Mr. Jones on TV, and he was being awarded as the Scientist of the Year for Dad's research. It angered me so much that I decided I was going to get Dad's revenge on him somehow. So I pulled up my socks and started studying harder. And luckily, I got into the same high school that was owned by Mr. Jones. On my very first day, I was on my way to the principal's office to submit some documents when some girl tripped me in the hallway, and I fell onto a guy ripping his t-shirt wide open, and the girl who tripped me started yelling at me.
How dare you humiliate my friend in front of everyone? Get up and apologize to him now.
What? You made me fall. If anything, you should be the one saying sorry.
How dare you talk back to me like that?
The guy suddenly stepped in. That's enough, Rita. Let her go.
What? Why?
He came forward and handed me all my documents and took that girl away with him. Later, I discovered that his name was Andrew and he was the football captain and that mean witch was his friend Rita.
And both of them were in the same class as me. Perfect.
I went ahead and took a seat, but Andrew came and sat right next to me. Hey there, I'm sorry about how my friend spoke to you earlier. She can be a bit intense.
Is that why she's shooting lasers at us right now?
Ignore her. Do you maybe want to hang out with us later?
I think I'll pass. I've got so much to catch up on. But for some reason, that guy wouldn't leave me alone. At the cafeteria, in the library, and even after school.
Hi.
What was his deal? Look, I don't know what you're up to, but I'd appreciate it if you...
I want to take you out on a date.
A what? Are you kidding me? You want to take this witch out on a date?
Rita, watch it.
Really? You want to side with this ugly duckling, Andrew? Fine, so be it. Gosh, this girl was crazy.
But the kids at school were even crazier. The rumors of me dating the school's heartthrob were going viral. And as I entered the hallways, an egg came flying straight onto my face. Yikes! I rushed to the washroom to clean it, but Rita came suddenly from behind and pulled my hair.
How can you even dream of dating Andrew when you know he's mine?
I pushed her away, and before we knew it, we broke into an ugly catfight and ended up in bruises. I had to tell Andrew to get rid of those rumors now. So I went ahead to look for him on the playground. But then what I saw next shocked me. Mr. Jones was hugging Andrew after he won the football match, and that's when I realized Andrew was Andy, Mr. Jones's son, and my childhood friend. Holy freaks! For a moment, I felt so happy about Andrew, but then seeing Mr. Jones burned me on the inside. And Andrew's offer to date me was a perfect opportunity to get closer to Mr. Jones and ruin things for him just like he did for my dad. So I went ahead and pulled Andrew for a kiss in front of everyone. Whoa, that was
awesome, I know. That's what you wanted, right? And that's what you get, boyfriend.
After that day, Andrew and I started dating officially. We'd spend most of our time together and he'd make me laugh tons. It was a complete surprise to see him transform into this really cool and outgoing person.
So different from how he was when we were kids. But of course, Rita fumed with anger seeing us together, and I couldn't help teasing her more. One time, I was working in the library after school when Andrew came and pulled me out of there. Hey, what are you doing? Shh, it's a surprise. We then rode to a hilltop outside the city, and everything looked so beautiful from up there. Just then, Andrew ran back to his car and brought a big cake lit with candles, and it made me teary-eyed seeing how much this guy cared for me.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, never better. I didn't even remember it was my birthday. It was then I realized I was really falling for him, but the thought of using him to get to his dad was kind of crushing my heart.
I have been wanting to tell you something, Hazel.
Before he could finish, my phone started ringing, and I was shocked to discover Dad was admitted to the hospital. Andrew asked his driver to immediately take us to the hospital, but I didn't want him discovering who I really was, so I asked him to stay back. Later, the doctors told me that Dad was quite ill and needed a lot of care to get well soon. I rushed to the nurse to inquire about the treatment and the expenses, but she told me everything was already taken care of, and it didn't take me long to figure out who'd do that. I left the hospital and saw Andrew waiting outside for me. Why'd you do that?
Why won't I? It's your dad, Hazel, and if you were in my place, you would have done the same.
No, I wouldn't. His dad was the reason my dad was so sick in the first place, and there was no way I was forgiving that man, even after what Andrew did for my dad. A few weeks later, Dad was much better and was sent back home. Andrew called me up later the same day and invited me for a party at his place. And that was perfect. Mr. Jones was apparently working on another big research project, and if I could get into their house and get my hands on it, it would be the perfect revenge. So I happily agreed. But when I got there, I was shocked to see Mom laughing and celebrating with Mr. Jones. I couldn't help hating her even more. After a while, when Andrew went away to get me a drink, I sneaked further into the house and found Mr. Jones's study. Bingo! I was going through some papers and documents there when suddenly the door flew open and I was shocked to see Mom standing there.
Hazel, it's you, right?
Oh, my daughter, what are you doing here? She ran to me and hugged me tight, but I pushed her away. Don't you touch me. You're not my mom. What are you saying? Then she looked at the mess I had created as I was going through all the papers, and the look on her face changed.
What are you doing here, Hazel?
I'm here to do the same thing that your lover, Mr. Jones, did to Dad. He stole Dad's research and took all the credit and money for it. With your help, Mom.
What? Who told you that?
That's a lie. Jones is my friend, not my lover, and he didn't steal anything. It was your dad who got greedy and tried to steal Jones's research and sell it. What? You're lying. No, I'm not. Clearly, your dad has been feeding you lies. This couldn't be true. I rushed out of that room, but Andrew was standing right outside the door, and judging by his face, I could tell that he heard everything. But I felt too ashamed to face him now, so I just stormed out of there, and Mom followed me all the way home, too. When we got there, I went straight to Dad and confronted him about everything.
Tell your daughter the truth.
And suddenly, Dad just broke into tears.
Oh, Hazel, forgive me, my daughter.
I can't believe it, Dad. All those years, you lied to me about everything, about Mom. How could you?
'Cause I love you, honey. When I realized I was gonna lose everything, I didn't want to lose you too,
So you decided to lie and ruin my life? All this time, I hated two innocent people and made it my life's mission to get revenge on them for ruining our happiness. I even hurt someone I really care about, all because of your lies, Dad. I can never forgive you, ever. I ran to my room crying, but Mom came there and comforted me. I always knew you loved your dad more than me, sweetie, and I just couldn't force you to come with me when you weren't ready to listen. But I shouldn't have given up on our relationship so easy. I'm so sorry. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry for hating you too without giving you a chance. I moved out with Mom and we shifted to a different city. She got me enrolled into a really good school and I reconnected with her all over again. A few months later at Christmas, I was decorating the house with my mom when I heard a knock on the door. I was shocked to see Andrew standing right in front of my eyes. What? What are you doing here?
Your mom invited me.
I still couldn't bring myself to look at him, so I turned around. But Andrew took my hand.
Listen to me, Hazel. It wasn't your fault. Your mom told me everything.
How does it change anything, Andrew? I hid the truth from you and dated you to hurt your dad. So you're supposed to hate me.
I can't, because I love you. I've always loved you, Hazel, ever since we were kids. And you weren't the only one hiding things. That day at school, when you fell and you dropped your documents, I saw your personal information, and I knew in an instant it was you. That's why I couldn't keep away from you.
You knew? Then why didn't you say anything?
Because I didn't want to scare you away after what happened to our dads. I wanted you to realize I actually loved you, and I know you do too. So please, stop running away from it.
I looked into his eyes, and I couldn't help but see the love for me in them. I love you too, Andrew.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure. Let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually, she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off!
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident, but as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I liked likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Hi, my name is Elena, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who used to travel from one place to another, entertaining people on the streets. And after I was born, I became part of her gang too. She'd wrap herself in bandages and dress me up in shabby clothes, and then we'd go out and put on little acts in front of people. I'd feel weird about this, but seeing Mom's face light up after getting the money from people would make me happy too.
Oh, honey, ever since you've come into my life, I've been bathing in riches. You're so lucky for me.
Mom adored me and often took me to parks and picnics, and we'd put on our little acts there too. Our life was perfect, but there was one issue. I couldn't speak. No matter how hard I tried, not even a single word would come out of my mouth, and it really upset me. Honey, you're gonna be fine. We love you just the way you are. But when I was 7, I discovered something really shocking. Like always, Mom asked me to put on an act and faint in front of an approaching bicycle one evening. But surprisingly, the man went all bonkers on us.
Get the kid out of my way, you morons!
OMG, what have you done to my daughter?
I know people like you. Frauds. You rob innocent people like this, but I'm not gonna fall for your act.
Suddenly, a crowd gathered, and Mom broke into tears, and I couldn't keep still. I got up and hugged her.
Look, she's totally fine. Huh? So you want my mute daughter to die now? You heartless jerk.
But the fight just got worse, and in all that chaos, I somehow let out a loud scream. Stop! Everyone turned to me.
They are frauds. The girl's not mute. Catch them!
Mom grabbed me, and we ran from there. But when we reached our van, she looked at me suspiciously.
Why didn't you tell me you could talk? I'm the one who tricks people, but you've been tricking me this whole time?
She did what? I had so many questions, but again, I couldn't speak. Later, she took me to a doctor, and we discovered that I was just a late speaker. And with practice, I could speak like the other kids. But my happiness was incomplete because now I knew the reality. My mom was a con artist who made fools out of people and took money from them.
Come on, baby. We're getting late, and this time make sure you don't shout or scream. You're a good girl, right?
No, and I'm not going anywhere.
What? Why?
You liar. Bad.
How can you say that, honey? I had no means to raise you. That's why I got into this business, and now you're saying I'm bad? Do you know, if I stop doing this, you're gonna have to give up on so many things. All your favorite foods and trips. Can you do that?
Well, maybe she really had no option, but I knew that this was wrong, and I refused to be a part of it anymore. I told her to stop with the stupid acts and get me into school, or I'd go to the police. So we shifted to Seattle, and there, Mom got me enrolled in a public school. I made tons of friends, and I was the happiest there. But then, in the 7th grade, things took a wild turn. A woman named Mrs. Miller came knocking on the door and claimed that she was my birth mom.
That's rubbish. She's my daughter.
The woman told us that she discovered some years back that I got exchanged at birth, and ever since then, she'd been looking for me.
I don't believe you. You look like some fraud to me. And believe me when I say I can smell 'em.
Mom! I know it's hard to trust me, but I'm sure you're my daughter, Elena. Please, give me a chance to prove it. But Mom pushed her out, and I felt really uneasy about this. What if she was actually telling the truth? And then a few days later, the unthinkable happened. Cops came to our house and arrested my mom. Wait, what are you doing? My mom's innocent. But the cops showed me CCTV footage, and it turned out Mom had robbed a bank this time, and now she was going to serve time in jail. As a result, I was sent to a foster home, and it broke my heart. It was worse than prison, and I was ready to run out of there. But then Mrs. Miller came to see me there one day. Oh, Elena, I saw everything that's happened on the news, and I didn't want to leave you alone, dear. She tried hugging me, but I pushed her away. My own mom lied to me. I wasn't going to trust some stranger now. I know you can't trust me, but I don't want you to live in such a place when your mom can take care of you. And I will get you the proof you need. Mrs. Miller kept persisting, so I agreed to get a DNA test, and just like she'd said, the results were a match, and she was indeed my birth mom. I was super shocked by this revelation, and moving in with her seemed so much better than rotting in this filthy place. So I agreed, and she took me to a palace-like house. My birth mom was frickin' rich. This is going to be your home now, sweetie, but I need you to promise me something. The girl who was switched with you, Stella, I haven't told her about any of this yet. I've loved her like my own child, and I want more time to speak with her about this, okay? I promised not to say a word about it, but as we entered, a cute little boy bumped into me, and we both fell on our butts flat. Ouch! That hurt! Hey, are you okay? I helped him up, and Mrs. Miller told me that he was my younger brother, Jeremy. And indeed, we looked so much alike, but he seemed really shy and ran away. Later during dinner, Mrs. Miller introduced me to Stella.
A distant relative? But how come I've never heard about her, Mom?
Because she lived very far away, honey. But now Elena's gonna stay with us for a while, and I want you guys to be good to her, okay?
Don't worry. I'm gonna take good care of her, and we're gonna be like besties.
Stella seemed like a very nice girl. She showed me around the house and even let me borrow some of her gorgeous dresses.
I'm having a sleepover tonight with my friends, and we're gonna have so much fun.
And she was right. It was a blast. Everyone loved me and kept complimenting me.
Your cousin is amazing, Stella. You should invite her to all our sleepovers. And I guess we won't even miss you because she's so much more fun.
Gosh, these girls were so funny and crazy. They asked me some questions about my family, and I came up with some random lies. But Stella looked a bit suspicious. The next few days were amazing. Mrs. Miller would take me out shopping, and we'd have so much fun getting to know each other. She even took me to her workplace, and I got this proud feeling knowing that she was a top lawyer in a huge firm. And soon, I wanted to be just like her. But that night when I was asleep, I heard some strange noise in my room, and I saw someone going through my stuff. It was Stella. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just checking up on you. Go back to sleep.
Saying that, she rushed out of the room, but I felt really uneasy and I couldn't sleep after that, so I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. And there, I found Jeremy hiding behind the kitchen counter, binging on ice cream and cookies.
Caught you. No, please don't tell anyone I was here. I swear, I didn't eat anything.
Hey, it's okay. I'm not telling anyone. Relax. After he calmed down, I asked him what was wrong. I binge eat when I'm nervous about anything. What are you nervous about, Jeremy? I always fail all my subjects and all my friends make fun of me, and we have tests coming up. It's freaking me out. What if I helped you with your studies?
Really?
Yeah. And we can teach those nasty kids a lesson so they won't ever pick on you ever again.
You're so amazing, sis.
Saying that, he hugged me tight, and after that, I'd spend all my evenings teaching Jeremy in his room. Over time, I discovered that we had so much in common and we bonded so well together. I'm so happy to see you guys getting along, Elena. Yeah, I've been helping him study, but I guess he's too exhausted for the day, so I'll go now. I was leaving the room, but just then, Mrs. Miller took my hand gently. It's a good thing that I never gave up on looking for you. I'm so glad you're here, my daughter. I'm glad too, Mom. When I said Mom, her eyes lit up and she hugged me tight. Then a week later, I started school, and all of Stella's friends were so happy to see me there. Who's the gorgeous girl, Stella? Why don't you introduce us? Well, I'm not sure either. Why don't you go ask her? Saying that, she ignored me and went away with her friends. But I didn't like her being this way with me. So later that night, I went to ask her, Hey, what's the matter? You've been acting weird lately. Yeah? That's because I know something's up. And you and Mom are both lying to us. Oh, really? Is that why you were going through my stuff the other day?
Don't act, Elena.
Nothing you say ever matches up, and it's been so many days and no family member ever calls you. What are you hiding? I knew she'd figure out something was up sooner or later, but I couldn't tell her anything now, so I just left. Soon it was our birthday, and Mom decided to throw a huge party for both of us. And I got a really awesome gift for Stella to make things up with her again. Hey, you look so pretty. I got this for you, and I'm sure you're gonna love it. She opened the box and her eyes lit up. I've got something even better for you that's gonna blow your mind. I wasn't quite sure what she meant till something terrible happened at the party. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Stella got onto the stage and grabbed the mic. Hey everyone, as you all know, it's my birthday, but it's also Elena's birthday, and I've got a great surprise for her. But before that, you should all know who Elena is. Saying that, a slideshow opened on a screen behind her, and it had pictures of my mom and all the news about her being a con artist and a robber. That's Elena's mom, and Elena's a fraud, just like her.
Stella, stop this nonsense at once.
Oh, this ain't nonsense, Mom. This is the truth. And now I want to know why you brought this street rat here and hid it from me. You're such a horrible person, Stella. Oh, do you want to cry like a little baby? Stop it. Don't hurt her. She isn't the con woman's daughter. You are. Suddenly, a loud silence swept across the room. Have you lost it, Jeremy? What are you talking about? Stop hurting Elena. She's my real sister.
No, Jeremy, stop.
Stella looked at Mom with questioning eyes. What? What is Jeremy saying? Mom? Mom remained silent, and the look on Stella's face changed and she ran to her room. After that, Mom asked all the guests to leave.
Jeremy, how did you know this?
Once, I heard you talking on the phone about how you were looking for your daughter who got exchanged. And that night, when you came into my room, I wasn't sleeping, and I heard Elena was my real sister.
Oh, Jeremy, but you shouldn't have said this in front of everyone.
You were crying, and Stella was hurting you, so I immediately went up to Stella's room, but she wouldn't let anyone in. Even Mom tried talking to her, but she didn't come out of her room for a few hours, and I decided to break in through the window. But when I got there, I saw she was lying unconscious on the floor. We immediately rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she was all right, but she just passed out because of shock. Later that night, when she gained consciousness, I was right next to her. What are you doing? Get away from me. Stella, calm down. I know it's a big shock for you, and I can understand how you feel, but please, listen to me. I don't want to hear anything, Elena. I hate you. I'm going to lose all my family and my home because of you. You're not losing anything, okay? Mom's loved you for so long and brought you up like her own daughter. How can you even think that she'd replace you?
Elena's right, Stella. You're my daughter and my family, and you're always going to stay here with us.
But Elena's your real daughter. Isn't that why you brought her here? And now even Jeremy loves her more than me.
She is my daughter, but so are you. I love you both equally.
Yeah, I love you both equally too. I'm sorry for what I did. So, you promise you're never gonna let me go, and I'll always be important to you?
I promise, honey. Suddenly, she pulled Mom in for a tight hug, and I joined too.
You guys, I'm here too. Come on then. What are you waiting for? Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a check and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it. Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour.
Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV.
But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke.
Poison!
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house, and even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive. You can always talk to me about anything, you know. I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent, no doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Carker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie, I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you've seen my lost, mop. Thought it might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad? I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because
because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Hi, my name is Gigi, and I'm from Illinois. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I have loved cars. I guess it's because my dad is a professional racer. I grew up hanging out with him at the racetrack, and his pit crew always treated me like one of their own. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally a girly girl. I love to do makeup, get my nails done, shop for the latest trends, and post selfies on Instagram. But given the choice between a hairbrush and a socket wrench, well, you can't fix a car with a hairbrush. The year I turned 16, my dad was in a terrible accident while racing. It was so hard for my mom to see him in the hospital, but I did the best I could to help by keeping my little brother and sister in line while she was visiting him. I cooked and cleaned, and sure, I hated it, but I had been raised with a pit crew mentality. Everyone pitches in. I missed my dad, and I couldn't wait for things to get back to normal. At night, I would watch NASCAR videos on my phone under the covers, dreaming of the day that it would be me driving. One day at school, our mechanics teacher said he was offering extra credit for anyone who wanted to work on fixing up an old car after class. My arm practically came out of my socket as I raised it to volunteer. The boy sitting next to me sneered. But you're just a girl. I took a wrench that I had in my zini purse and slammed it on his desk. Okay, flyboy, what kind of wrench is this? I was mad, but even though he was dressed in retro style, I couldn't help but notice his wavy blonde hair and steel blue eyes. He was kinda gorgeous. It was like I was watching a unicorn flip his mane in slow motion. I bet you're all thinking, focus girl, this guy is trouble with a capital WTH. And then he answered as if he was teaching me something.
Torque wrench. I can show you how to use it if you need a lesson.
Oh, no, he didn't. The only lesson to learn here is how to get up from the floor when I knock you out. The whole class laughed at him. He pushed his chair back and got in my face. Are we gonna fight? The class started cheering. Did they really want to see me fight this gorgeous, annoying unicorn? Hold on, was this guy my nemesis? Smart, gorgeous, and into cars? Just like me? The teacher stepped in front of me before anything could happen while he stormed out of class. I was sent to the office, and he got away. So unfair, right? As I was sitting in the office waiting, I spied him on the football field through the office window. His hood was up, but I knew it was him. I saw him hand another boy a small package in exchange for money. I had no idea what he was up to. I only knew that this is my school, and I had to protect it from bad guys doing shady things.
Since you're an honor student, I'm letting you leave this time, but I don't want any more messes, and I will talk to Diego about this later. I thought if the principal wasn't going to take this seriously, I was going to figure out what this guy was really up to. After my next class, I was talking to some cute boys about our favorite subject, NASCAR, and they invited me to go dune buggy racing with them that weekend. Diego must have heard as he walked by. Dune buggy? I guess you can't drive a real car. I followed him to confront him about his rude comment and saw him walk off alone to a lunchroom table. He took a half-eaten apple out of his pocket and started eating it. I stopped myself from gagging at the thought of eating what looked like something you would find in the trash. Gross! I needed to let him know that I was watching his every move, so I walked by him and gave him a dirty look. What's the matter? Couldn't afford a whole apple? He stood up, and I thought, this is it. I'm gonna wrestle him to the ground and search his pockets for evidence. Just then, my friends walked up to me, congratulating me for standing up to this bully earlier. But before they even noticed he was there, he put his hood over his head and darted away.
We heard what you did, girl.
Chalk one up for girl power.
Girls can do anything.
I was loving all the positive attention. I was, after all, the hero of this story, but I couldn't believe he didn't challenge me. I expected more of a fight from my mortal enemy. I was thinking that was the end of it. But the next day, I saw him leaning on a locker and talking to another boy and whispering. As soon as they saw me, they stopped and walked in the opposite direction. My spidey senses were tingling. After school, I waited, hiding under the bleachers to follow him home. I had to see for myself what the deal was. My phone rang, startling me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my mom. I whispered so that I wouldn't give away my hiding spot. Hi, Mom. I'm kind of busy right now. She asked me to pick up groceries on my way home. I wanted to go to the library. Can I do it after? I felt bad lying to my mom, but I needed to have time to confront this worm, Diego. He came out the back door of the school, walked across the field to a hole in the fence, and slipped through. Gotta go. Love you. I followed him. And as I hid from sight, I saw him walk up to this small, broken-down house. 3 little boys came running out to hug him. It was the first time he smiled all day. Hi, guys. Come on, let's get you into the house before... Just then, a loud car pulled up to the house, and Diego hurried the kids inside for safety. A very large, scary man leaned out of the window and just stared at Diego. Diego was clearly intimidated by this man. He dove into the house like he was trying out for the swim team. The car spun its wheels, screeching so loudly I had to cover my ears, and it took off down the street. But before it left, I managed to take a picture of the license plate. I knew he was up to no good, and now I had the proof. The next day after school, I waited for Diego again, but this time, I stopped him before he ducked through the gate. What are you doing here? What's going on? Are you breaking the law? Because we don't tolerate that in this school. I mean it, Diego. Why are you spying on me? Don't you have a life? I'm super connected at this school. I know everyone. And if you think that you're gonna... Okay, fine. I'll tell you, but just to get you off my back. That's Leo. He keeps asking me to work for his chop shop where they steal and sell illegal car parts. I knew it. You're a criminal. Suddenly, he got really calm and touched my arm. We locked eyes, and for a second, I couldn't explain it, but I wanted to kiss him so badly. I know what you guys are thinking. Love him or hate him, girl, but pick a lane. No, my dad worked for him as a mechanic, but when he found out that Leo was a criminal, he quit. And now he harasses my family all the time because he knows we're poor, but I always say no. My dad raised me better than that. My mouth fell open like the Grand Canyon. I guess I never thought about him having good parents. I felt like the crumbs in the bottom of a toaster. I wish I could take back all the mean things I said, but instead, I kissed him. Yeah, I was as shocked as you were, and I was the one doing it. Are you crazy? First you embarrass me in class, then you follow me around like TMZ, and now you want to be my girlfriend? A girlfriend? Slow down there, Flash. It was just a kiss. No, this is a kiss. He kissed me back, and after a second, he shot me a shy smile. But then I remembered why I was there. Hey, you're trying to distract me. Did it work? Never mind that. What was all that sneaking around school, handing people mysterious bags? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were obsessed with me. You wish. Now answer the question. If you must know. He pulled up his sleeve and showed me a leather cuff around his wrist. I make these out of scraps and sell them. It's the only income I have since my dad isn't working. I felt like a monster. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had horns and a tail at that very moment. Guys, has anyone ever said to you, don't judge people until you know what they're going through? I'm gonna get that tattooed on my forehead. I'm sorry that I judged you before I got to know you. And yet, you kissed me.
I felt embarrassed, but then he started talking, and I got to know that he and his brothers live with their foster dad, who wants to adopt them, but he just needs a steady job first. And just then, my phone rang, startling me again. Man, I gotta change that ringtone. Oh, I have to take this. It's my mom. And without even listening to me, she burst into yelling so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You forgot to take out the trash and your brother dumped it all over his bed. Not to mention, I asked you to give your sister a bath. She's so sticky I could hang her from the ceiling. Diego could hear her because it was so loud, and he laughed. When she heard him, she flipped her switch from angry mom to no personal space mom. Are you hanging out with a boy? Oh, Jellyfish, I'm so happy for you. What's his name? Is he cute? I was mortified. Didn't she know he might hear her? Mom, I'll be home soon, okay? She ranted on like a teenager on a sugar rush and yelled louder. Don't rush on my account. Hello, Jellyfish's new friend. Ugh, bye, Mom. I hung up and wished I had a time machine to erase that horrible moment. Parents, right? I'd better go. Okay, see you tomorrow, Jellyfish. Ugh, Mom. Ugh. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about Diego and how they barely had money for food. On my way home, I stopped and bought food to give them. When I got home, my mom saw the extra food, and before I had a chance to explain, she lost her mind. Are you kidding me with all this extra food? Do you want the kids to call you Gigantic Gigi? But no buts. Except your butt'll get even bigger if you eat all this food. I was so angry. And besides, I have a great butt. I'll bet JLo's mom never said that to her. Well, I asked her to calm down, and then I explained to her. After that, she flipped her crazy switch back to sweet again. Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go bring these to him. She grabbed her keys, and my jaw hit the floor. How could she go from steaming hot to ice cold at the drop of a hat? We pulled up to Diego's house, but he burst out of the front door. What are you doing here? Did you tell child services about me? I knew I couldn't trust you. Was I dealing with another crazy person? Then I saw his little brother snuggled behind him in the doorway, and I realized he was protecting his family like a lion protects his pride. We just brought these groceries. We don't need your charity. Oh, that's too bad, because I brought peanut butter and jelly. His little brothers trampled him like a herd of gazelles.
Peanut butter and jelly? Yay!
I giggled at their unabashed honesty.
Thank you, nice lady.
Diego told them to take the groceries inside. Sorry, I might have overreacted. Might have? Okay, I'll forgive you, if you promise never to call me Jellyfish again. Deal. He reached out to shake my hand, but instead pulled me close, took off his wrist cuff, and wrapped it around mine to say thank you for... And just then, my mom honked the horn and interrupted us. Parents, right? Just as we were about to pull away in the car, that same scary dude came screeching around the corner in his loud car. He pulled up next to my mom's car. I was freaking out. Was he going to try to steal my mom's car or hurt her? Stop. Don't you dare try anything. I will not. He tried to stop them, but they laughed and scratched our car just to terrify him. Mom ducked me into the car, and she floored it and sped off down the street like Mario Kart. That Diego is nothing but trouble. You are never going to see him again. No matter what my mom said, I couldn't wait for school to see Diego. But when I got there, I found out that my mom had called the principal and gotten him in trouble, so he would have detention all week. I tried calling Diego, but he didn't answer. So after school, I rushed to his house. Better you listen to your mom and stay away from me. I don't want you to get hurt. I dashed towards my house and slammed the door open so hard that it shook the wall. Everything okay, Jellyfish? No! You got Diego detention, just so that you could stop me from seeing him? You know he's a great guy. And first, you want me to be friends with him, then you don't. Why have you been acting so crazy lately? I just wanted you to be safe. Since your father's accident, I'm afraid of bad things happening to you, and I just want to protect you from getting hurt. I just love you so much. Oh, Mom, but you can't wrap me in bubble wrap for the rest of my life. You raised me as a strong, smart girl, and you need to trust that I can make good decisions. You're right. I guess I'll return that bubble wrap. And then the next day, she went into high gear and fixed everything. She got Diego out of detention and reported the shady guys to the cops who got arrested. And the next month, my dad got back on track. And Diego's dad got a job with my dad's pit crew, allowing Diego and his siblings to finally be adopted. Diego was so thankful that he made me a PB&J sandwich in the shape of a heart and asked me to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said yes and immediately called my mom to tell her. You called to tell me your happy news first?
Well, yeah, you're my best friend and the best mom. I love you.
I love you too, Jellyfish.
I couldn't help but be so grateful that Diego taught me not to be so quick to judge someone. You never know, they could wind up being family.
Brianna waited impatiently in the cinema parking lot. Her date was 40 minutes late. Just as she was about to leave, the car door pulled open without warning.
Whoa, gotcha! Are you a clumsy dummy, or did you plan this to fall into my arms?
How would I plan? Never mind. We've probably missed half the movie, Elijah.
I booked a hall just for us. The movie starts when I say it starts, babe.
Once the lights went off, Brianna turned pale. The Ring? I told you, I hate horror movies.
But you don't know what you're missing. You're gonna love it, sweet cheeks. Trust me.
Brianna cringed as she watched with eyes half closed, and at one point, she screamed and jumped off her seat. That's it. I'm leaving.
You call yourself an actress, but you can't appreciate this masterpiece? You're such a baby.
And you're such a jerk. I don't know why I agreed to this.
Want me to call you an ambulance, baby Brianna?
Brianna dumped her popcorn on his head before storming out, and then she walked straight into somebody carrying sodas and fell on her butt.
Brianna, are you okay?
Jeez, can this night get any worse?
Yeah, there are infinite possibilities. You could get struck by lightning, or get robbed, or be kidnapped, or get hit by a bus. Then there are serial killers.
It wasn't really a question, dude. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the drinks.
I can take care of this.
Thanks. What's your name?
Wow, you don't even know my name?
Why would I?
I know your name.
Yeah, because I'm, famous. What's your excuse?
I'm in your biology class. I joined your school 3 weeks ago.
Brianna was embarrassed. The teacher did introduce some new scholarship kid, but I've hardly noticed him since.
It's okay. I'm not offended. It's what I'd expect from someone like you. I'm Charlie. I'll see you around.
He smiled and walked away, and Brianna felt kind of bothered. What did he mean, someone like me? Charlie knew Brianna wasn't kidding about being famous. He had seen some of her TV show on Stargirl. At school, she was surrounded by girls just like her, and guys who changed sports cars faster than clothes.
Of course she hasn't noticed someone like me.
The 3 most popular girls in school chilling at a pool party was a sight to behold. Their leader, Madison, was a rich socialite and model, and her childhood bestie Amber was an Instagram influencer who started the weirdest fashion trends. But the most popular right now was Brianna, who'd joined them in 8th grade and shot to fame with her teen TV series. People called them the Barbie Angels because they screamed perfection, but they weren't feeling great lately.
Things are starting to get boring. It's not a challenge to get any of these guys around us, and it's even harder to lose them. I made out with a red-haired model last week, and later my boyfriend found a red hair on my sweater. I said I'd hugged a sad clown on my way home, and he actually believed me. I dumped his stupid butt.
Seriously. I went on a horrible date with Elijah, and he texted me to say he was going to Korea, and we'd go out again once he returned. What made him think that would happen?
Crazy, right? Ugh, even blind guys are drooling over me.
I feel you, girl. Remember my blind stalker who tried to climb my bedroom window, but he fell down and was taken to the hospital? Ugh, so clumsy.
Yeah, what a dummy. Girls, we need to spice things up. I want to find someone really different. Make him fall in love with me, mess around with him, and then dump him. Wouldn't that be fun for us?
OMG, yes. I haven't felt this excited since the 11th Harry Potter book came out.
Just then, something caught Brianna's eye, and she left.
I wasn't even done talking. Amber, do you feel sometimes that she isn't as nice as before and her fame's gone to her head?
Her head does look a bit smaller than usual. Anyway, who cares, Maddie? You've got me. I'm your favorite girl, right?
You know you are, babe.
Brianna had spotted the DJ at the party, and it was Charlie, looking much cuter. Wow, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
What?
I said, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
Brianna, I heard you the first time.
Then why did you say what?
I just meant, what's the surprise?
Oh, well, you're a scholarship student, so I thought you'd be a nerd. Didn't imagine you as a DJ.
Guess you have a limited imagination then.
My imagination's just fine, thanks. In case you didn't know, I co-wrote the series I acted in, the one that's really famous.
That reality show with a bunch of rich girls doing rich things? Yeah, my coworker made me watch a few episodes. I'll have to get your autograph for her sometime. She's a huge fan.
And with that, Charlie switched up the music louder. Every time I speak to him, why do I end up feeling insulted? So annoying. I have just the guy for Project Plaything, Maddie. See the DJ?
His tacky t-shirt. But he's kinda cute. Why him?
He's nothing like the guys we date. He's a scholarship student in my bio class, and he seems unimpressed by everyone at our school, including us.
Well, that's new. I love a good challenge.
The question is, will he buy it? The most popular girl in school suddenly notices him? He might think it's a prank.
We'll just have to make it believable then. Plus, no guy is immune to my charms, Brie. He'll be eating out of my hands in no time.
Like a baby shark.
I don't think it'll be so easy, but I'm looking forward to it. The girl's first move was to get Madison on Charlie's radar and paint her as an angel. So 2 days later, Charlie found Madison walking into the cinema, who he instantly recognized as Brianna's friend, and she had a line of kids behind her.
Hi, could I please have 30 tickets for the new Minion movie? And whatever snacks the kids want.
Are these kids from an orphanage?
Yeah, I volunteer there, and I thought I'd treat them. It's not often that they get to go out, so I want them to have a really good time.
Wow, she doesn't even have a PR team taking pictures.
Charlie led the excited kids into the theater, and as he was leaving, Madison touched his arm.
Wait, you were the DJ at a pool party recently, right?
Right. I, also go to your school.
How did I not know that?
Oh, don't beat yourself up. I'm super easy to miss. I'm like a pigeon in a school of peacocks, but I prefer my own company anyway. It's the best.
I'm sure it is. Well, thanks for your help today.
Madison kissed him on the cheek, and Charlie smiled awkwardly before running off.
Was the most popular girl in school just flirting with me? Nah, she probably flirts with everybody.
Later, Maddie called the others to update them. Do you think he bought your act?
Of course. I'm beginning to think I'm a better actress than you are. And this is going to be a lot easier than I thought.
The next day, when Madison walked into the cafeteria, she spotted Charlie in a corner, and his eyes were already on her. She helped a kid with crutches get his lunch and tipped a janitor generously before making her way to Charlie's table.
Hi, do you mind if I sit here?
Of course not. Yes, please sit.
I am sitting.
Oh, righto. You want half my sandwich? My grandma made it. The filling is probably this week's leftovers mixed together, and the bread is a bit stale, but it's not bad. I think the gravy she put inside is making it, what's the word I'm looking for? Moist. Yeah, it's moist.
Tempting, but I haven't had bread in years.
Just then, Charlie noticed that half the cafeteria was staring at them.
They're thinking what I'm thinking. What is a beautiful, rich model doing with me? This is clearly a prank. You know, I just remembered. The librarian asked me to feed her fish, and they'll die if I don't do it right now.
Really? Well, I can come with you.
No! I'd rather you didn't, okay? They like their privacy. The fish. They're private people.
She stared at him, and he felt more flustered as he reached for his bag and ended up stepping hard on her toe. He turned to apologize and knocked his sandwich on her clothes.
I am so sorry. So sorry. Gotta run.
And later in the bathroom, as Maddie cleaned up, Brianna and Amber howled.
Will you two stop laughing?
He had to feed the librarian's fish? Girl, that is the lamest thing I have ever heard. He couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, that was so funny too. My grandma made me this gravy sandwich. Yeah, right. His grandma came back from the dead to make him a sandwich.
Maybe his grandma is just alive?
But both my grandmas are dead. Aren't everyone's grandmas dead?
Oh my God, focus. He seemed smitten with me when I took those gross kids to the movies. Why is he running away from me now? Maybe I just make him really nervous.
Or maybe he isn't stupid and he's not buying your sudden interest in him.
Well, you're in the same class with him. Do something.
I'll get the teacher to make me his lab partner tomorrow. Let's see what I can pull off. Charlie just wanted some peace, but the universe literally said no when he got paired up in the lab with Brianna. Are we really gonna open up that frog? There's no way I'm touching that thing. Charlie ignored her and started doing it himself. Oh my God, look at those intestines. Ew, I'm gonna throw up.
Why don't you just stop looking at the frog? It's not like you're helping me.
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, I have to talk to you about something. I think Madison's really into you. Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. So, I was wondering, what do you think about her?
Brianna, I don't know what you girls are up to, but I don't have time for this. I'm just here to study hard so I can get into a good college, and Madison can literally have any guy. What do girls like you want with a poor nobody like me?
Wow, you just made us sound so arrogant and judgmental, but you've basically written us off without even knowing us.
Look, I didn't mean...
Yeah, you did. You think girls like us wouldn't like a poor guy since we're shallow, right? And yeah, Maddie could have any guy, but maybe she saw something different in you. Trust me, if it was fancy things we wanted, we don't need a guy for that. Charlie felt unsure.
Maddie is beautiful, and she seemed sweet. Maybe I misjudged her.
So, how'd it go?
Brilliantly. I think I've convinced him a bit that you're genuinely into him. We've got to keep the ball rolling. Let's find out more about Charlie's personal life. Madison hired a private investigator and found out that Charlie lived with his grandma. She also found out that he worked in a small club as a DJ on weekends.
We know where we're going tonight.
Oh, please say Tokyo. I've been craving sushi for weeks.
No, to this nightclub, silly. But I'll take you for sushi anywhere after the success of Project Plaything.
Later, when the Barbie angels walked into the small club, all eyes turned to them, and Charlie was just as surprised. This really wasn't their kind of place.
Once he sees my heart-stopping dance moves, he'll be following me around like a lovesick puppy.
The girls moved to the dance floor and had everyone's attention. As the song ended, Madison walked over to Charlie.
The music here is amazing. You're really talented.
Gee, thanks. Listen, Madison, I've been avoiding you, but I want to say I'm sorry. For that day in the cafeteria, I was such an idiot.
I'll forgive you if you dance with me.
Oh no, there's a reason why I'm in charge of the music. Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't dance, DJ.
Come on. It can't be that bad. Just put a song on and join me.
No, really.
Just then, Maddie lost her balance a little and her drink fell all over the music dashboard. 2 seconds later, it stopped working.
Oh my God, what did you do?
It was an accident.
The system's fried. The club owner's gonna fire me. You came in here just for your fun and games, but this is serious business for me, Madison. Thanks for nothing.
Charlie instantly felt awful as he realized everybody was staring at them, and Madison stood frozen in her spot. Then she burst into tears and ran out. Amber and Brianna ran after Madison to her car, where she lost it.
Who the heck does he think he is?
You're not crying?
Of course not. And it took all my willpower to not claw his eyes out. How dare he humiliate me like that? Oh, once he falls in love with me, I'm gonna squish him like a bug.
That was brilliant. Now he's gonna feel terrible because you didn't even lash out at him. And he'll think you're the sweetest angel on earth. Oh, I underestimated you, Maddie. You're the worst.
I am the worst. And when I'm done with him, he's gonna wish he was dead.
Charlie just couldn't face Madison in school the next day. And after a lot of begging, he finally managed to get her number from Brianna. Little did he know, the girls had decided that Brianna would be the one to talk to him, pretending to be Maddie, because she was the smoothest talker. Charlie felt super nervous as he called her that night. Hello? Hello?
Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Madison? It's me. Charlie.
What do you want?
Listen, before you hang up, please don't hang up. I'm really, really sorry. I just lost it and you didn't deserve that. And you didn't even scream at me or hit me, which you should have. You still can.
Charlie, I get it. You freaked out. I hope you didn't get fired.
I did. But it's okay. I'll find another gig.
I'm sorry.
Are you for real? Don't say sorry to me. Do you think we could just start over?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Hi, I'm Charlie. Nerd by day, DJ by night, and I get free popcorn once a month at the cinema. You go.
I'm Madison, and I'm a famous model. Also, I've been on a diet since forever, so I don't remember what popcorn tastes like anymore.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
The two ended up talking and laughing for hours, and she kept surprising him. She was funny, well-read, and had great taste in music. It was 4 a.m. when they finally said goodnight. I can't remember the last time I had such a good conversation with someone. The next day, Brianna updated Maddie on everything they'd talked about, but she didn't see Charlie in her biology class. The girls hadn't seen him at recess either. So Brianna sent him a text as Maddie, and he replied, Grandma broke her hip this morning. I'm at the hospital. If you really want to seal the deal with Charlie, you should go see his grandma.
Ew, I hate old people with their wrinkly skins and their weird smell.
Come on, they're cute. Just be nice to her. Charlie will love it.
Should I really interact with her? I don't think I could be nice to an old woman.
Brianna then thought of a better idea. After 3 days, Charlie's grandma was discharged, but he had one problem, the hospital bill. He decided to talk to the hospital staff about paying in installments, but then they told him that someone had already settled it.
What? Who?
The person had chosen to be anonymous, but Charlie insisted so much that the staff revealed the sender's identity, Madison.
Why did you do it, Madison?
What do you mean?
You paid my grandmom's hospital bill and tried to hide it. Why?
Because I knew you wouldn't accept money if I offered it to you, and I made you lose your gig. It's the least I could do. I care about you, Charlie.
You can have any guy you want, Maddie. Why me?
Well, I've dated enough guys from my circle to know they're not very nice people. They're mostly after my money or fame or my parents' influence, and you don't care about any of that. You're like a breath of fresh air. But if you don't feel the same way, I won't hold it against you.
Charlie was about to reply when his grandma called him, but he couldn't stop thinking about Maddie.
What you did for me is amazing, but I feel scared about falling for someone like her.
Charlie hadn't come back to school for a week, but he and Brianna had been exchanging texts, as Maddie, of course. She was laughing at a meme he'd just sent when she found Elijah by her locker.
Ugh, why is he back?
Just read something funny? Tell me, babe. I love a good joke.
Excuse me?
You were just laughing at your phone? I hope it's a joke and not a boy whose butt I have to kick.
What are you, my dad? Because you're definitely not my boyfriend. Stay out of my business and don't call me babe again.
I've forgiven you for the last tantrum, Bree. Now tell me where you'd like to have our next date.
How do I spell this out for you? There won't be a next...
Brianna, is this guy bothering you?
Charlie, you're back. No. We're done here.
Who's this loser? Did you wander here by mistake from some homeless shelter?
Just leave him alone, Elijah.
Charlie turned around to see Maddie, and his heart skipped a beat.
What happened while I was gone? Since when did you girls start mingling with nobodies like him?
Suddenly, Charlie walked over to Maddie, and he pulled her close.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. I've missed you.
And then he kissed her on the lips, and Brianna was even more surprised than Maddie at Charlie's move. Elijah gritted his teeth and walked away.
Wow. What was that about?
I've been wanting to say it the whole week, but not on the phone. I do feel the same way. I care about you too, Maddie, a lot.
Madison hugged him and smirked at Brianna. Once everyone knew that Maddie and Charlie were dating, his life in school took a 360-degree turn. People stopped to smile at him, say hello, crack jokes.
Why does it feel like even the teachers are nicer to me?
The other two Barbie angels welcomed him into their gang, and being with Madison was a dream. They went on long walks, watched sunset, ate ice cream, and kissed on top of a Ferris wheel. But later that night, Brianna and Amber cringed hearing Maddie throw up.
Is Charlie trying to kill me? That gross ice cream at the amusement park made me sick, and my feet hurt from the long walks. And what is so fascinating about freaking sunsets?
I think it's sweet.
Yeah, 'cause you're not the one suffering. But there is one thing about Charlie. He sure can kiss. Makes you feel like you're the only girl in the world.
Ugh, please, spare us the makeout details.
Okay. Listen, Brianna, try giving him a hint about planning fancier dates for me. I know he's poor, but come on, he's dating me.
The next day, while Charlie was watching football practice, the ball suddenly came in his direction, and he gave it a strong kick back.
Hey, kid. You play football?
I used to, but I don't have time now.
Come on, grab some shoes and join for a game.
Just then, Charlie caught Elijah looking at him like he was a buck, and that motivated him. Elijah was coming at him aggressively, but Charlie dodged him and kicked the ball straight into the goalpost.
Charlie, you're a natural. You have to join the team.
Sir, I really don't think I can commit to practice.
Kid, just try it out for a month and see if it works, okay? Elijah, you better watch out. He's going to give you a run for your money.
Charlie ran off to the locker room to put back the cleat, but when he walked out, someone had pushed him to the ground.
What the heck, dude? I just don't understand why a low-class idiot like you is in this school.
I'm here on scholarship, which means I earned my spot here.
But that doesn't mean you belong here.
Well, Maddie doesn't think so, and the coach.
Don't let the coach's stupid words get to your head. And as for Maddie, gosh, you're a moron. Do you really think?
Just then, someone pushed Elijah away hard. Dude, seriously, what is wrong with you?
Why are you jumping to his defense?
Because he's my friend. And what, are you threatened by a little competition on the field?
Oh, please. This loser just had beginner's luck today. I'll crush him next time, and he won't have mommy out there to defend him.
Elijah and his friends went out laughing as Charlie picked up his bag and fished out a broken snow globe.
Great, this was for Maddie. She's so excited about her Vogue photo shoot coming out, and I wanted to give her something thoughtful.
What was this supposed to be?
It was a guy, but instead of arms, he had wings, like a fan, and it said, "I'm your #1 fan." Oh God, I'm glad it's broken. It's so lame.
No, it's cute. Yeah, maybe you could do something a little extra. Rent a car, get some flowers, go out for a nice dinner. Girls like being pampered.
Wow, yeah, that sounds nice. Thanks, Brianna. Also for saving my butt. Also for calling me your friend.
You're welcome.
This is the place you were raving about? And why don't you have a reservation?
It's walk-ins only, but it's so worth the wait.
After 30 minutes, when they finally got a table, the place was dirty and loud.
Isn't the energy of this place something else?
Yeah, it's something. Oh my god, I just felt something on my foot.
Maybe it was my foot.
But just then, a mouse jumped onto Maddie's lap. She screamed and started jumping around like a maniac. Then she tripped on her dress and went crashing straight into another table.
Ah!
Oh my god. Madison, I am so sorry.
Why would you bring me to this horrible place? And did you see all those people who were making videos of me? This is gonna be all over the internet.
I get why you're upset, but you know, today's video is tomorrow's old news. No one remembers these things.
Excuse me? Are you gonna explain to me how fame works? People don't forget anything. Once something's on the internet, it stays there forever. People can pull it out anytime they want. Ugh, this is officially the worst day of my life.
With that, Madison stormed out of the car. Brianna couldn't stop laughing as she watched Madison's video posted online, but now she had to do some damage control. So she called him as Maddie.
I've had some time to cool down, and I'm sorry for going off on you like that.
And I'm sorry about the mouse and the video. You're right. I don't know what it's like to be famous.
It's the best and the worst. It's great to have people look up to you, but sometimes they talk about you like you're not even a real person. And imagine having your failures or embarrassing moments splashed across the news as entertainment.
It sounds brutal. I'm almost glad I'm a poor nobody.
As they were talking, Charlie ended up telling Brianna all about his amazing grandma and how she'd made him apply to the school.
I just want to get myself into a good university so I can make something of myself and spoil my grandma rotten. She deserves the whole world.
Well, you're definitely the guy who'd get it for her, Charlie.
Over the next few weeks, Charlie found himself bewitched and confused by Madison. He felt closer than ever over their late-night talk, but in person, she was totally unpredictable. One moment, she'd be all over him, and the next, she was snapping his head off.
Charlie, do you think I'm fat?
No.
Why did you pause before answering?
What? No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said, no. You even looked at me before replying.
I shouldn't have looked?
Why would you look? Don't you just know?
Maddie, you're being irrational.
Now I'm crazy, am I? Well, I'm not fat. I'm PMSing, so I'm bloated.
I hadn't noticed. Really?
Ugh, you're so insensitive. You have no idea what it's like to go through this every month. Right now, I feel like killing someone. And I also really want that Thai red curry ice cream.
I'll get it for you, babe. Whatever helps you feel better.
You getting out of my face would make me feel better. And yes, the ice cream. Now.
You got it.
Amber and Maddie started laughing hard as soon as Charlie was gone.
I really hope he gets a few tubs of that ice cream. Sounds delicious.
I'm pretty sure there's no Thai red curry ice cream, but let's see what he does. Anyway, for Christmas, my parents and I are going to our ski resort as usual, and I'm inviting you girls with your parents. Should I invite Charlie?
You have to, right? He's your boyfriend.
Yeah. And at least 3 of my exes will be there. And I'd rather not show up single. But I'm gonna have to give Charlie a makeover before I take him.
On his first day at the resort, Charlie slipped out of his room at 5 a.m. and found Brianna waiting in the kitchen.
Oh, you're here. I almost thought you wouldn't come.
I almost thought that too. I don't know why I agreed to the early morning skiing lesson.
Because you're a good person and you like me?
I'm just saving Maddie some embarrassment. Because you'll definitely make a fool of yourself without my help.
Couldn't agree more.
They headed out to one of the smaller slopes, and she explained skiing techniques to him. I think you're ready. Well, as ready as you'll ever be.
If I die, please break the news gently to Grandma.
You play football against Elijah. You'll survive this too. Now don't be a wuss. Time to go! Brianna whizzed down the slope, and the cold wind in her face made her feel alive. She turned around to look at Charlie, who looked like a baby goat learning to walk. Charlie, just loosen up. Come on, I'm racing you down to the end. Charlie took deep breath and relaxed. He was gaining momentum and actually starting to enjoy it. Brianna was flying ahead effortlessly, but he was catching up. But then suddenly, he was going too fast. He tried to slow down, but he just couldn't. And moments later, he felt himself crashing straight into Brianna and they went tumbling into the snow.
Oh my God, Brianna, are you alive? Is your neck broken? Please don't die. Say something.
Oh, can you shut up for just 1 second?
Yes, of course. Oh, I thought I'd killed you.
Charlie pulled her into a bear hug.
You're really okay?
Yeah, I just got the wind knocked out of me.
Imagine the headlines if something had happened to you. Stupid, worthless nobody injures beautiful teen goddess.
You think I'm beautiful?
Well, duh. That's not even opinion. It's just a scientific fact. The sun rises in the east, water boils at 100 degrees, Brianna's beautiful. You got some snow on your face.
As they started making their way back, Brianna felt her heart racing. Oh, shake it off, Brianna. You cannot be attracted to your best friend's fake boyfriend. After an exhausting day of skiing, Charlie wanted to crash, but he had to dress up for a fancy dinner instead. The seats next to Maddie were taken, so he quickly took one next to Brianna.
Please tell me, why are there 6 forks in front of me, and which one can I use to stab myself in the eye?
Oh, definitely the meat fork for a quick death. Madison watched the two laughing, and she didn't like it.
I don't want her getting more attention than me, even if it's from stupid Charlie. Hey, Charlie, could you sit next to Amber, please? Her parents couldn't come, and she, broke up with her boyfriend. She could use some cheering up.
Charlie nodded reluctantly and took the seat next to Amber.
So, Amber, you want to talk about your breakup?
Okay, sure. Why not? It happened 3 years ago, and his name was Leo.
And that's what you're sad about today?
That's a bit offensive. I'm not sad. Do I look sad to you?
Charlie was relieved as they were served their first fish course, but Amber was staring down at her plate in tears.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
What are you talking about?
You will be missed, Nemo. Right, Charlie? Tell him he'll be missed.
Yeah, you will be missed, Nemo.
Just then, Brianna's mom, who was sitting opposite him, spoke.
So, Charlie, where were you studying before?
Well, I was in public school in another town. I got a scholarship here, so I moved with my grandma, who raised me.
And what does your grandma do?
She's an amazing healer. She cures people with herbal medicines and different techniques.
So she's not a real doctor?
No, not in the typical sense.
And this healer thing, it makes her enough money?
Mom, stop.
It's okay. Yeah, she earns enough. And I work at the cinema. And I also DJ on the weekends. We manage to take care of each other.
There was an uncomfortable silence, and Charlie felt his face turning hot. Then, Maddie's mom spoke with her country accent. That's sweet, honey. You seem like a brat kid, and I'm sure you'll go places one day. It's funny how life turns around. I mean, look at me. I was raising little Maddie as a single teenage mom in a trailer park with nothing. And then, boom, one day I won the frickin' lottery, and we were rich. Soon after, I met my husband, and life's amazing now. Let's raise a toast. Our blessings. Brianna looked over at Madison, who looked like she was gonna crush her glass. She always felt ashamed of her past and that she wasn't born rich like everyone else. Just then, Amber said she wasn't feeling well, and as she was leaving, she tripped over the carpet and fell down.
Amber, are you okay? Did you hit your head?
No, didn't. But it hurts so bad lately. And even my eyes. Like, sometimes I wake up and it takes me like 2 seconds to see the light. And I swear the lights are on. You know, I'm a scared cute mouse, right? I don't sleep in the dark.
Okay, I'm gonna take her to her room to rest.
When Madison returned later to the main hall, she suddenly overheard Brianna's mom and another woman talking.
That woman sure loves to tell her trailer park story. She's been rich for years now, but she still sounds so trashy.
Money can't buy class. And now look at Madison's choice of boyfriend. I mean, he's sweet, but no amount of designer clothes can hide where you really come from.
Madison's ear burned as she stormed off and ran straight into Charlie in the hallway.
Hey, I was looking for you. How's Amber?
Why did you say all that nonsense at dinner?
What?
Oh, I'm on scholarship, and I work at the cinema, and my granny does voodoo.
It's not voodoo. And why would I hide all that? It doesn't embarrass me. And even your mom was poor, and she's not ashamed of it.
Well, she should be. I don't know why she keeps telling that story so proudly. No one respects her for it, and I don't want to be reminded of the cheap start of my life. She said all that stuff because of you.
I've been trying to please you all day, Maddie, but I'm really tired now. I hate skiing, these clothes are pretentious, and I don't like talking about my grandma like that.
Charlie stormed off to his room, packed his thing, and called a cab. Charlie didn't speak to Maddie for a few days, but he gave in after all her apologies.
I'm really sorry, okay? I just wanted my stepdad to like you, and he's a bit difficult. But I shouldn't have asked you to act differently. I like you, just as you are.
Well, if you really want to make it up, you'll have to spend more time with my family now.
Of course.
I volunteer at the community center for old people and take grandma there every Saturday. You should come.
Can't wait.
Madison had begged Brianna and Amber to accompany her.
Oh, this place smells like disease and something rotten.
Shut up, Maddie, and just act normal. After they'd all met, Charlie asked Maddie to help him set up a game of musical chairs while Brianna joined his grandma.
I'm so glad to meet you, girl. Charlie was certain he wouldn't make any friends at his new school.
You've raised a pretty nice guy.
Oh, trust me, I didn't do much. That kid was born with a heart of gold. Once when he was 8, he came home saying he'd lost his bicycle somewhere, and I was so mad. Well, a week later, I found him 3 streets down, teaching a little girl how to ride the bicycle. He told me that she'd lost her brother recently, and the cycle made her happy. She needed it more than he did. That's what he said. Hey, he's always been special.
Later that night, Brianna's heart felt heavy when she got Charlie's text.
Thanks for today, Maddie. It meant the world to me, and I love you.
I love you too, Charlie. The next day, when Brianna showed Maddie the text, she was ecstatic.
Finally, the 3 golden words. It's time for phase 3 of Project Plaything. Dump his sorry butt.
Yay! Then sushi in Tokyo.
But Maddie, he really cares about you, and dumping him out of the blue feels cruel. Can't we think of an easier way to let him down?
But this was always the plan. Are we supposed to care about his feelings now?
Well, yeah, we've gotten to know him, and I just think he would take this really hard.
You know what? You're right. He is a bit oversensitive. Maybe I can be really difficult the next few weeks, and then he'll just get sick of me and be happy to break up.
That sounds better. Thanks. After Brianna walked away, Madison turned to Amber.
Who does she suddenly think she is, Mother Teresa? I'm tired of Charlie, and I want to pay him back for the times he was rude to me. I have the perfect plan to dump that loser. But don't say anything to Brianna, okay?
Oh, I love it when we have secrets. Just the 2 of us.
3 days later, it was Madison's birthday, and she was having a big party in a dance club with Charlie as DJ. Then suddenly, she climbed onto a table with a mic.
May I have everyone's attention, please? I have something to say to our resident DJ.
Everyone fell silent, and Brianna suddenly had a horrible feeling.
As you all know, I've turned 17 today, and I just want to start this year fresh. So Charlie, I'll start with you, 'cause I just can't fake things anymore. You are just a game to me, okay? To us. I got bored, so my girls and I decided to make you fall in love with me as a challenge. Actually, Brianna was the one who brought you to my attention. It's been fun messing around with you, but it's just made me realize that dating below my league isn't for me. I don't relate to you and your third world problems, dude. But thanks for a few fun weeks, and I'm sure you'll find a nice average girl soon. Ciao.
Charlie just stared at her, frozen in his place.
Joke, right? This doesn't make any sense.
He suddenly looked over at Brianna, who looked pale. His head started spinning.
Need to get out of here.
He threw his headphones aside and started running, but then tripped and crashed to the floor. Suddenly, Brianna was by his side, helping him up, but he pushed her away. Madison and Amber were laughing like hyenas, and then someone put on a song, and they all started dancing again. Brianna marched over Madison and pulled her aside. How could you do this, Maddie? You said you'd let him down easy.
No, Bree. I said I'd crush him like a bug once he fell for me. And you thought I was brilliant then. What changed?
What changed is that we found out he's a really nice guy. He didn't deserve that.
Not my problem. I wasn't gonna keep dating him just because you suddenly decided to become a humanitarian. Now, please don't create a scene at my party.
Tears stung Brianna's eyes. She remembered Charlie's heartbroken face, and she left immediately. Brianna didn't know how she was going to face Charlie in school the next day, but he didn't show up. He wouldn't reply to any text or call, and he didn't come the entire week.
Yes! I checked, and my private plane is free this weekend. They're going to Tokyo, ladies.
What? Why?
Well, Project Plaything is successfully over, and I promised I'd take her for sushi. Remember?
Right. Well, consider me out of this plan. Brianna walked off, and a smirk spread across Madison's face.
You thinking what I'm thinking, Amber?
If you're thinking about what being by a butterfly feels like, then yeah.
No, I mean about Brianna. Why do you think she isn't in any mood to celebrate with us?
Maybe she's racist and doesn't like sushi.
Or maybe she's in love with that trashy Charlie.
Ew. Who likes trash?
Looks like our Bree does. Imagine crushing on someone with that social status.
You know, maybe you're right. When we were at the resort, I saw those 2 sneaking out at 5 a.m. I had a headache and I went down to lift some gummy bears. They always make me feel better. Maybe Charlie loves her too.
Of course he doesn't. He fell for me, not her. She's pathetic for wanting him.
That evening, Brianna went to the cinema, and she was relieved to find Charlie counter. She walked in, her heart pounding. Hey, Charlie. He looked up at her coldly. Can we talk? Do you moment? He walked out from behind the counter and went outside, and Brianna followed.
How dare you show up at my workplace and force me to talk to you?
I just need a chance to explain and apologize. Please. I know how you must feel.
How could you possibly know that when you're heartless? How evil are you, and how empty are your lives that you decided to hurt someone just for fun?
Charlie, you're right. It was cruel.
Not only did the girl that I thought I loved completely humiliated me, I also find out that the person who acted like my friend is a snake.
Don't say that, please. I thought you'd listen.
Why? Because I'm a nice guy, so you thought I'd feel better after treating me like dirt? And why are you here apologizing now?
I know I was a part of the whole thing, but then I got to know you, and I didn't want to do it anymore, especially after all those late-night calls.
That was you? So I never talked to Madison on the phone?
No, that was all me. And you and I, we have some connection.
What are you talking about? I don't even know you. Just leave me alone. I can't take this anymore.
Charlie down against the wall with his head buried in his arms. Just then, his colleague came running out.
He's been having a very hard time. Please, don't make it worse. Just go.
Brianna turned and ran away, her heart about to burst. On Monday, Brianna was sitting on the bleachers during football practice when she saw Charlie walk onto the field. Oh, thank God, he's back.
Hey, kid, where have you been all week?
I had a family emergency, and I'm quitting the team, sir.
No, Charlie! You're so talented!
I'm sorry, but I have a scholarship to maintain, and it's all I can focus on right now. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, though.
I was expecting to run off like a scatty little cat soon enough.
No trash talk, Elijah. All right, let's take a break, everyone.
Just then, Madison and Amber came and sat on the bleachers, and Charlie made eye contact with Maddie for a few seconds, then walked off.
Wow, he really looks heartbroken over me. And to me, or does Charlie look kinda hot with that broody cold face? He was just too nice before, like a puppy.
Looked like a loser before, looks like a loser now. I just knew you couldn't be dating him for real.
He's twice the guy you'll ever be.
You said something, Brianna?
Yeah, I said he's twice the guy you'll ever be.
Oh, really? How'd you reach the conclusion?
Well, firstly, he's clearly better than you at football. Secondly, he's definitely smarter than you. Thirdly, he's a pretty cool DJ. And fourth, and most importantly, he's not some arrogant, self-absorbed jerk like you who makes me cringe every time I look at him. There was a stunned silence as everyone stared at Brianna. Elijah forced a grin.
Feisty. I like that. So how about we go on third date and you can continue talking about there?
Not even in your dreams. As Brianna started walking off, Elijah blocked her way to tease her, but she suddenly pushed him with unexpected force. He fell down a couple of steps and his knee hit the ground hard.
What is wrong with you?
Brianna looked just as shocked by what she'd done. At the dinner table, Brianna's dad was cheerfully trying to make conversation, but Brianna seemed lost. Just then, her mom walked in, looking mad.
Brianna, do you just enjoy making my life difficult?
Look, if this is about Elijah...
You pushed him down the bleachers?
He was pestering me, so I just pushed him away. I didn't mean for him to fall.
He's hurt his knee seriously, and he's on bed rest for 2 months. His mother, my new business partner, is furious. If she pulls out her investment,
She said it was an accident. Surely his mom would understand.
well, it's not like Brianna hasn't rejected Elijah or been rude to him before. I don't expect his mom to understand anything.
I don't care what his mom thinks.
Because you don't care about me. I've built everything for you. But no, you'd rather be an actress. And now you're bent upon ruining.
Oh, God, I can't have this conversation again. Just because I don't want your company doesn't mean I don't care about you. And stop trying to make me feel bad. If it's any consolation, I feel terrible already. Brianna stormed off with her mom spring after her.
She's always been difficult, but something extra's been going on with her lately. I never thought she'd be violent.
That's an exaggeration. And you never try to actually talk to her.
She doesn't talk to me. I'm going to ask her friends what's up with her.
Charlie had returned to school, but he just kept his head down, talked to no one, and pretended Brianna didn't exist. She kept her distance from him, but she also found excuses to stay away from Amber and Maddie. One day, she was reading in the empty gym during recess when Madison snatched her book.
Come on, Bree. This is getting ridiculous. It's time for an intervention.
What?
We know you're going through something. Even your mom is so worried. I told her you've been avoiding us too. And well, I think I know what the problem is.
You lied to me about your breakup with Charlie, and I'm mad.
But it's not just that, right? I think you have feelings for him.
Yes, I have feelings, 'cause I'm not a robot. And I'm also mad at myself for being a part of this horrible plan. It's making me think about the kind of people we are.
Kind who like to have fun.
We have everything, Maddie. And we decided to pick on the poor orphan who's working hard to support his grandma for fun?
Who the heck cares?
I care. I don't want to be this person, and I don't want to have friends like that either.
So, are you saying you don't want to be a Barbie angel anymore?
Yeah, I don't. And for the record, that's a really stupid name.
Wow, you're so ungrateful. When you came to school as a nobody, I made you one of the most popular girls. And in case you've forgotten, I got you your first audition.
How could I forget? You never let me. Yes, you got me the audition. But I got the role because of my talent, and it's not a good enough reason for me to follow you and do whatever you say anymore. We're done.
Oh, if you think.
Just then, Amber fell to the floor with a thud.
Amber, get up. That's not funny.
But Amber was unresponsive. She'd actually fainted. They immediately rushed her to the hospital, where she regained consciousness, and the doctors ordered some tests.
Oh, my head. It feels like there are 1,000 cactuses inside.
You're gonna be okay. Just go, Brianna. It's not like you care. You made her faint by stressing her out.
You were the one shouting at me.
Please, both of you, shut up.
All of Amber's tests turned out clear. Her parents even sent her reports to the best doctors around the world, but no one could figure out her problem. Meanwhile, her headaches and fainting spells continued. But one day, Brianna's mom brought up something unexpected while visiting Amber.
Someone at work had a back problem, and she swears this healer fixed her after the doctors gave up. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous, but maybe you could try it?
At this point, we'll try anything. Who's this healer?
Well, these girls know her grandson. It's Charlie's grandma. Amber's parents went over to Charlie's house, and they were told she can't see them.
What did you expect? She hates us, of course.
Why is she making this personal? Why won't she help someone if she can?
Look, maybe if we go in there and convince her how sorry we are, she might listen.
Fine.
The three girls went over to Charlie's place one evening, and to their dismay, Charlie opened the door.
What are you doing here?
Don't flatter yourself. We're not here for you. We want to talk to your grandma.
She doesn't have time for people like you. I made that clear before.
Charlie, please, I need your grandma to take a look at me. Something's really wrong with my head.
You got that right.
We're not messing around, really. Amber is suffering, and the doctors can't figure out what's wrong.
Not my problem. You people are rich enough to find someone else. Just leave me and my grandma alone.
Wait, I'll see her.
No, you don't have to do that, Grandma.
Step aside, Charlie.
Charlie stormed off angrily, while Grandma led the girls to her healing room. After Amber described all her symptoms, Grandma made her lie down and prepared her healing herbs, then started a strange ritual on her as the others watched. Once she was done, Grandma made Amber drink some tea.
How do you feel, dear?
I feel good. My head feels lighter, like there was a whale sitting on it before and now it's jumped off. I haven't felt like this in weeks. Thank you, thank you.
Grandma told her to come for 2 more sessions, and the girls got ready to leave. I need to apologize to you for what we did. Maybe you think I'm lying, but I really am sorry. I wish I could take it back.
I don't think you're lying, Brianna. I'll see you girls soon.
After they left, Grandma found Charlie sulking in his room.
You turned away Amber before, too. I wasn't expecting this from you, Charlie.
Why does everyone keep expecting me to be an angel? You know what they did. They're awful.
But it's my duty to heal people, whether they're awful or not. And what they did was wrong. But you have to let go of the anger and move on.
I'm trying, Grandma. I really am. I just feel so stupid. How could I let someone treat me so badly and humiliate me?
It's because you see the good in people.
Yeah, it's called being an idiot.
Don't lose that heart of gold, kid. You'll find the right person one day who will really love you for it.
Charlie decided not to let the spoiled brats get to him anymore. He worked really hard for the midterms, and when the results came, he was at the top of his class.
What are you grinning about, Charlie? Found a golden ticket in a chocolate bar?
Wow, I'm surprised you actually read a book. And I'm just happy about my grades, which have improved since we stopped hanging out together. Maybe your dumbass was rubbing off on me before.
You can't talk to me like that. Just because your grandma helped Amber doesn't mean you're anything special. You're still a nobody.
I'd rather not talk to you at all, Madison. And thanks for making it so easy to move on from you. I can't even remember what I liked in the first place.
You go, Charlie. As Charlie walked away, Brianna impulsively called out, "Hey, Charlie, wait."
What is it?
I just wanted to say thank you to your grandma for helping Amber.
I'm sure you already thanked her.
Yeah, but I was hoping, Charlie, is there no way we could be friends again? We used to get along so well.
But that wasn't real, right? And now I'd never be able to trust a word you say. So yeah, not gonna happen. But really, that was an Oscar-worthy performance. I'm sure you'll have an amazing career as an actress.
After Amber's last session, Brianna wanted to thank Charlie's grandma, so she dropped by his place with some gifts when she knew he'd be working. She was surprised to find the front door already open. And then she gasped when she saw Grandma on the kitchen floor. Oh my God, are you okay?
Brianna, what are you doing here?
What happened?
Shh, not so loud. You have to leave.
What?
Someone broke into the house, and he's upstairs right now. Please, I don't want to put you in danger.
I'm not leaving you. Brianna heard the thief coming down the stairs and quickly locked the kitchen door and called 911. He kept kicking the door, but minutes later, when he heard the police siren, he ran out and escaped.
From your description, he seems like a crazy homeless guy who's been bothering other people too. We'll get him. Did he hurt you, ma'am?
No, I just fell when he pushed me aside. But I'm fine.
We should still get a checkup. I should call Charlie.
Sweetie, he's out of town for a day. Please don't tell him right now.
Well, you can't be here alone for the night.
I'll be just fine.
But Brianna was so persistent that Grandma had to give in. Brianna took her home and made her comfortable in one of the guest rooms.
You should have asked me before inviting your guest. Maybe I would have liked to say no.
Mom, she cured Amber. Letting her stay for one night is a pretty small thing to do. Charlie hurried over to Brianna's house as soon as he was back.
Hey, is Grandma okay? She wasn't hurt, right?
She's completely fine, but she's asleep right now. You can come in and wait.
I'm fine right here.
Charlie sat down on the porch seat, and Brianna turned to go back in.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to thank you. Grandma told me on the phone how brave you were, and you didn't leave her, and then you brought her here, and you didn't have to, but I'm so grateful. What? Why are you smiling at me like that?
You sound like the old Charlie today, the one who talks too much. I missed him.
Brianna, this doesn't fix everything. I appreciate what you did, but I'm wondering even now why you helped Grandma. Why do you want to be friends with me? Why are you trying all the time to make up for what you did?
Brianna gulped and walked closer to him. There's something I need to get off my chest, so just hear me out, okay? Somehow, getting to know you has changed me, Charlie. You're the sweetest, kindest guy I've ever met, and nothing has ever hurt me more than hurting you. But you know what? It started feeling really bad even when you were still dating Maddie, because I realized that I was falling for you. I know I don't have the right to say that, but I just had to, or I'd explode. And I know you don't feel the same way, and it's okay, but I'm in love with you. That's all. Brianna turned to leave, but suddenly, Charlie took her hand. And then, to her shock, he kissed her. Brianna's mom spotted the two kissing on the porch and stormed off angrily.
I knew these beggars were going to be a nuisance.
Everyone in school was shocked to see Brianna and Charlie walking into the hallway holding hands, and all anyone could talk about at recess was the brand new couple, and Madison and Elijah were pissed.
I always knew Brianna wasn't really one of us, and she's proved how low class she is.
To think that she had a chance with someone like me, and she chose that gutter rat.
Trash likes garbage.
But later in the hallway, Amber caught up with Charlie and Brianna and gave them a hug.
You guys are so cute together, and I'm so happy for you.
Really? I'm pretty sure I heard you call us trash and garbage.
That's just an act from Maddie. You know how she gets? But I always knew you'd end up together. I have an eighth sense about these things, like an octopus.
Just then, Elijah and Maddie walked into the hallway, and Amber jumped back.
Ew, it hurts my face to look at you two. When I become president one day, I will ban scholarships for poor people in rich schools.
She winked at them as she walked off, and Charlie and Brianna couldn't help laughing. A few days later, Brianna and Charlie were hanging out in their favorite park, and Charlie could see Brianna seemed distracted.
Brianna, don't freak out, but but there's a giant tarantula next to your head.
Yeah, sounds cool. Wait, what did you say?
I was kidding. Where are you lost today?
It's nothing. Well, it's not nothing. Ugh. Here, read this critic's review on the latest Stargirl episodes. It's awful.
You can't be taking this seriously. You don't sound like you have a half a brain, and your acting isn't underwhelming. Come on, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. And I know the show isn't the best, but I had to start somewhere, right?
Of course. And people love it.
Except that the show's ratings are tanking, and the next season might be canceled. Maybe Mom was right all along, and I'm just kidding myself with this acting business.
No, you're brave to pursue your dream, and you're lucky you get to do that without worrying about money. Don't give up on it.
Well, there is something I've been thinking about to boost ratings. Don't judge me, okay? I have this doctor who I could pay to make fake medical records and say I have a serious disease. People would feel a lot of sympathy for a young, suffering actress, and it would jump up the views.
It's a reality show, so you'd act like you're sick?
Yeah, just to spice things up. All reality shows do stuff like that.
How much would this cost?
Like $200,000?
Wow, okay, so you'd really just spend so much money on that?
You're judging me, aren't you?
I didn't say anything.
He lay back down and fell quiet, and Brianna looked over at him. If you had $200,000 right now, what would you do with it?
You know, when I was away some weeks ago, I went back to my hometown to meet an old friend. Well, we've been working on an app together. I think we have a really good idea, so yeah, I'd invest in that.
Then that's what I'll be doing with my $200,000.
What? No, I wasn't asking for money, Brianna. I don't want charity.
It's a loan. You said the app is promising. I'm sure you'll be able to pay me back.
Do you really mean that?
Please, you're saving me from spending it on something stupid. I really mean it. Charlie stared at her, then let out an excited whoop and hugged her as she laughed. A few days later, Charlie walked into the boys' locker room to find the coach and Elijah sitting on a bench looking pale.
Coach, you called me?
Charlie, I know this is a lot to ask, but we have the season's biggest game next week, and Elijah still can't play. He's hurt himself in practice, and we need a captain. It'd be a huge favor to the team. Otherwise, we're out.
Elijah was seething with rage, but Charlie just couldn't turn down the coach.
Of course, sir. I'll see you at practice.
On the day of the match, Charlie played his heart out as team captain, and when he scored the winning goal against the school's biggest rivals, the whole crowd erupted into cheers. He ran over to Brianna in the stands and kissed her in front of everybody. Then his teammates carried him away on their shoulders while he waved the trophy happily. After celebrating with the team, Charlie headed out of school. He was just a couple of blocks away when someone pushed him into an alley. He looked up to see a couple of thugs, and behind them was Elijah.
What are you doing?
No, Charlie, what are you doing? You've really picked the wrong guy to mess with, haven't you?
I'm not messing with you, man. I helped your team because you couldn't play. Now you want to beat me up for that?
I couldn't play because your girlfriend caused my injury, and you're to blame. She rejected me and insulted me because of you.
She rejected you before she even met me, because you're a jerk.
You little weasel. You might be flying high right now, but I've been trying to warn you, you don't belong here. What makes you think Brianna is so different suddenly? How can you be sure she isn't making a fool of you again?
I'm sure. Now back off. I'm the school's hero right now. I don't think you want to mess with me.
Elijah looked ready to punch him, but some kids passed by the alley just then, and he stepped away.
This isn't over.
2 days later, the school was holding its annual spring dance, and Brianna walked into the gym looking for Charlie, who had said he'd meet her there. She saw Maddie, Amber, and Elijah glaring at her from a corner, then turned away to spot Charlie talking to someone.
Hey, there you are. You look good.
She leaned in to kiss him, but he gently pushed her away.
We need to talk. I can't delay it any longer.
Okay, you sound serious. What is it?
Brianna, I'm breaking up with you.
What? Haha, very funny.
Do I look like I'm joking?
Charlie, come on, what are you doing?
I said I'm breaking up with you.
I don't understand. Can we please?
Are you really as dumb as everyone says? I thought you were the smartest of the Barbie angels. Did you really think I was in love with you? No, Brianna, I was just playing your game. When you told me how you were desperately in love with me, I saw it as the perfect chance to take revenge. I decided to make you believe I loved you too, and then dump you publicly just like you girls did.
Brianna stared at him speechlessly as everyone stared at them. Then Charlie walked closer and leaned in.
How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through.
With that, Charlie left while Brianna stood frozen in her spot. Suddenly, she found Amber by her side.
Come on, let's get out of here.
As they walked out into the hallway, they heard Madison cackling loudly behind them.
Wow, that was epic! I've never respected Charlie more in my life. He really played a number on you, Bree. And Amber, get away from her. She's not your friend anymore.
Brianna didn't respond and continued walking away.
We really broke him, didn't we, Brianna? Turned a perfectly nice guy into a heartless jerk. Now that's a high school project I'll always remember.
Suddenly, Brianna turned around and lunged at her. Madison screamed as she tried to fight Brianna off. A few kids, including Amber, finally managed to pull them apart. God knows I've been wanting to hit you since the day I met you, and that's a memory I will cherish for years. Brianna turned away and ran out, breaking out into sobs. Brianna refused to go to school and just stayed in bed for days, feeling completely miserable. One morning, a maid brought her a letter. It was from Charlie. She anxiously ripped it open, and the check she'd given him for $200,000 fell out. He didn't even use it. He was just teasing me. I really don't get this jerk. He's completely messed me up. She buried her head in her arms and started to cry, but then she stopped and picked up the check. I don't care what Charlie thinks of me. I'm going to use this to save my show. She jumped out of bed, stuffed the check in her bag, and put on her coat. A few days later, Charlie and Grandma were watching the local news on TV when suddenly Brianna's face appeared on the screen with the headline saying, "Young TV star diagnosed with Crohn's disease." Charlie stared in shock, then his face darkened.
Poor girl. That's terrible news. Charlie, I don't know what happened between you two, but I think we should go see her.
She's lying.
What do you mean?
She's not sick, Grandma. This is all an act to get ratings and views for her show.
What? No, she wouldn't do that. Why do you have to assume the worst about people lately?
Because they are the worst. She told me of her plan to do this herself.
Well, she must have some reason. Brianna isn't like that.
Yes, she is. Why do you need to see the good in everyone, Grandma? Least of all these people. They're awful and shallow, and they think people like us are more worthless than the gum stuck to their shoes.
I made a huge mistake convincing you to attend this school. I thought nothing could ever change you, but I was wrong. I hardly recognize you these days, Charlie.
Grandma walked out before Charlie could say another word. A few days later, Brianna was told someone had come to see her downstairs. She made sure she looked pale and walked weakly into the lounge to find Elijah sitting next to her mom. What are you doing here? Mom, I told you I feel too sick to have visitors.
Brianna, please sit down. This is important.
Brianna, we both know you haven't been very nice to me, but I've always cared about you. It just crushed me the way that poor scumbag humiliated you.
What do you want, Elijah?
Oh, I don't want anything, but I brought you something that will really teach Charlie the lesson he deserves. That day at the spring dance, one of the kids standing close to you made a video.
Elijah handed her his phone, and Brianna stared at it in shock to see Charlie caught on camera saying,
"How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through."
Brianna, when were you going to tell me about this? If Elijah hadn't shown me this video, I would never have checked your account and known that $200,000 have been withdrawn. How dare he threaten to not return your money?
Oh God, how can I tell Mom that Charlie returned the money? If she asked me where I spent it, I can't tell her I used it to bribe the doctor.
Brianna, answer me. Has he been making any other threats?
No, Mom, he hasn't. Please, I'm just too sick to deal with all this. He'll give it back.
Oh, you bet he will. When I sue him, I'll have my lawyer send him a notice today.
No! I don't want to do that.
Honey, I'm not asking you to be a part of this. You just need to rest. I'll take care of everything. There is no way I'm going to let some good-for-nothing beggar rob us blind.
He's treated you very poorly, Brianna. Don't worry, we'll make him pay.
Brianna got up and left the room, feeling panicked. When Mom accuses Charlie, he'll rat me out. What if the news gets out and everyone discovers that I faked my illness? My reputation will be ruined for good. Oh God, what have I done? The next night, Charlie found a courier at his door, handing him over a legal notice to appear in court the next morning. It was served by Brianna's mother, accusing him of stealing $200,000. He crumpled the paper and threw it aside, holding his head in his hands. Moments later, he got up and looked at himself in the mirror.
I gave her back the money, and she used that to bribe the doctor. But of course she didn't tell her mom, and now she's too scared to tell the truth. So her mom thinks I still have the money and I'm some thief. If I said the truth, Brianna's reputation would be ruined. I won't stand a chance against people like them in court. Why should I suffer anymore because of Brianna? I shouldn't even go. But I will, because I'm in love with her.
The next morning in court, Brianna nervously stole glances at Charlie as she sat next to her mom and Elijah. Charlie just sat there blankly, not turning to her once.
Would the plaintiff's lawyer please read out the charges made against the defendant?
The defendant, Mr. Charlie, is accused of the theft of $200,000 from Miss Brianna. We have submitted video evidence where he admits himself that he has no intention to return money given to him as a loan. The defendant is also accused of bullying and harassing Miss Brianna, causing severe emotional and psychological damage. We have submitted documents of Miss Brianna's recent illness triggered by extreme distress.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there any medical evidence to prove that?
Your Honor, I know it's not my place to speak, but as a mother, I simply cannot stay silent. My only child has fallen extremely sick after being harassed by him. Her school, her work, her health, everything has been affected by his actions. Her doctors will vouch for it. And people like Charlie are predators who prey on the feelings of rich young women to get money out of them. He must be made to pay for it.
Brianna's mom burst into tears as she took her place, while Brianna stared at her in shock. She's a better actress than I am.
Would the defendant like to say something in response to that?
Charlie rose from his seat, slowly.
No, Your Honor.
Did you intend to return the $200,000?
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe your actions have caused Miss Brianna psychological and emotional damage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Young man, do you understand that the charges against you are very serious? If you are unable to return the loaned money as well as damages, you could land for 2 years in prison.
Charlie looked up and hung his head.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. Since you have pleaded guilty on all counts, the court gives you a day to arrange $500,000 or face prison.
No, this is enough.
Brianna, what are you doing?
What I should have done before. Your Honor, I want to immediately withdraw this case. There is no case against Charlie. He returned the money, and I spent it on bribing a doctor to say that I'm sick. I did it to increase ratings and views for my stupid show. Everyone stared at Brianna in shock.
How could you lie to me like this?
Because you've made me feel like I'm a failure as an actress, and I just wanted to fix things on my own. I was feeling down, and I wasn't thinking clearly. It was desperate and stupid, and I would have never told you, but this has gone too far.
Young lady, you will be fined for wasting the court's time.
I understand, Your Honor, and I will pay it, and I am so sorry.
Case dismissed.
The judge walked out of the courtroom, and Brianna held up a hand to her mom. We'll talk, but not now. Please, just leave me alone, Mom. Just go. Brianna's mom and Elijah stormed off, and soon it was just Charlie and Brianna in the room, and suddenly Brianna pushed him really hard.
Oh my God, what is your problem?
You! I swear, Charlie, I don't understand you one bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect someone like you to.
If you hate me so much, why were you about to go to freaking jail for me instead of telling the truth?
You answered your question yourself, but I'll give you a few minutes to figure it out. I know you're slow.
What are you saying? You don't hate me? Charlie just looked at her, and she started to cry. If you don't hate me, Charlie, then why did you break my heart?
Because I became a monster, Brianna. I just couldn't get over how you girls used me for entertainment. I was just so consumed by anger and revenge. But after I broke up with you, I realized that hurting someone you love is the worst feeling in the world. I just couldn't expose your secrets and make you look bad, and I'm really sorry for how I've treated you.
So am I. I hate the things we've done to each other.
Listen, do you think there's any chance that we can start over? No drama, no games, no lies. Because I really love you, Brianna. I know you're way out of my league. I always knew that. And you could find someone else 10 times richer and handsomer, like you deserve to be with some movie star. But I swear I'll try to be cooler and I won't ever hurt you again. And if you let me out...
How do I get you to stop talking?
I'll even work on that. It's a nervous tic. I'll go to a therapist and...
I have a better idea. And with that, Brianna leaned in and kissed him.
Your mom, she isn't okay.
There will still be other hospital expenses, and you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies,
complete with the hospital seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Oh my God, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
You ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing a science experiment on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have a pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And what did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own. And it turns out, there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again. And we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew, and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before. Believe me. Ow!
What my partner means is there's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack.
He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks.
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in frickin' Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls. I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you, as strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and—
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the 3 of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments. But I do feel a connection to you, as strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and—
Kiss her, now!
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
We will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia?
Why not? She's Russian. Isn't she? Oh, yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone! Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh! Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious, and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two?
There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back. Or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people!
Arthur was very confused, but they finally got married. Later, as everyone moved towards the dance floor, Freddie asked me to join him.
So, now your mom is well and you have a rich stepfather. What are your plans?
I like traveling around with Meredith. Maybe I'll do that for some time. There isn't any reason to stay here anyway.
Ouch. Why don't you just hit me with an axe?
Of course, there's you. I can always come visit.
That's not good enough, Claire. Look, I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever, and let's not pretend you don't know that. Don't you think you can give us a chance? We're best friends, and I'd do anything for you.
I know, Freddie, but I just can't. I love you, but not like you want me to.
You can try dating me. Maybe you'll feel differently.
I don't think I will.
And I can give you a good life. You don't need to live like a freaking criminal anymore.
Some people might call me an artist.
Con artist, yeah. Still a criminal.
Maybe I enjoy being one. It's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're going to be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and she'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and you'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern, but word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty, innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me, the glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the Army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an army man and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage. And when it came to my hair, the brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay? Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him. Dad, look! A boy asked me out. My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet.
I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye.
After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Play it cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two.
Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun. But then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Oh, allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you? He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower? What? I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better. You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that. You're breaking up with me? It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me, "I told you so." But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. "You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen."
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. "Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up?" "Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case." When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. "Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you?" I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai's sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. "I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative?" After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so I went down the rabbit hole of research. And when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire! My hair sample is on fire! A boy in the lab came to help me. "Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm..."
"Regina, the girl who has a scary dad? I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab."
"Your lab?"
"Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd."
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Terrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Terrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Terrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was. Until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey, Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was
so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor? You deserve a lot of success. But you helped me out a lot. It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you. Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back. I thought I was just a friend. You can be my friend and my boyfriend? Really? But your dad. I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused. If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years. No, that's not fair. It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall? If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? He doesn't look so good. I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe. I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things. I miss your mom most of the time. I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you. And I am of you too. I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero! I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever. Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes. You've shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy. Oh, thank you, Dad. But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir. Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way.
The student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. Yeah, the story's changing and the lead is you. Welcome to the life at MSU.
My heart jumped all the way to my toes when I finally reached the huge MSU gate. For a hopeless romantic introvert like me, the first day of high school was both super scary and a little exciting. New year, new school, a whole new vibe. Would I make any friends here? Or maybe find love? Wait, what was I thinking? I worked so hard to get a scholarship to be here. I should focus on my studies, not boys. I quickly spotted my fellow freshmen gathered near the gate, all waiting for the tour to start. All right, Candy, this is it. We walked through the school hallway, and I was amazed by the surroundings. Everything was clean and neat, and I could even smell the natural scent of bamboo and flowers. The ambiance was peaceful. Despite the usual school noise, I could still hear the leaves rustling and the soft stream of water from the river. It would help a lot with studying. Suddenly, something caught my attention. Was that a squirrel wearing a freaking hoodie? Where did it even find those tiny clothes? I got distracted for 2 seconds, and when I blinked again, my tour group was gone. Oh my God, where did they go? I was about to break down in the middle of the way when a smooth voice sounded behind me.
Need some help? You look a little lost.
I spun around, and time completely froze when I found myself face to face with the most gorgeous guy I'd ever seen. He looked like he'd stepped out of a dream. Perfect hair, perfect smile, practically glowing like an angel. I swear, I felt like I was floating. Which I actually was, because I was this close to passing out. Before I hit the ground, his arm shot out, grabbing me by the waist, steadying me. And for a second, I felt like my heart stopped beating.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I was with the tour group with the new students, and we were on our way to the auditorium to, some orientation thing, and I lost them because I lost them. Brain, work with me here, please. He gave a small smile, and I swear the sun came out just to make him look even better.
Well, you're not far off. The auditorium's this way. I can walk you there if you'd like.
Oh my God, oh my God, you really don't have to. I don't want to waste your time and...
I insist.
But...
Please.
Okay. He started walking, and I followed him like a lost and completely mesmerized kitten, sneaking glances at him every few steps. Is this really happening? A cute guy is helping me? How did I get this lucky on my first day? Is this fate? Are we gonna date later on? Is he gonna be my first love? My first boyfriend? My future husband?
Here you go.
Huh?
We're here. The auditorium. And I think the freshman orientation is about to start.
Oh, right. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Anytime.
He then reached into his pocket and pulled out something small.
Here. A little good luck for your first day.
A candy? I stared at it like he'd just handed me a diamond. I swear I will never eat this. This candy is sacred now. I'm keeping it forever. Maybe I'll even build a shrine for it. Oh, thank you for this. This looks sweet. I mean, this is a candy, right?
Good luck.
I just stood there, frozen, clutching my new good luck charm. By the time I snapped out of it, he was already gone. Panicking, I took a few steps forward, scanning the crowd. Where did he go? I should have at least gotten his name. Soon enough, the ceremony wrapped up, and I followed my fellow freshmen toward our building, my eyes darting around like I was on a secret mission to spot my crush. When we finally got to our homeroom class, I headed straight to the back. I then glanced at my seatmate, only to find her glaring at me. She's really pretty, but she looks like a meanie. What was her problem? Do I know her? Did I accidentally steal her seat or something? She kept up the death glares all through our next classes without saying a single word, and it was driving my paranoid butt crazy. By lunchtime, I was on edge, so I slipped into the cafeteria, found a quiet corner, and started eating, hoping she'd forget I existed. Just then, someone slammed a tray down right across from me. I looked up to see none other than her.
Mind if I sit here?
She sat down right next to me, staring at me like I was her next meal. Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't like she gave me much of a choice.
Oh, so you do talk. Thought you were mute or something. I'm Trixie, by the way.
You're not mad at me?
What do you mean?
You kept glaring at me all day.
Oh, sorry about that. That's just my resting witch face. But hey, maybe I do want to eat you alive. You look like a cute little candy.
Funny you say that. My name is actually Candy.
Wait, let me guess. Your last name is Crush?
I laughed, and just like that, all the awkwardness melted away. I usually have a hard time making friends because I was always scared to make the first move. But Trixie and I clicked instantly. It felt like I'd won the friends lottery on my first day. I guessed my lucky charm was already working. And as an introvert, one solid friend was all I needed. Soon enough, we were already talking about our crushes and dark secrets.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Trixie, it's only been a week.
So what? The lower campus is filled with hot nerds and athletes. You could collect at least 5 crushes in an hour.
I assume you already have one?
Oh, please. I'm already eyeing one. Just testing the waters to see if he's just a crush of the day material or, crush to marry potential. Like I told you, I easily lose interest if they crush me back. It just gets boring after that. I'll spill the details once I'm sure about him. How about you?
Well, there's this one guy. I continued to tell her about my encounter with Mr. Nice Guy, complete with all the details, and she started screaming.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
Hey, let's take it easy, okay? It's just a harmless little crush, and who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
But telling Trixie about him was a huge mistake. She immediately spilled it to Cass, the ridiculously gorgeous, effortlessly classy girl sitting on her other side in class. Yes, that one that looked like a princess.
Hey, Cass, guess what? Our girl Candy here is crushing on some cute guy on our first day of school, but she hasn't seen him since. Want to help us hunt him down? We need more woman power.
That's adorable. So what's he like? Did you at least get his name?
To my surprise, Cass didn't laugh, roll her eyes, or get up and leave to call her driver or something.
Unfortunately, no. Candy here is a total amateur. Like she's already planned their wedding, but she forgot step 1, basic introductions. That's why she needs our help.
I'm in.
Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Thankfully, Cass was busy babysitting her little sister over at the grade school campus in between our classes, so she wasn't all up in this drama. Meanwhile, Trixie was out here trying like her life depended on it. Every day, she'd literally drag me around campus, turning every walk into a full-on stakeout. We'd scan buildings, gardens, and parks, peeking around corners like wannabe detectives trying to find a freaking serial killer. Then one day, we finally spotted him. He was tall, standing by the fountain with the same blue hoodie I'd mentioned he'd wore the first day.
That's him. Go say something.
Before I could even think, she suddenly shoved me towards the guy, catching him completely off guard. My heart was racing as he slowly turned around, only to reveal a face that was the exact opposite of what I remembered.
Whoa, back off, baby girl. You're not my type.
The audacity of you to say that with a face like that, you ugly, delusional lobster cracker.
Trixie, calm down. Maybe he's just going through something. Sorry about that. We just mistook you for someone else.
What a lame excuse just to get my attention.
Trixie was ready to go full berserk. But before she could pounce at him, I yanked her away. After we escaped the crime scene, a depressing thought hit me like a truck. What if he's actually from the upper campus? Just thinking he might be someone super rich makes my heart sink. If that's true, then he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
Trixie was so determined to find him without even knowing his name or what he looked like. One time, she even collected cute guys and made them line up in front of me. Jesus, Trixie, what are you doing?
Is this him?
No.
Okay, move. How about this cutie?
No, please, stop this. I don't think he's here.
Are you sure?
Yes, jeez. You're embarrassing me.
All right, boys, bounce away.
Later that day, during history class, she was still onto it.
I swear, if I have to keep staring at Mr. Olden's prehistoric dentures, I'm gonna pass out.
Shh, behave. Remember, he could see and hear everything.
Whatever. Why don't you sketch your crush for me? At least I would have a clearer picture of who we're looking for.
She was actually serious about ditching class just to hunt Mr. Nice Guy down. And knowing her, at this point, she'd really do it. Eventually, I found myself giving in. But unfortunately, art isn't my thing. I showed her my sketch, and she suddenly snorted in laughter. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over us. We both looked up to see Mr. Olden glaring down with his infamous squinty-eyed stare, one hand gripping his ancient cane. He looked older than time itself, but somehow built like a tank. He leaned forward, close enough that I could count the wrinkles on his forehead.
So, you two think my class is a comedy show, eh? You know, I've been teaching since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, seen your kind come and go, and none of them made it out unscathed after disrupting my class.
I felt like pooping from the nervousness. The whole class had gone dead silent as he suddenly straightened up with a loud crack of his spine, then effortlessly hoisted the nearest desk into the air with one hand.
Next time, I might just lift you two for a little history lesson on manners.
Sorry, Mr. Olden. Candy here was just showing me ancient drawings for historical purposes.
Oh.
Thankfully, he eventually calmed down and continued his lesson. Days have passed, and still, I haven't bumped into Mr. Nice Guy again. Maybe he was just some random outsider. Or maybe he was indeed from the upper campus. I started hanging out at the big central library where both campuses mix, hoping for a chance encounter. And just as I pulled out a book from a shelf, my world suddenly stopped when a familiar face suddenly appeared from the other side. It's him, my Mr. Nice Guy. I just stood there, totally frozen, staring at him with my heart pounding like crazy. But as his eyes lifted, I panicked and dropped down, hiding behind a book like it had the power to turn me invisible. After finally calming down, I slowly stood up and peeked around the other side of the shelf, but he was already gone. And it was both relieving and disappointing at the same time. The next morning, as I walked through the school gate, a familiar little flutter filled my chest. I glanced back, and there he was again, just a few steps behind me. Oh my freaking God! My heart practically backflipped out of my chest. I could feel each of his steps getting closer, and soon we ended up side by side. I could barely breathe, trying to act normal, only to end up walking like a limping dog. From the corner of my eye, I could feel just how tall and handsome he was. Every step was pure torture, in the best way possible. I finally managed to breathe normally again when he changed direction and headed into the sophomore building. So, he's a sophomore, huh? Later, I told Trixie all about it, and of course, she was immediately scheming.
Let's go check out the sophomore building. Come on, he could still be around.
We lurked into the lobby, trying to look casual. A few minutes later, Trixie went to the restroom, and I was left yawning next to my all-nighter study session. Coffee was calling my name, and thank heavens, a cute little vending machine was right there waiting for me. Just as I shuffled over, an unexpected thing happened again. There he was, right next to me. Holy goodness, why does he keep popping up out of nowhere? He could at least give a poor innocent girl some warning. With a trembling hand, I reached for the button, but he beat me to it.
You go first.
No, it's fine. You go ahead.
Please, I insist.
My mind was racing. I could ask his name, maybe mention that I still had the candy he'd given me. But my courage totally bailed on me. Come on, Candy, you've got this. I took a deep breath, preparing to say something, anything. but he'd already disappeared down the hall. But what about his coffee? Just in time, Trixie returned, her eyes lighting up.
OMG, guess what? I had the cutest moment with my crush in the hallway.
Is this the same crush you told me about last time? I wish I'd seen it.
I'll point him out to you next time I see him.
Okay. Anyway, while you were off having your rom-com moment, I kinda had a cute encounter with my own crush at the vending machine.
While I was away? How rude. How did I miss that? Did you at least take a picture of him?
No. It's not exactly nice to take photos without permission, you know?
Okay, but what if you, took a selfie and just accidentally got him in the background?
Trixie's idea came in handy later in the cafeteria during lunch, because the moment she got up to grab more food, I saw Mr. Nice Guy pass by again. I quickly lifted my phone, pretending to take a selfie, and managed to catch him in the background. Trixie, look! I finally caught him! Her eyes went wide, excitement all over her face. But then, strangely, her expression shifted.
Oh, good for you.
That was weird. For the next few hours, Trixie seemed distant until finally she excused herself to leave early. I watched her go, wondering what exactly ruined her mood. I spent the rest of the evening obsessing over the picture I took. He's so handsome and cute. I was grinning like an idiot, replaying every fantasy in my head while playing with the candy, and eventually falling asleep with my phone clutched in my hand. His face, the last thing I saw before drifting off to dreamland. The next day, Trixie didn't go to school. She'd mentioned she was sick, but her replies to my messages were short. I kept thinking how weird her replies were, and the realization hit me like a freight train. What if we actually have the same crush? They both were in the sophomore lobby that day. The thought made my stomach twist. Trixie still hadn't come to school for a few more days, and I was really worried now. Cass told me she saw her at MSH Hospital. It turned out she was sick enough to be admitted. I decided to skip our last class to check on her. I hopped on the school bus and told the driver to drop me off at the hospital. After showing my visitation card to the information desk, they gave me Trixie's hospital room number. As I made my way to the door, a nurse came out of the room, and I caught a glimpse of a sight that shattered my world to pieces. Mr. Nice Guy was sitting by her bedside, taking care of her. So, we were indeed sharing the same crush all this time. Hurt and confused, I turned around and ran back to the elevator. Alone inside, I fought the tears from spilling out of my eyes. When the elevator slid open, I hurried out and accidentally bumped into some guy. Sorry, I needed to be anywhere but there. The next day was the weekend, and I spent it sulking, replaying that scene in my head over and over. I ignored Trixie's texts, especially the one asking why I'd left so quickly when I'd come to visit her. I didn't know what to say, or how to explain the pain in my chest that I didn't even fully understand. Monday came, and I went to school early just to clear my head and nurse my broken heart a little bit more before facing Trixie.
Hello, Candy to Earth.
I blinked my eyes and looked up to see her. Trixie. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. How are you feeling?
All better now. I tend to get sick easily. I know it doesn't match with my strong attitude and demoness face. Anyways, Candy, I have something to confess. Please don't be mad, okay?
I already know, Trixie. Your crush, he visited you at the hospital.
Wait, how did you know he visited me?
Look, I get it. If he likes you, I understand. You're prettier and more charming than I'll ever be, so it only makes sense. As I rambled on, her expression shifted. She suddenly grabbed her phone and dialed a number.
Get over here now. I don't care what you're doing.
Not even a few minutes later, the most unexpected person suddenly showed up, looking a bit confused and slightly out of breath.
Hey, why are you crying?
Why does he look so worried about me?
Okay, confession time. This guy's name is Drew, and newsflash, he's my brother.
Huh?
This guy, your crush, Mr. Nice Guy, is my brother, and his name is Drew. Drew, Mr. Nice Guy, your crush, my brother. Is that clear enough for you now?
Wait, what? You never mentioned to me that you have a brother? We've been friends for months.
I've literally told you like 23 times by now, but you were always too busy studying or, obsessing over your crush who just happens to be him too.
I froze, trying to process what she just said.
The reason I didn't say anything earlier was because as your protective and very pretty best friend, I wanted to make sure that he was serious about whoever he was crushing on at school. He mentioned he had a crush, but didn't give me details. Then last weekend, I caught him scrolling through your Instagram. He already knew we were best friends, but was too shy to tell you.
He knew? All this time? Trixie smirked and gave her brother a little shove toward me.
He just got a little too shy, but trust me, I've been pushing him to confess since he's the guy here.
Wait, so who was your crush that visited you?
That's a story for another time. Right now, you better do this right, bro.
With that, she walked off, leaving me alone with Drew. I fiddled with my fingers, sneaking glances at him, waiting for him to make the first move. Please, say something. Soon enough, he finally cleared his throat.
Sorry about my sister. She can be kinda intense sometimes.
Intense, right. You're right. She's indeed intense. Another stretch of silence fell over us, and I found myself awkwardly staring at the river. After a bit of shuffling, he sat down beside me, but there was a good 2 inches between us, like he was trying not to get too close. I glanced over, catching him looking at me, and he quickly looked away. He took a deep breath, staring down at his hands.
I'm sorry. I don't really know how to do this.
Do what, exactly?
This romance thing.
Me too. This is my first time.
I actually like you. Since the first time I saw you.
You liked me? Like, since the beginning?
Every time I saw you on campus, I didn't know what to say. I tried to act cool, but I just felt like melting because you're just too cute.
Me? Cute? He then inched closer, and eventually our hands brushed. The little spark that shot through me made me dizzy.
Is it okay if I hold your hand?
I nodded, hardly able to breathe as he gently took my hand in his.
You've got soft hands. And cute nails.
Oh, God help me. I felt like an ice cream cone fresh out of the freezer right now, melting fast and hard. I still have that candy you gave me. I took it from my wallet and showed it to him.
You kept it?
I kinda thought of it as my lucky charm. The way he smiled at me as I said that sent another army of butterflies in my tummy.
Wait, how about...
He was looking at my lips. Is he gonna kiss me? Oh my God. After holding hands, kissing is usually the next step, right? The anticipation is killing me. My heart was racing so fast, I thought it might just stop. I wanted to scream. But instead, when a gentle squeeze on my hand snapped me out of it.
Candy? Are you okay?
Huh?
Here, you can have the other half.
Oh! Thank you! Wow, this is so good. So, you like sweet stuff, huh?
Yeah, I like sweets. I know this cafe in town. I mean, I'd like to get to know more about you. Well, would you like to go on a date with me this weekend?
Of course. First step to romance, first date. We both laughed, and suddenly, everything didn't feel so tense anymore. I felt his fingers intertwining mine. And I felt the sweetness, sweeter than the candy melting in my heart. I couldn't wait for our first date of thousands more to come.
Hi, I'm Toby from Chicago. Please, like and subscribe. I was born to the kindest people you'll ever meet. My dad owned a giant tech company, and we were wealthy, but my parents were always caring and generous, and taught me to be the same. When I was in the first grade, my parents took me to an amusement park for my birthday, and as we were leaving, I suddenly spotted a boy crying behind a bench. I realized it was Nathan from my class. He was a giant bully, but I couldn't just leave him there. Hey, Nathan, are you lost? Let me help you. My parents and I searched for his parents all over the giant park and finally found them after 2 hours. And it turned out that Nathan's dad was my dad's biggest business rival. His parents didn't even thank us and just took him away. Rude. I thought after what happened though, maybe Nathan and I could be friends. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when he suddenly pinned me against the wall. If you tell anyone you saw me crying, I will deal with you. Do you get me? I won't, but how about you stop being a jerk to me? Why? I still don't like your face. He pulled my bag and threw it across the hall, sending my things flying everywhere as he laughed and ran away. And things never got better. He kept being a jerk, and my revenge was beating him in both studies and sports. And everyone else at school really liked me, but I always tried to be kind and helpful. Once in 8th grade, I was helping our driver wash the cars when I noticed something heartbreaking. At the gate, it was a girl my age, searching the trash for food. I walked up to her, but suddenly she dashed away like a cheetah. Oh, wait, come back! I don't want to hurt you! But she was so fast, I couldn't keep up. We have lots of food in the house, even cakes. I'll get you some. She stopped immediately, then slowly walked back to me. Cakes? When I told my parents about her, they immediately invited her for lunch. Her name was Jessica, and she gobbled down her food like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Jessica started coming to our house every day after that. She never talked about her family, and whenever I asked, she got moody, so I dropped it. One day, we were having lunch when we heard a loud knock on the door, and seconds later, a huge man barged into the dining room. Jessica, it's time to go home. Hey, I don't know who you are, but it looks like she doesn't want to go with you. I'm her father, and I don't need your charity. Stay away from my child. Jessica, we're leaving. Now! She crept out and he led her away, and she didn't come again. My parents and I were really upset, and we contacted Child Services to try to track Jessica down. And it turned out that her father was a wanted criminal. He was arrested soon after that and was sent to jail, while Jessica ended up with some nice foster parents, who even enrolled her in my school. Hey, I'm really sorry about your dad.
It's okay. I don't really miss him. He wasn't very nice. He often forgot to get me food and made me leave school because he was on the run.
That's awful, but it's all in the past now.
Yeah, and I wanted to stay there. I don't ever want to talk about it again.
Pinky swear, we won't talk about it again. I wanted to give Jessica a present for her first day at my school, so I asked my mom to take me to the mall. And I picked out a beautiful red sweater for her, and I waited for her at the school gate. She was late, and I was beginning to panic. What if she decided she didn't want to go to school anymore? But thankfully, she showed up.
You thought I changed my mind, right?
Yeah, you had me a bit worried. Here, I got you something.
Oh, it's so pretty. And red's my favorite color. Thank you.
She hugged me, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. Whoa, who's this, babe? And why are you hugging that cockroach, babe? I was about to tell Nathan off, but Jessica spoke up first.
I don't know who you are, jerk, but don't talk to us again. Come on, Toby. Let's go.
Jessica fit in easily and was making new friends in no time. I was a little jealous that I didn't have her all to myself, but I was glad she was enjoying school.
Guess what I did today? I joined the track team.
That's awesome. I'm sure you'll beat everyone. I'm still trying to catch my breath from the first time I chased you.
The secret to slowing me down is to say, hey, I got cakes. I'll probably stop running and follow that person.
Having Jessica around was a dream come true, and I was just falling more in love with her. One day after school, I was looking for Jessica when I found her in the hallway with Nathan. Hey, is he bothering you? Nathan, just back off!
Whoa, calm down. He's part of the track team, and we're going to an event together.
I pulled her away to speak privately. That's Nathan. He's been a jerk to me since we were kids.
But he's my teammate, Toby. And actually, he's not that bad.
Come on, Jessica. We're running out of time. Get it? Jessica laughed out loud and walked away with him. What? It was a terrible joke. But from that day on, Nathan was always around Jessica, and it burnt my heart. Jessica was so good on the track that she was winning medals in no time. She became really popular and was always hanging out with the cool kids now. But one night in the 10th grade, I was studying for a test when she crept through my window.
Hey, Toby. I missed you.
Really? You bailed on our plans like 100 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, listen. Nathan took me out for a drive, and I completely forgot about this big math test tomorrow. Will you help me, please?
Okay. I'm studying right now, so pull up a chair.
Oh, not right now. I mean, can you help me during the test tomorrow?
You mean cheat? You know I never do that.
But I'm going to fail, Toby.
Yeah, well, that happens when you hang out with people like Nathan. Keep doing that and he'll ruin you.
If you can't help me, at least don't give me a lecture. Thanks for nothing. I'm sure Nathan will think of something.
And with that, she left. And the next day, I spotted a shy girl in our class, passing cheat sheets to Jessica and Nathan during the test. So that was Nathan's solution? Bullying other kids to help them cheat? But just then, the teacher caught the girl and took her off to the principal. And moments later, Nathan and Jessica were called out too, and then suspended for a week. I really hoped that Jessica had learned her lesson. But a week later, I found her and Nathan cornering the shy girl in the hallway. You're supposed to be one of the smartest girls in class. So how come you're so stupid? You ratted us out to the principal. You know what we do to snitches?
And can you stop crying? You got snot on your face, and it's gross.
What the heck? Jessica was a bully now? Jessica, what's wrong with you? Knock it off and leave her alone. Mind your business, nerd. I wasn't talking to you, jerk. Well, you're talking to my fist now. And then Nathan punched me. I tackled him to the ground, and we both wrestled like crazy till some teachers stopped us. And for the first time ever, I landed in detention. Jessica tried to talk to me, but I just walked past her. I completely avoided her for the next few days. But then one evening, the police arrived at our house with some news of her dad. He was really sick and was being transferred to another city for treatment right away. And he wanted to meet Jessica before he left. She wasn't answering my calls. And when I went to her house, her foster parents told me she was at Nathan's place for a party. Great. It was the last place I wanted to go, but I had to tell her. As I looked around for her, my heart suddenly dropped to my stomach. Jessica was in the corner with her arms around Nathan, and then she kissed him. Jessica, I need to talk to you. It's urgent. What are you doing here, man? You're not welcome in my house. It's not like I want to be here. Jessica, listen. I'm gonna call security.
Toby, can you please leave? I don't want you creating a scene in front of my friends.
She started walking away, and suddenly felt a wave of rage. Is that all you care about now? I thought you'd like to know that your dad is sick, and he wants you to see him before he's shifted to another prison. The loud music suddenly died as I shouted, and everyone stared at us. What? Your dad's in prison? You're some criminal's daughter? Jessica burst into tears as she ran out. Jessica, please stop. I'm sorry. She suddenly turned around and pushed me so hard I fell to the ground.
It's the one thing I ever asked you, Toby. I said I never wanted to talk about my dad, and you decided to announce it?
I didn't mean to, but I had to tell you about him, and you wouldn't listen.
I think you can't stand that I have other friends, and you just wanted to ruin that. Do you think I should be eternally grateful to you and not have a life of my own because you saved me from a dumpster?
Jessica.
Just leave me alone.
The next day at school, everyone had heard about her dad, and her friends had dropped her like a dead fly. I tried sitting next to her at lunch, but she immediately walked away. But later that day, I saw Nathan and her holding hands, and she didn't look so sad anymore. I stayed away from them and tried to focus on schoolwork. Dad asked me to start coming into his office after school to learn more about our business, and I was happy to keep myself busy. Our tech company was launching new gadgets soon, and I was quite excited to be a part of it. But a few weeks later, I woke up to really loud voices downstairs, and I went running. I found my parents watching the news, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Nathan's dad was on TV, introducing a prototype of the gadget our company had been working on. I just don't understand how our plans were leaked. My office is secure, and my home study is always locked. I just can't believe anyone working for me would betray me. This is terrible news. All our investors will be furious, and our company is going to take a huge hit. And it did. The company suffered huge losses, and there was no way to prove the theft. I went to school a week after the whole disaster, and I couldn't bear to even look at Nathan. His dad was a crook. But later that day, I was going to sit on the bleachers when I spotted Jessica yelling at him.
How could you do this? You told me those files were about some small project Toby was working on, and you'd mess up the plans to embarrass him in front of his dad. You never said it was something that could bring his parents' company down.
Okay, I lied. Boo-hoo. I didn't make you do anything. You got those files from me and then put them back. Remember? I was angry. I only wanted to humiliate Toby. You went too far. And I thought you loved me. It's not my fault you're stupid. You really thought I loved you? Daughter of a felon? Jessica, you did this? I couldn't believe it. The girl I loved was responsible for our ruin.
Toby, please wait. He lied to me. I didn't know what he was doing. I just wanted to mess with you because I was upset. I'd never hurt your parents.
Don't ever speak to me again. All I've done since I met you is love you. And you stabbed me in the back.
Wait, you love me?
Not anymore. Now I wish I'd never met you. The next few days at school, she didn't show up. And I didn't care. One day I was in my room when Mom came in.
Honey, we went to Jessica's foster home, and they told us she ran away. I'm so sorry.
Whatever. Good riddance.
Toby, that's unkind.
Mom, you still think she deserves kindness? After what she did?
I'm sure she got manipulated by that boy. Remember? She had a rough past, and maybe she was just trying to fit in and be loved. I know what she did was awful, but she was a good girl, and I hope she's okay.
Mom's attitude made me feel ashamed of myself, and I soon started regretting the things I said. But I couldn't take it back because Jessica had vanished. But in a shocking turn of events, an employee from Nathan's dad's company came forward with proof that the product had been stolen from us. They had to pay millions in damages, while his dad served time in prison. The family moved away, and I never saw Nathan again. High school passed fast enough, and after graduating from university, I joined Dad's company and helped build it to newer heights. But one day, I was at a shopping mall when I caught sight of a girl who looked like Jessica. My heart was pounding as I ran after her. But by the time I got outside, she was nowhere to be seen.
Toby, is that you?
Oh my God, Jessica, I've always wondered what I'd do if I ever saw you again. I don't even know what to say, except that I'm so happy you're okay.
Toby, I've thought of this meeting a million times too, and I really need to say that I'm so sorry. I was so stupid, and I knew even then that you'd never hurt me on purpose, but I ended up hurting you and your family so much. I left because I couldn't face you guys anymore. Please say you'll forgive me.
I hugged her, and we sat on a bench and talked. After she'd ran away, she ended up in a foster home again, and they got adopted by some really nice people, and I was so glad her life hadn't been miserable. As I loaded her groceries in her car, I spotted something in her back seat. It was the red sweater I'd given her in the 8th grade. Jessica, do you think I can call you sometime and ask you out on a date? I wanted to since forever.
You can ask me right now, and my answer is yes.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the maiden of spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me.
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter.
You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal, and once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Hi, I'm Isabella from Tuscany, and this is my story. My parents were super wealthy, strict people who had everything, but they longed for a second child. I was born 5 years after my older sister Abigail, and my parents instantly fell in love with me. Abigail took one look at me and made a face.
What's the big deal? She looks like a potato.
A very cute potato. Look at those cute girls. Growing up, Abigail really hated how I was always the center of attention. When I started crawling, she pushed me under beds and sofas. She would hand me chocolate-coated peas and sprouts. On my 7th birthday, Mom and Dad got me a beautiful Barbie doll. I was so happy, but Abigail just couldn't stand my happiness. When I came back from school, my doll was ruined, and she had a friggin' mustache. I was about to cry, but seeing Abigail at the door, I saw red.
Abigail, I'll end you. Why? I made it look so pretty, just like you.
That was it. I lunged at Abigail and pulled her hair. Mom and Dad came and pulled us apart, and as a punishment, Abigail had to give all of her toys to me. So I kind of won that one. Then when I turned 12, Abigail got her ears pierced, and Dad bought her giant diamond earrings to go with it. I wanted my ears pierced, but my parents refused. But I was determined to get them. I broke my piggy bank and got my ears pierced from the mall. Though I was grounded for a week and made to write an essay on disobedience because of it. Worth it! You're so careless and stubborn, Isabella. A few days after my 15th birthday, our cook came to see my parents. She wanted her daughter Mia to work for the family as a maid. She's lived most of her life in the village. I want her to go to a better school, but I don't have enough money. So I thought she could work here and help me. Please, give her a trial. She's really smart. Mia was my age and looked sweet. It would be awesome to have someone my age around the house. I can't believe I'm here. Finally, my life will get better. She told me that her life in the village was difficult and her dad was a jerk. We became close after that. Though she was assigned to organize my closet and pick up after me, she wasn't very good at it. But at school, teachers were impressed by her intelligence. She was a genius. And I hated studying, so I made a deal with her. Hey, listen, I hate school. What if you do my homework and I won't tell my parents how much you suck at cleaning? You got yourself a deal, bestie. This girl was amazing and treated me better than my own sister. But I guess Abigail was jealous because we were both so close. One day, she tried to warn me about Mia. Hey, you should set some boundaries with that maid. She's always snooping around in your room. Duh, of course she is. She has to clean it, so she has to be there. Mia is totally awesome. Ugh, whatever. One time at school, we were having a spring dance, and I was really hoping Zach, the hottest guy in my class, would ask me out. I have had a crush on him since kindergarten. And when he did, I felt over the moon. That day, Zach offered to walk me home. So here we are, your place. So goodbye. Hey, Zach, wait. When he turned around, I rushed and kissed him on the cheek. He smiled and walked away. I felt like there were 1,000 butterflies in my stomach. But the moment I caught Mia grinning at the front door, my smile dropped. You kissed a boy? Wow. I was wondering, can you set me up with his friend? I always wanted to have a boyfriend. Shh, we are going out together. Just don't tell my parents or Abigail. You know how strict they are, and I can't just ask him if his friend needs a girlfriend. It doesn't work that way. Oh, yeah. And then Mia actually rolled her eyes at me and walked away. What was that attitude? Soon after that, I began to notice that my things were going missing. First, my favorite lipstick, then an expensive serum, and finally a Gucci backpack. I asked Mia if she'd seen it anywhere, but she said she hadn't. Maybe you left it at a friend's house. Come on, you can be pretty careless. Like the time you kissed a boy at your doorstep in broad daylight. Since the day she had seen me with Zach, Mia was being super weird. Sure, I could be a little careless, but I'd never misplaced anything in my life before, especially a whole frickin' backpack. On the day of the spring dance, I was getting ready, and that's when I noticed my favorite top was missing. Mia, have you seen my tweed top? The pink one? Yeah, have you... Why are you crying? I'm so sorry, Isabella. I borrowed the top last week and I fell and it tore up along the side and I tried to fix it, but I couldn't. Please don't tell anyone or Mom will send me back to the village. I know you won't tell. Look, I guard your secrets too. Like you kissing your boyfriend and how you make me do your homework. Remember? Are you, threatening me? Perhaps. I was shocked that Mia could go so low. After that day, Mia only got bolder. She kept taking my stuff without telling me. Not only was she taking full advantage of my things, she didn't clean my room either. She even told Mom that I trashed my room on purpose to make her do more work. And it was no shock that Mom believed her. Isabella, you're almost 16. Get your act together. Clean your room now. Ugh, I was so mad at Mia. I had been nothing but nice, and she'd taken advantage of me. I started cleaning my own room and locked it every day before I left for school. It was hard, but soon I got the hang of it. If it weren't for Zach, I would have gone crazy. The guy was like a ray of sunshine in my boring life. One time, we went out on a date, and Zach gave me the most precious gift ever, a set of pearl earrings. OMG, these are so pretty. Not prettier than you. Saying that, he kissed me. Zach was so perfect, and I was so in love with him. The next day, when I woke up, I felt sick. Mom and Dad took me to the doctor, and I learned I had some viral infection and needed complete bed rest. I was literally knocked out cold because of the meds and stayed in bed for days. But when I finally felt better, I tried calling Zach. His number was unreachable, and he had blocked me everywhere. He even changed his school. But he left me a message on Insta. Good luck with your new life. I am moving out of town because of Dad's work, but I'm sure you must be happy. When I tried to reply, I couldn't. What was that even about? I was sad for weeks. One day when I stepped into my room, I saw Mia in front of the mirror trying on the earrings. Hey, get those off. Zach gave those to me. For God's sake, stop touching my stuff. Zach, the same guy who royally dumped you, still hoping he'll come back to you? You are very naive. Here you go, your ugly earrings. I am so gonna tell Mom. Good luck convincing her. Your own family will never believe you. The careless liar of the family. She was right. She had Mom and Dad fooled. A few weeks later, I saw Abigail flaunting her new hair, and so I wanted to do the same. That's what girls do, change their hairstyle after a breakup. But when I asked Mom and Dad to let me have the treatment, they refused, saying I was too young. Well, they were wrong. I watched some YouTube videos of the treatment. It looked easy, but I didn't have enough money to afford it. I snuck into my mom's room and pulled out a credit card from her wallet. A few days later, my package arrived. I made sure everyone was busy before I set everything up. After hours of work, I took the towel off the mirror to look at my new and improved hair. What the heck? My hair was curlier than before and clung to my head like a furry cap. Abigail heard me scream and rushed into the room. Oh my God, what happened? Oh, Abby, it went all wrong. Calm down. Take a deep breath. How did this even happen? Yes, how did it? But one look at Mia's evil grin, and I had my answer. You witch. You did this. Why are you this way? What did I do to you? I was always nice and treated you well. It just annoys me to the core that a dumb witch like you is living this perfect life while someone like me is just a maid. You have a serious problem. You're so sick. I knew it was you who did this to me. Me? That's enough, Isabella. It's your own fault. I have the credit card receipts. I can't believe you've been stealing from us. Oops, told you so. You just wait, you witch. I'll expose you for who you really are. Best of luck. A few days later, we had a huge party at our place. I felt so sad that I couldn't attend because of my hair. But then I found a box near my bed. A beautiful wig was inside, from Abigail. I suddenly had tears in my eyes. Abigail had always loved me, no matter how much we fought. I quickly got ready, and as I was having some soda at the party, I spotted a familiar face. It was Zach. So, you finally showed your face. I didn't want to come. My dad made me. How could you leave me like that, Zach? Did I never mean anything to you? I left you? Last time I checked, you dumped me because one of the jocks had gotten you pregnant. You told me to stay away because you wanted to be with him, whoever the jerk was. Where is he even? Hearing his words, I felt the ground shake. Pregnant? Me? Seeing me shell-shocked, Zach realized I really had no idea what he was talking about. He then showed me Insta messages from me telling him to back off. Checking the dates, I realized they were sent when I was sick. And then it all clicked. By any chance, did you talk to my maid, Mia? Actually, yeah. I called your number and she picked up and said you asked me not to call you ever again. Oh my God! That psychopath witch! The moment I spotted her among the guests, acting as if she were some supermodel, I slapped her. Seeing Zach next to me, her eyes widened. You crazy evil psycho! You went too far this time. Our shouting attracted everyone from the party. Zach, you should be thanking me. I was saving you from this freak. Yeah, I told a small lie, but it was so worth it. I felt my cheeks turn red and I just wanted to hide. I had never been this humiliated, but before I could run, Abigail came forward and pushed Mia away from me. How dare you treat my sister this way? Wait till you hear what she actually did. Zach told Mom, Dad, and Abigail the whole lie Mia told, and they were stunned. Mia, how could you do this? We thought you were a sensible young girl.
Sensible girl. I don't want to be a sensible poor girl. I'm too smart. No, I'm a genius. That's how I ruined your daughter's life. Yeah, I hacked your phone, Isabella, you dumb, useless girl, and sent Zach everything. Someone like him can't be with someone like you. I want your life. Why should I have to work for all the things I want? I won't be a loser like my mom. Don't talk to my mother that way. And calling your own mom a loser? Mia, you are pathetic. As if you could. Before she could even finish, someone grabbed Mia's arm. It was her mom. Mia, you are a disgrace. This family took you in, treated you as their own, and this is how you repay them. I'm sorry, Miss Isabella. My daughter is out of control. I knew she had some problems, but I never expected her to go this far. Oh, Isabella, we're sorry, darling. We should have believed you. Mia, you are no longer welcome here. Get out, now. Hearing this, Mia went completely bonkers and suddenly jumped over the tables and set the curtains on fire with some candles. You stupid rich people, treating poor people like trash. I hate you. You should all die. If I can't live this lifestyle, no one can. The fire instantly spread all across the house and everyone ran out screaming. I felt my feet glued to the floor, but thank God, Zach held my hand and dragged me out. Watching my house burn was a scene from a nightmare, but the main thing was that everyone was safe. Soon the fire brigade and the police came, and they took Mia away. I'm so glad you're okay, Isabella. I'm glad you're okay too. You were totally right about Mia being a psycho. I should have believed you. I kind of made your life a living hell when we were living together, so I don't blame you for not believing me. I was about to answer, but just then I felt someone's arms on my shoulders. I am so sorry for ever doubting you. I can't believe I fell for those stupid lies. Isabella, I love you so much. Shh, it's all in the past, Zach. I love you too. I always have. I sat in the audience for the 1000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me. There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are going to play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first?
Always such a little party pooper.
I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking walls. Hi, I'm Brooke from Manhattan, and this is my story. But before I rant about my drama, please like and subscribe. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident.
Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater?
I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry. I'll avoid smashing your new nose.
You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you.
She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes. You are looking lovely today, princess. You just followed me into the girls' bathroom. I wanted to ask you out on a date. You've never even made eye contact with me before. I used to think you were
were just Mara's mean loser sister. But when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire. So I'll pick you up tonight at 8.
I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something. And if they were going to mess with me, I was going to mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me.
After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date.
Too bad your breath smells like a sewage train. Next.
If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with
ice cream makes me puke.
So I used to be an underwear model, but then
I'm embarrassed for you.
I had this flown over from Japan.
No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my God.
Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks, and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends, and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face, but just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me.
I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far.
It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you gonna be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something?
No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy.
Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted.
You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing.
Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke. And 2, was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm going to get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends in popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that you've never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition demand that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot. You don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me, and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm going to go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it going to be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day, when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm going to sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just going to pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm going to smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head?
I wasn't.
He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out.
What are you doing here?
Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down.
I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here.
Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away.
Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm going to tell the principal about you.
The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile.
Did you see that? I wasn't scared and what you said worked.
After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt. But he had a weird reaction.
No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me.
Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me.
I want to see the manager right now and get you fired.
But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him.
Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress?
As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me.
Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone.
I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me.
I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that?
Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me.
What happened? Was that guy bothering you?
I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire.
What are you, nuts? Did you want to die?
Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself.
Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt.
Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile. I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check. This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness.
What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina.
What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad?
Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay?
Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James, too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me.
Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left?
No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes.
What do you want to know about me, Marina?
Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me?
My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but...
Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say any more. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears,
I love you, Marina.
Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me.
Hey, are you all right?
I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James.
He left, Marina, and he's never coming back.
He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery.
I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings.
Gosh, there was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me.
I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and...
Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way.
What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron.
Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him.
Then why won't you say yes to me?
I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here?
How dare you touch her, you filthy.
I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time?
Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you.
Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures?
What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything.
What? What do you mean?
That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you.
What?
I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now.
Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him?
Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you.
But those messages from your phone and those posts.
I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures.
Timmy, I can't believe you.
You son of a witch.
No, James. Just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that.
Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room and bust a move while brushing my teeth. And of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have mail.
My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand.
That's not a ticket.
It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream.
I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set.
And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stocking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes.
Oh, Leah, we have to get these too.
I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul.
Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection.
I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress.
Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it.
I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me.
Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute.
I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me.
Have you been practicing?
Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner.
And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend.
She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts.
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. They're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city. But you said you didn't know anything about her. Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here. I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed. New sheets. You must need new bed sheets. I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud, the rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom. I was wrong.
You're not like your mother at all. Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever. Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll just leave. And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this? I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice. I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer. Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina? Yes, of course. Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this. This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change. And I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave. But then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt. Leah, are you leaving too? I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman. Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay. Really? Really. I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week. Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
I
should have at least gotten his name. And he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
Cause I know that all I know, it's time to go.
When the music kicked off and everyone started dancing, I escaped to the garden for some fresh air. As I sat down by the fountain and sighed, a soft object hit me squarely in the face. Then someone in black jumped down from the tree above me.
Brought your favorite cheeseburger.
Meredith, what are you doing here? And why would you hit me with a burger? Wait, are you dressed up like Catwoman?
Yeah, it's been my look for weeks now. 1, it shows off my fantastic figure, which is a service to humanity. 2, every vigilante hero needs a costume, and I've always found Catwoman classy. 3,
vigilante hero? You basically rob people.
Yeah, like Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
You steal for yourself.
I am the poor. And what's all this you nonsense? Last time I checked, we were a team. But sis, what's taking so long with this mission?
It's not that simple.
It's pretty simple. You make this rich dude fall for you, get access to his vault, steal the painting, and we run off to Bora Bora. Are you having trouble making him fall for you? Maybe he hates your eyebrows. I don't know, but I feel like punching you in the face every time I see your eyebrows, which is basically every time I see your face.
Shut up, Em. Everything's going fine.
Okay, but hurry up. This catsuit is giving me a butt rash, even though I use baby powder under it. I want to put it away soon and retire on a beach in a bikini. Aren't you looking forward to it?
Just take the stupid suit off. You're a con artist, not a cat burglar. And of course, I'm looking forward to it. You should go before you blow my cover. And thanks for the burger.
It's not a gift. Duh. You're gonna pay me back. I've noted it in my diary. See ya.
I couldn't help laughing as I saw her clumsily climb the wall, then fall over to the other side. But as I turned away, I felt troubled. The problem wasn't about making this rich guy I had to rob fall for me. He already had. The problem was, I'd fallen for him too. Let's start from the start, okay? Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Connecticut. And yes, you might have heard some fun words being used for me. Deceitful witch, manipulative liar, and con artist might come up, none of which is an exaggeration. But people change, okay? Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. My mother was born into what she always called old money, which basically means her family had been rich for a long time and their wealth was passed down generations. Unfortunately, it skipped our generation. Apparently, my dad was extremely charming and swept Mom off her feet when she was just 20. She married him against her parents' wishes and they cut her off from their wealth. Then, 2 years later, Mom gave birth to twins, Dad met another woman, and he abandoned us. At least he left us the house in a nice neighborhood, but my grandparents refused to help Mom out and said she had to live with her decisions. Mom, how are you feeling now?
Like my organs are shutting down one by one.
So, same as this morning then? Here's some chicken soup.
There's no chicken in it.
Well, you asked for chicken soup when there was no chickens in the fridge, so I guess we all have to use our imaginations, don't we?
Oh, the soup at my parents' house always had chunks of chicken and big fat prawns. What has life come to now? I was raised as a creature of luxury. I'm like that fairy tale princess who couldn't sleep because of a single pea under her mattress.
So you say, but there's a bunch of sharp pebbles under your mattress and you sleep like a log and snore like a bear.
What? How could you put pebbles? I do not snore. Leave me to decompose, please.
Well, you have to return to your waitressing job, so get well soon, Mom.
Shall not.
I loved Mom, but she was basically a spoiled, selfish child who just couldn't adapt to her changing fortunes and start acting like a freaking parent. My sister Meredith and I were twins, but we looked nothing alike. With her soft blonde hair and big baby blues, she looked like the kind of sweet soul who saved kittens from trees, helped old people across the road, and sang to birds. She didn't look like she had an ounce of evil in her, which wasn't true, like at all. But we'll come back to that later. From an early age, it was clear to me and Meredith that we had to be resourceful for money. I started doing odd jobs for our rich neighbors in the 8th grade, like raking their gardens, walking their dogs, and babysitting their kids. But Meredith was always finding more creative ways, like taking stupid boys in her class on paid exclusive tours to an alien site she'd discovered in the nearby forest. I'd seen her digging up the crater where the spaceship had landed, or selling youth water to high school girls, claiming she'd traveled far to the Fountain of Youth over summer break and had a limited supply. They actually thought she was telling the truth because it tasted different. Yeah, that's because she was filling up bottles from the neighbor's gross jacuzzi. People eventually caught on and stopped buying from her, and that's when she started stealing from me. But whenever I'd confront her, she'd throw a tantrum and deny it like I'd accused her of killing someone. So the next time, I hid money in my diary and made my latest entry. Dear Diary, guess what? What? When Mom took Meredith to the hospital for her sore throat the other day, the doctors made a shocking discovery. Meredith has a rare, incurable disease. She only has a few more months with us. We've decided not to tell her so she isn't scared and lives the rest of her short life in peace. Yes, I'm sad, but not that much because my baby sister is going to a better place and leaving me all her stuff. I knew my trick had worked when Meredith came down one morning with swollen eyes. When Mom asked her what was wrong, she burst into tears about her incurable disease.
Where would you get an idea like that?
Yes, Meredith. Please, tell Mom where you got this idea from.
You wrote it in your... Wait, you chubby witch! You made me believe I was dying!
Meredith lunged at me and we went rolling all over the kitchen floor. But she ended up getting grounded for a month for stealing and invading my privacy. I soon started missing her at dinner time though. So late one night, I snuck into her room with ice cream to find her playing darts with my face as the target. I'm sorry you're stuck here, but you did steal from me. I know we don't have a lot right now, but we'll work hard and make money in the future.
But the future is in the future. What do I do now when I need money for mascara and gummy bears?
Maybe we can think of some business idea.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
She pulled out a box from under her bed full of t-shirts.
So you know my friend George, the next-door gardener's nephew? Apparently he volunteers at a mental institution every weekend. The owners got t-shirts made from all the patients, but they refuse to wear them, blah, blah. So now the mental place has hundreds of these lying in storage. George said he can score them for me, and we could have our own t-shirt range with cute things written on them. Look, here's one I made for myself.
I want to go to Bora Bora, but I'm Bora Bora. Please help me. Funny.
I'm very serious, actually. I'm gonna live in Bora Bora one day. So, are we selling these t-shirts?
I'm in.
I also made one for you. That'll be $10, thanks.
Money can't buy happiness, but poverty can't buy anything. Please help me. You should pay me for wearing this.
Meredith didn't have the best reputation in our neighborhood or school to sell things, so we decided to hit the other end of town and set up a t-shirt stall outside a private school. With my salesmanship and Meredith's flirting, we managed to sell quite a few on the first day. We started setting up shop at different locations, and one day as we were heading home, Meredith suddenly said she had to pee really badly. So we walked up to the closest house to ask if they'd let us use the bathroom. We rang the bell, but no one seemed to be home. I was peeking in through the window when suddenly I turned around to see Meredith already crawling halfway through one.
Are you crazy? That's breaking and entering.
I'll kick in your face so hard that you'll need plastic surgery, which we don't have money for. If you don't want to be ugly for the rest of your life, let me pee.
I let her go and was standing guard at the door when, to my horror, a car suddenly pulled into the driveway and a snooty woman stepped out.
Hey, you girl. What are you doing lurking around my house? Were you thinking of breaking in?
What? No, of course not. I'm a Girl Scout selling cookies. Yeah, I study in the, Aston Bridge School for Girls.
Oh, I see. It's a lovely school. I know many people whose children go there. Sorry for my mistake. I'll be happy to buy some cookies from you. Put me down for 20 boxes.
Sure. It's, $5 a box, so that'll be $100. I'm putting your name down on my list, and I'll drop them by tomorrow.
That's perfect, sweetie. Here's the money. I'll see you soon.
Just then, I saw Meredith slip out the window, and as soon as the lady went in, we ran like crazy down the block and then collapsed on some grass.
Look, I took some pastries from her kitchen. Perfect for a spontaneous picnic.
That's stealing.
Oh, you're one to talk. I heard the whole cookie conversation from inside. You took that lady's money, and you're never going to give her any cookies.
I was just trying to distract her before she caught your butt. I didn't think she'd be dumb enough to actually give me the money. I can return it.
Look, she didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She's a rich snob who was being really rude till she thought you were someone rich, too. You didn't force her to give you money at gunpoint. Oh, Claire, this has just given me the best idea.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Dumb people deserve to be tricked. And what does $100 mean to someone who has a gold toilet seat?
I knew it was wrong, but it was also so easy. And before I knew it, Meredith and I were wearing private school uniforms and hitting different neighborhoods collecting money for Girl Scout cookies that we had no intention to deliver. We made $2,000 in a month. But one day, when we went up to a rich old lady's house, she invited us in and even offered us cake as we signed her up.
How many boxes will that be, ma'am?
Oh, none, thank you. You see, I don't buy imaginary cookies.
What?
I'd heard that there were 2 conning Girl Scouts in town, and I was ready for you. I've called the police, and you 2 will end up in a detention center.
Just then, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. In the confusion, Meredith kicked the old lady and yelled, "Run!" As we were sprinting down the street, I suddenly noticed a nerdy-looking boy my age running beside us too, grinning and waving at us. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm your new neighbor, Freddie. I'm the one who saved you from that old crow.
What? I'm so confused right now.
New neighbor? You moved into the house next to ours? Why are you here?
I was bored and saw you girls leaving your house, so I followed you for fun. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little cookie secret. When I heard that old lady threatening you, I went to the main circuit board and pulled out a wire with my tweezer, which I always keep handy.
You could have been electrocuted. You're either incredibly smart or exceptionally dumb.
My mom says the exact same thing, except for the incredibly smart part.
Listen, you geek, what do you want? If you think you're gonna get a cut of our profits.
No, my parents are well off. They're neurosurgeons. I just want to be friends. I swear, I don't have any siblings and I don't know anyone here.
What if we say no?
I'll keep following you around until you say yes?
Okay, fine. Congratulations. You got yourself 2 friends.
Oh, I'm so happy! Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year!
And from that day on, that goof really did become our best friend, especially mine. He was like the sibling I never had. I mean, the nice sibling who did my nails and watched the channel I wanted to watch on TV without arguing. He was also really generous. I didn't want to take advantage of it, but Meredith and Mom had no problem keeping all the gifts he was always getting us. We decided to lay low with our conning activities in case the old lady had actually told the police about us. But soon after we joined the 11th grade, a new drama unfolded in our lives. A family moved into the huge white house across the street. Apparently, the couple who'd bought the place was loaded, and they had 5 teenage boys.
Finally, some eligible bachelors on our street.
Thanks. My feelings aren't hurt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry I left you out, sweetie. Maybe you'll find someone too. I mean, they have 5 boys. There's a good chance one of them is gay.
What? Why would you think?
Okay, girls, here's a basket of goodies for you to take over as a welcome present. Now go, throw yourselves at those boys.
Meredith and I rolled our eyes, but we decided there wasn't any harm in checking them out, and we were welcomed by the ugliest quadruplets ever. They were really sweet and really excited to see us, but with their orange hair, acne, and buck teeth, they were not a pretty sight.
Man, I feel sorry for those parents. Like, Mom got one average-looking kid, but God made it up by giving her me. But those parents, God decided to use copy-paste on that ugly model. They must have done something terrible to deserve this.
Huh? You are so rude.
Oh, shut up. I know you're thinking the same. I just have the guts to say it out loud.
But then a day later, I'd just woken up when the bell rang, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.